And it is time to go all in with the High Limit Sprint Car Series. This is the High Limit Room. It's the home of 24 high rollers. We are free. The next chapter begins tonight in the entertainment capital of the world with Interstate Battery's High Limit Racing. 15 of the world's very best sprint car pilots are committed to the 64-race journey from coast to coast, led by the sport's most popular driver and defending series champion, Rico Abreu, who enters 2026 under the Tony Stewart Racing banner. Many believe he will repeat his past success, but chasing him down is American bad boy Aaron Reitzel, a rejuvenated Tyler Courtney, and the new kid on the block, Giovanni Scelzi. The rest of the field, it's stacked with champions, contenders, and those hungry young hopefuls looking for their shot in the spotlight. Will we see a third series champion in 3 years? The chase begins right here, right now on FloRacing. My name is Chase Rodman. Welcome to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. We are so excited to have you along for the ride on night number 1 of 64 with Interstate Battery's High Limit Racing. It is going to be an exceptional year once again, year number 3 of High Limit being a national tour, and we're here for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. A nice crowd making their way into the grandstands, and we're excited to show all of these people, maybe some new ones, sprint car racing for the very first time in their lives. We've got 37 drivers back in the pit area with Interstate Battery's High Limit Racing, another 20-ish or so with the USCS non-wing cars as well, so you will get the best of both worlds, wing and non-wing sprint cars here on the big half mile of Las Vegas Motor Speedway's dirt track. The weather has just been absolutely spectacular here throughout the last couple of days. 81 degrees right now, 3-mile-per-hour winds and clear skies, which is the complete opposite of what we had here 1 year ago on this day. It was windy, very windy in fact. It was cold and it was kind of miserable, to be honest with you, but it is very nice here today. We've been seeing the Air Force Base, been flying their jets overhead all week long. It's been so much fun to be here and get prepared for our season opener. Here is the order of events that you'll be seeing here tonight. It's a little bit longer than maybe a typical High Limit show with the addition of the USCS sprint cars. They will be on track first for their hot lap session here not too long from now. Following that will be High Limit Racing hot laps, then High Limit qualifying, followed by USCS back on the track for their group qualifying, High Limit heat races, and right before that will be opening ceremonies, of course. USCS heats, then the High Limit dash. Then we'll have a High Limit Racing and a USCS B main. A High Limit feature and the USCS sprint cars will cap things off here tonight for the first night of the season with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Here is the notable entries for you. We've got a lot of them to take a look at here this evening. A lot of great drivers have made their way over here for tonight's Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash, including Blackjack Brian Brown himself in car number 21, of course, Corey Day. He is back, first sprint car start of the season in the USA for payday. Joel Myers Jr. in the field as well in the 19H. Ty Gibbs making his first sprint car start of the 2026 season. JJ Hickle, Austin McCarl, got James McFadden out there as well, Justin Sanders, the defending Knoxville Nationals champion Ryan Tibbs, and of course Young Money Kyle Larson in the field here tonight as well in the 57. And so a stacked field. We couldn't even fit all the drivers on that graphic there. There are plenty of notable entries to talk about here tonight. Here are the track facts, what you need to know about the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track. It opened here back in 1996, and it's approximately 10 degrees of banking in the corners, but there is a little bit of a shelf that shelves off about 3/4 of the way up the racetrack as well, so keep that in mind as you are watching the action here this weekend. And it's a half-mile oval. The track record set a pretty long time ago, 2004, by the dude, Danny Lasowski. On March 4th, he turned in a lap time of 13.719 seconds to set the track record. We'll see if we have anywhere near those times later on during qualifying. My guess is probably not with how hot it is here. I would be pretty shocked if we did see a track record. Let's take a look at nxtbets.com/playhlr. Here are the outright winners for tonight. Of course, Kyle Larson is the favorite heading into this one at +188. So Kyle Larson +188. He has the lowest odds to win, or I guess that'd be the highest odds to win. I can never figure out the right way to say that. Aaron Reitzel, second lowest there at +279. Corey Day at +374. Then going down the list a little bit farther, some longer shots down there. You got Tyler Courtney down there at +1349. Austin McCarl at +2137. And the Rodman Risk tonight, the race is almost named after it. It's the Blackjack Bash, right? You got to go with Blackjack Brian Brown. He's ran second here 2 times with the World of Outlaws. He's led a couple of races in features as well. And Brownie is, he's really trying to get back going here after that injury that took him out for a majority of the second part of the season last year. And so Brian Brown going to come out hot and heavy here. I think that he is going to be a one to watch. And he is actually the first car out to qualify tonight as well. So things are off to a pretty good start so far for Brian Brown, as he is the Rodman Risk. Now, of course, coming into 2026, there are a lot of new faces in new places, but one face is not new, and he's not in a different place. That is Tony Laporta. Tony, it's the first day of school. Are you nervous or not?
Well, Chase, I was until that really well thought out and pre-planned introduction you just gave me right there. You're right. I'm not a new face, and this is not a new place down here in the infield to kick off Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing back in the infield at the dirt track, the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, but it feels like a new place. You talked about it already, and man, oh man, is it nice to be here and it not be 40-some degrees. Winds howling. It is super comfortable down here right now. 81 degrees is what my Apple Watch is telling me right now, and it feels every bit of it. Not a cloud in the sky. Entertainment capital of the world. Really, really cool to be back down here in Las Vegas, Nevada, to kick off a little bit of a small West Coast swing for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing here in 2026. 60-plus races, and yeah, you said it, new faces and new places, right? We've got some rookies joining up, going National 410 Wing Sprint Car for racing for the first time in Tanner Holmes and Hank Davis Jr. And Chase, you and I talked about it on the High Limit Room, the weekly podcast, broadcast show that you can watch every single week on FloRacing and FloRacing's YouTube. We talked about things we were really looking forward to. One of my answers was just getting back into the pit area, talking with the drivers, talking with their teams, talking with their families and the friends of Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. And that's what I've spent most of my afternoon doing. It's awesome to be back at the track. It's so cool to see the new combinations of drivers and crew members and crew chiefs and teams and cars. This is going to be a really exciting season of racing, and great to kick it off here in sunny Las Vegas, Nevada. Cars are making their way out on track right now for a little bit of engine heat and track pack. They're going to need to do a little bit of that because they have made sure to get this place nice and wet so we can have a good racetrack here for tonight. Kicking off 3 nights of racing. It's the Sugar Bee Blackjack Jack Bash, Interstate Batteries, High Limit Racing, is going to continue live here on FloRacing in just a few moments.
Wheel pack continuing here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track for night number 1 of 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. A new era begins here tonight for the series that is on the rise here on the dirt tracks. We've got a lot of cars out there on the track right now. Gary Thomas also up here in the booth with us. He will be calling the USCS sprint cars. And Gary, there's not much better to ask for than the best of both worlds, wing and non-wing cars on the same track on the same night for the next 2 days.
Yeah, you know it, Chase. Of course, there's some people that say, no, I don't like the non-wing or I don't like the wing. But, like we're purists. We like wing sprints, non-wing sprints, midgets. And this is going to be a heck of a show. Both series have very good car counts here at Las Vegas.
And I believe that's Ryan Brunell right there. So I think Brady Bacon also racing in the non-wing. So there's some pretty good drivers, some good cars as well. So you're definitely not going to want to take your eyes off either the FloRacing screen or here in the grandstands. When the non-wing guys come out, they put on a good show here. They've had a lot of races here in the past. It's been a couple of years since the non-wing guys were here at Las Vegas, but I was here, I think, 2016 and announced them, and it was a really good race between a couple of future USAC guys, and so looking forward to seeing how they all play out. And everybody's coming around the racetrack, and you get a good look, Gary, at all the new paint schemes coming out here for the wing guys.
I was just thinking that, seeing some of these cars, I'm like, who is that? And I'm like, oh, okay, that's who that is, with all the new liveries, as they say. But yeah, no, a great non-wing field. Names like Rip and Ricky Lewis, Charles Davis Jr., very famed guys, they're here racing. So it's a star-studded field. All the new race cars, the new schemes look beautiful. And as you said earlier, gorgeous weather in Las Vegas, and we've been very blessed this weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the only guy on the high limit side of things, maybe 2 guys that have not had a new paint scheme for this season, Justin Peck and Brenham Crouch. The rest of them, though, with a new scheme. And see Tanner Thorson's car rolling down the front stretch. That thing looks very, very clean. Tyler Courtney did run that scheme a few years ago for the Knoxville Nationals, but then retired it. They're bringing it back out this year. There is Justin Peck, a winner twice already this year, not too far from here at the Central Arizona Raceway with the ASCS National Tour. And that is where High Limit heads next weekend, so maybe a good track for Justin Peck to maybe get a win at next week and get that win on the board early in the year.
Yeah, we saw, I guess you call him his teammate Levi Hillier doing great things in the 360. We know that he's going to get his first taste of 410 racing coming up, I think, in May or so when he turns 16. But yeah, that Rudine team has had a strong start to the season, no matter who's driven it.
We see Dason Pursley also making his way down the front straightaway, the Napa number 9. That is going to take some time to get used to there, Gary. Of course, the 9, no stranger to the 9, of course, but it's weird to see the Napa blue on the 9 and to not be either Brad Sweet or Casey Kane. Of course, Dason Pursley, last year's Rookie of the Year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, getting a huge opportunity to drive for what could possibly be one of, if not the second best, really, sprint car team in the last 20 years.
And he had a great season last year, of course, ended the season like a house of fire with the USAC National Midgets, had a lot of success out on the West Coast. But you said it as an announcer, we kind of get used to certain drivers and certain cars. I'm sure there's going to be a few times where I'm looking at that Buick 13, I think that's Dason Pursley. Nope, that's Tanner Holmes.
There's a new paint scheme right there for the Florida man, Danny Sims III, 24D. He is back for his sophomore season with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, the family-owned team, the family operation, mother and father as the crew members on that car, and I believe they're still looking for maybe a third member to join them. So if anybody out there is watching on Flow and you want to be a part of a sprint car operation and be a part of a family operation and some really good people, maybe get in contact with the Florida man, Danny Sims, and maybe you could find yourself at the racetrack here soon and grooving some tires. Tony, I know that you'd love to do that, but you've got a different job to do.
Yeah, I keep asking them to let me help out on that Rocky Anderson-owned number 24D for Danny Sims III. And, I beat that drum often. I tell that story a lot as we got a really good look there at Ryan Timms, the reigning Knoxville Nationals champion. But Danny Sims III, he's in his second year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, and I tell the story often because I love the story. The driver and his parents out of Northport, Florida, and you talked about it, Chase. Mom and Dad, Tina and Danny Sims II, they are the crew on that number 24D that Rocky Anderson owns, and they pretty much gave up everything. Mom and Dad quit their jobs back home in Florida to go up to Elkhart, Indiana, where Rocky's shop is located. That's in northern Indiana, and they pretty much bet the farm on Danny going winged 410 sprint car racing. They made the decision to go full-time with High Limit last year, and Danny will be the first to tell you it was a tough season, but they are back. They have learned what they didn't know last year. They know there's still a lot more to learn, but the young driver out of Northport, Florida is a feel-good story, and I expect to see him and his family team improve as they just have a whole year's worth of experience underneath their belts now.
Yeah, that'll certainly help them out, no doubt about that. We also wanted to mention this guy, Rico Abreu, maybe one of the bigger stories of the season last year. Of course, it happened middle of the season, the announcement, but now this will be the very first race with Rico, the defending series champion. He is now teamed up with Tony Stewart Racing as TSR makes the move from the World of Outlaws over to High Limit. They make a driver swap, of course, now, and this is a huge deal. Rico trying to go back-to-back in series championships. The car looks good. CarQuest on the side of it, Curb Records, and Rico is hungrier than ever, I would say, GT, to go do this once again and get another championship.
Pretty incredible to think that 2011, around this time, he was making his sprint car debut at King Speedway in Hanford, and all the success he's had in the midgets and the sprint cars. You know, he's at the top of his game. He's right up there as one of the very best in the world of sprint car racing, and I'm sure he's going to have another fantastic year.
Now, the all-time winner with High Limit Racing, 24 career victories and 109 features contested. He's won nearly a quarter of the races that this series has ran, and it's just unbelievable to see what he's been able to do the last couple of years. And Tony, I know you got a lot of thoughts on this as well. It's going to be a whole lot of fun to have TSR with us this year.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Rico and I sat down during the offseason, and he spoke at length about how important it is to him that a guy like Tony Stewart, a hero to not only Rico, but thousands and thousands of racers and fans, how important it was to Rico that Tony Stewart trusted him to take over the seat of that TSR 410 sprint car. And it's Ricky Warner, Zach Middlebrooks, Brady Forbrook, the crew that was on that car last year, but they've also retained Todd Devnich, who was part of the Donnie Schatz program over there when that TSR entry competed with the World of Outlaws. So it truly is a combining of both worlds, and the championship celebration is not over for Rico Abreu. Fans here at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway and those watching back at home on Flow will get to watch Rico this afternoon, or this evening rather, be awarded his championship ring. Series management will come down during opening ceremonies and present Rico with his 2025 High Limit Racing championship ring.
Yeah, can't wait to see how that plays out later on during opening ceremonies. We did want to mention before going to break that the Spire Motorsports entry, Giovanni Scelzi, has been on the track 2 times. That car is yet to fire off, so that is something we will be watching for here as the night progresses. Wheel Pack continues here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. You're watching live on FloRacing. Wheelpack continuing on, as there you see another one of the storylines heading into this year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, and that is, of course, Giovanni Scelzi in the Spire Motorsports Sprint Car. This will be the second race night out for that team, with crew chief Eric Prutzman helping out. And Gio, a big opportunity here with the Chili's logo on the side. They had some troubles there a minute ago. They couldn't get the car fired off 2 times, but looks like it's under power now. But really, really cool to see Gio as a high roller, Gary, and also see just Spire Motorsports in general kind of diving headfirst into this dirt racing with sprint car deal.
Yeah, it's great for the whole sport of sprint car racing. And Gio Scelzi, when he was coming up out of the micro ranks, he was a prodigy coming out, and he's had a lot of success in his sprint car career. But I think coming here with the Spire team and Chili's, it's going to be the best season of his sprint car career, hopefully.
Yeah, absolutely, as he's got all the tools to make it happen here this year. Another guy that is getting a pretty good opportunity for 2026 is Tanner Holmes. You see him on your screen there in the Buick Motorsports number 13. He'll be working with Sean Strasbaugh as his crew chief for 2026. And Tanner Holmes, a lot of people have been wanting to see this, Gary. They've been wanting to see him out on a national tour, and now he gets an opportunity with the team that won a race last year, and they won the Rookie of the Year with Dason Pursley. And now they're trying to go back-to-back with the Rookie of the Year with Tanner Holmes, as he will be head-to-head against Hank Davis, going for Rookie of the Year honors for the Race Redeem Foundation. But Tanner Holmes, very, very popular driver. Yeah,
and Tanner had a solid season last year in California with the Tarleton Bunch, won multiple races and had the chance to go down to New Zealand, and he actually did some skydiving down there, which was pretty impressive to me. I sat on the sidelines and just watched and drank a cold beverage.
Yeah.
You never skydived?
No, I don't think I would.
No, it was pretty sketchy.
Yeah, I would not do that. And it's kind of funny you mentioned that. With all these jets been flying overhead, man, I mean, it's just kind of, hasn't that been crazy to be a part? Like, man, it's like they just do laps around this racetrack. The Nellis Air Force Base, not too far away. If you've never been here to Las Vegas Motor Speedway's dirt track, or the big track over there for NASCAR as well, I mean, it is legit. These guys are flying like F-15s almost every 10 minutes over our heads. It's super loud, but it's awesome to see it happen, because, I mean, not many places you can go to and see that type of airplane. Besides, you see a commercial airline or whatever, that it's not even close to the same if you've never seen one in person.
And of course, coming here as a fan a few times and watching the TV, you see the flyovers and stuff. But
yeah,
being up here in the booth earlier all by myself, everything was quiet, and all of a sudden one of those came over it.
Windows were shaking.
Windows were shaking. It felt like it was going to cave in. Just super, super impressive. And I think they were saying there's going to be even more of that tomorrow.
Yeah, hopefully that is the case. As you can see a look at the pit area farther beyond, that is the NASCAR track out there, top of your screen now, and all the camping going on as well. But that is the right side of the Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing pit area, and that is what we call the money line right there. All of the high rollers lined up in a row, 15 of them to be exact. Of course, 15 drivers following the tour for 64 races this year. Gonna have a good rookie battle, gonna have a good championship battle. Of course, Tyler Courtney, we haven't talked about him too much tonight, but he will certainly be one of the favorites going in as far as the championship goes. As you see all these guys making some adjustments to their cars. Usually, Gary, they do motor heat and then right into hot laps. Tonight, that's not going to be the case. USCS will be on the track here very soon, and boy, the track has got a lot of juice to it right now.
Yeah, I know. I've seen some videos of the track prep crew. I think it was about 10 or 11 days ago starting track prep, so they put in a ton of effort. Hopefully it's all paid off, and we talked about it with these 80-degree days. It's going to take all it can handle over the 3 days of racing, so hopefully Scott, Doug, and the rest of the crew did their A-game here this week.
And Brad Sweet's a big part of it as well. I mean, Brad Sweet not going to be racing full-time this year, as we all know. He will be doing some part-time racing with Paul Silva and Kevin Kozlowski, but Brad Sweet has got the polo on. He's got the high limit hat on and the headset and everything, and he has been down there working for the last couple of days on this track, wanting to get it into perfect shape. And Tony, I saw a minute ago you were down there kind of talking with Brad a little bit, but he is all business here tonight.
Yeah, no kidding. There's a good shot of Brad walking his way back through the infield. He was on a tiller a little early ago, and man, he just had a smile on his face. I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't understand. Brad Sweet's been known as a world-class championship-winning sprint car driver for so long. But what people get lost in is how much he loves the sport. And just because he's not competing and chasing the big paydays and the championship trophies and all the glamour that goes along with racing 410 wing sprint cars, Brad still wants the sport to grow. And that's the reason he and brother-in-law Kyle Larson started high limit racing just a few years ago. And now that he's out of the seat competing full time, he wants to do whatever is possible and whatever is necessary to grow his series. So yeah, he's been out here in a water truck. He's been out here helping clean up the track. I mean, literally bending over, picking up garbage, helping clean and do whatever he needs to do. And when he gets behind the wheel of a tractor, well, he's got a smile, Chase, just as big as the ones that I see on fans' faces when they see you walking around greeting folks at an Interstate Batteries High Limit race. So, yeah, great to see. And boy, he likes helping out, that's for sure. And we're going to see the fruits of his and the rest of this track crew's labor in a little while when we get cars on track. GT, I'm so excited you're here. I'm so excited there's non-wing sprint cars racing with us this weekend. This is a great way to get back into the swing of racing in 2026.
And Gary, Tony mentioned Brad being excited. He's had a happy face. He's got a smile on his face running around that tractor. And we mentioned he's a part-time driver. Well, he had a happy face the other day because he did race once already this year in the W car and already went to Victory Lane at Merced, right? I mean, it's been a pretty good couple weeks for Brad Sweet.
Yeah, he won at Merced, and then we were also at Silver Dollar Speedway last week, of course, the track that himself, Kyle Larson, and Colby Copeland promote. And Brad was all over the place on the tractor, going back to the concession stand, and just being a part of everything and making sure that everything happens. And we're looking forward to the High Limit Series, getting a Gold Cup later on the year in Chico as well.
Yeah, Gold Cup definitely one of the can't-miss events on the 2026 calendar. There is a lot of can't-miss events, but that is certainly one at the top of the list. $100,000 to the winner on the Saturday finale later on this year for the Gold Cup Race of Champions. Other 100,000 win races this year with High Limit, of course, the Bob Weicker Memorial. That's at Port Royal Speedway. You got the Joker's Jackpot at Eldora, and of course the Skagit Nationals up there in northern Washington. That one pays $126,000 to the winner as well. So a lot of big money on the line for High Limit and its drivers for 2026, and we're looking forward to seeing who will take down those big paydays. It looks like that might have been the final car to get some engine heat, and after this break here on Flow, when we come back, we should see cars up to speed for the first time here tonight in Las Vegas. The drivers with the USCS sprint cars have made their way over to the staging lane for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash, night number 1 of 64 in 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. We're about to see cars on the track for the first time here tonight, and got a nice crowd filing in, and we expect that crowd to grow larger and larger as the weekend continues. Of course, we're back here tomorrow night as well as Saturday, and so if you're going over to the O'Reilly's race on Saturday, make sure to come back over here for the nightcap. It is going to be Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing on Saturday night after that O'Reilly's NASCAR race. So if you are looking for a little more racing action Saturday, we'll be over here ready to entertain you. As GT, what was the final count there on USCS sprint cars tonight?
Final count was 26. Now looks like 27 total, so that may put us into a B main territory. I know they were going to start 26, but we'll get confirmation on if they will start 27.
Okay, so we do see a couple of them down there in the staging lane and making their way towards the racetrack. I am curious how many people here tonight at their first ever sprint car race, because on these weekends that we do have the NASCAR involved, we do seem to get a lot of new people coming over to check out sprint car racing for the first time, and that is always exciting. Hopefully you folks enjoy yourself here tonight. We've got our first couple of cars rolling towards the racetrack, GT, and we'll turn it over to you, USCS sprint cars.
Thank you very much, Chase Rodman. 27, again, total cars on hand for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series tonight and tomorrow only, part of the Blackjack Bash. See the 67X of Jamie Barnes trying to roll out the Walker Imagery Special, coming to a stop. Now going to utilize the assistance of the push vehicle once again. Tonight, starting year number 3 for USCS. This series combines traditional 360 and 410 cars into one division. If you got a 410 under the hood, you must utilize a restrictor, which brings the horsepower down to be more in line with the 360s. Tonight, we're going to have hot laps followed by group qualifying. Tomorrow night, we're going to utilize hot laps as qualifying, so a little bit different tomorrow night. Cars will only qualify against those in their respective heat race groups. So if you remember the old All-Star Circuit of Champions format or the SCCT 360 format, that's how that was, where you're qualifying just against your heat race groups. $5,000 to win each night of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash for USCS. Fastest qualifiers will start inside row 3 of their respective heat races. We'll take the heat race winner and the fastest transfer car into the redraw, which will occur out in the pit area. Looks like 83T Tanner Carrick's part of our opening group, the TC Guide Service entry, runner-up last Saturday at Silver Dollar Speedway. Just talked about the Silver Cup. Tanner led a number of laps before coming home second. Tanner will be doing double duty here in Las Vegas. 29T also on track. That is Ryan Timmons. He was the runner-up in points last season on a Pleasant Hill. Evergood Fine Foods, Timmons Auto Truck Repair, Redline Oil among his sponsors. Brian Whitley trying to fire off the Portastar 22 also down there on the front straightaway. Looks like the 91H of Lonnie Hochstetler from Chandler, Arizona, also on track. Beautiful looking 91 entry, helped out by Mr. Honey Schaefer Oil and Kurt Green Enterprises. Should be the 3 of Grant Sexton also out there from Lakeside, California. He is helped out by Sexton Gatlin Racing, East County Electric Works, Antonelli's Deli. 21-year-old driver. Expecting to see him in a wing sprint car this season a little more. He made his wing sprint car debut last November at Merced as part of the 2-day Midget Madness events. .39D of Jeff Dyer also on track out of Yucca Valley, California. The Joe Boo Racing, Calsun Motorsports. Amsoil sponsored 3090, 42-year-old driver. So 3 total heat races will be held tonight. 9 cars in Heat 1, 9 cars in Heat 2, and 9 cars make up heat race number 3. Again, this is just hot laps. They'll come back and qualify following high limit racing, hot laps and qualifying. Tomorrow night, again, we're going to use hot laps as qualifying. SG Composites adding in a carbon fiber wheel cover to Friday night's A main event fastest lap. There's that 22 Portastar car now fired off on your screen of Brian Whitley. Trent Shoring, Portastar, XXX, and HP Enterprises sponsoring Whitley. 21 Pereira also out there on track, it looks like. 21P out of Avondale, Arizona, by way of Hawaii. So tonight, 5 Hawaii natives running the non-wing sprints, and then 1 with high limits. So 6 total drivers originally hailing out of Hawaii. There's a look at Tanner Carrick once again. Motor City Buick GMC adding in $1,000 to the highest finishing driver with American Racer tires on all 4 corners. Hoosier Tires also adding in a bonus. Brand new right rear tire to the highest finishing car with all 4 Hoosier tires. Hard Luck Award tomorrow, Sexton Fire Protection. Avante Windows and Doors, $1,000 to the highest finishing double duty driver as the first green flag of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Mash is coming out. Hot lap session number 1 for USCS. Yep, looks like the 91H is having issues over there in turn number 2, kind of nosed into the infield K-rail over there, the guardrail. So yellow flag is for the 91H of Lonnie Hochstetler. Track starting out fairly greasy as we saw the cars come out and do a little bit of wheel packing earlier on. So this track will come in throughout hot laps. The big half mile for these USCS non-wing sprint cars. Infield safety team quickly on the scene to look at the 91H over there. Porta Store, the sponsor on Brian Whitley's 22. Fastest lap so far turned in by Brian Whitley. That was a 22.827. Jacob Tuttle, 87P, also out there in that first group, as was Lonnie Hochstetler, Brent Sexton, and Jeff Dyer. Good drone shot again of that pit area for the folks watching on FloRacing and on the jumbo screen located there on the infield. Beautiful paved pit area. So nice to not walk around in the dirt and the mud, as we so often do at the fairgrounds racetracks. Hot lap session number 2 will be making its way trackside here momentarily for USCS. There's a look at the staging area, also located on the pavement. Looks like 47, Charles Davis Jr. going to be the first car to roll out for this set. Charles is going to be the final qualifier in heat race number 2 a little bit later on. Very consistent start to the year for Charge and Charles. 4 starts, 4 top 5s, including runner-ups at Parisano Speedway and Central Arizona Speedway for the Central Arizona Raceway sponsored entry, MPE, the Race Shack, and DMI. Also backing Charles Davis Jr. Lots of sponsors making things happen here this weekend with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. We'll get to them throughout tonight's program. 17X on track, Ryan Brunell, one of the favorites here tonight and tomorrow. Inland Rigging Sure Can, MPE NOS Energy Drink. Tom Dunkel backing the 17 entry of Ryan Brunell. 38 also here, battling Bob Newberry, a veteran of the Joe Hunt Magnetos wingless ranks. The 36 out of Oakley, Delta RC, Air One Racing, Accurate Auto, and TPU Trucking sponsoring Bob Newberry. Numerous time race winner in his career throughout Northern California. Should also be the 8K out there. Another one of our Hawaiian natives. That's Kula Kali'inoi in the 8K. Island Demo, Larry Peterson, DPR Racing sponsoring Kula. 41 Rip and Ricky Lewis also with us. Another one of the favorites here this week in Camarillo, California. Runner-up at Mojave Valley with CRA last month. Lewis sponsored by Physical Medicine Consultants, Morris Farms, R&R Fire Protection. Rip and Ricky. 18 car of David Gasper also on track out of Goleta, California. The Art Klee, Gasper Kittle Racing. 410 with a DRC. Valley Precision Products, Certified Construction also helping out David Gasper, coming up out of the Lightning Sprint ranks. Rayson Silva also out there from Henderson, Nevada, another Hawaiian native. Silva family and sponsors wanted. XXX with a 360 Chevy under the hood. And looks like they're going to wind him up for the second hot lap session with USCS. 39T Troy to Gate, and also there on your screen, Troy out of Wickenburg, Arizona, originally from Sacramento, California. Troy is helped out by Flow One Plumbing, the Mista Gayton and Performance Plus race engine. 18 car of David Gasper having some issues. He'll pull to the infield, and we'll stay green. Ryan Burnell in the 17X jumps atop the charts in hot laps, 21.311 with Charles Davis Jr. just behind him. White flag waves. 3F Blake Bauer also on track. Blake is third quick behind those top two. Bauer the champion a couple years ago. Well, that'll finish up hot lap session number 2. The 17X of Ryan Burnell fastest overall, down to a 20.973. Charles Davis Jr., the 47, second quick, 21.365, followed by Blake Bauer, Bob Newberry, and Brian Whitley in the top 5. One more group still to come. There's a look at that inland rigging 17X of Ryan Burnell. Swept the USCS portion of the NorCal Posse shootout last year in Placerville. He was also the runner-up in Knoxville with the USAC National Sprints May 31st of last season. I believe Ryan has a chance to go back and race once again at Knoxville. And last year, Jacob Tuttle was the USCS champion. The year before that was Blake Bauer. Final group of hot laps rolling out. Now, should be the 11 car there. We see 38 Tyler Cato on our list. I thought Tyler was supposed to race with the wing sprint car tonight, but should be Tyler Cato. Tyler last year running for the Stiles family a couple of times late in the season. 73 of Cole Wakeham also out on track for this hot lap session from Simi Valley, California. Sure Can Inland Rigging, MPE, and Woodland Auto Display among his sponsors. Just ahead of him, another one of the favorites from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the Macho Man, Brady Bacon, driving the BG Lubricants Pro Flyer engine, Martin Auto Museum, number 51 for the Johnson family, 4-time USAC National Sprint Car champion. Very consistent run with them at Ocala last month. Number 1 from Santa Rosa, California, that's Nate Shank, backed by Lawson Rock and Oil, Sonoma Springs Brewing, Sonoma Paint Center, Air Tire West, and Hunt Magnetos. Nate getting a lot of experience back in the Midwest as well. Should be the 50S out there of Rocky Silva, another one of our Hawaiian natives. Albert's Towing, from Hawaii, Quicksilver Racing for the 50S of Rocky Silva. '17F of Todd Pratt from Henderson, Nevada, 49-year-old racer, helped out by Solution Base Trucking, Sexton Fire, JST Shocks, and Rebel Oil Company. Not sure if Todd had a pill draw earlier. Don't see him on our list. '22R of Roland Cabello from Las Vegas, originally out of Hawaii. Sponsors wanted for the 49-year-old. Looks like a Hawaiian lei there kind of on the back of the cage. Letting her fly out here in the Las Vegas desert. Again, this is the final hot lap session for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Next up will be hot laps for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Looking there at Brady Bacon on your FloRacing TV screen. And we'll wind them up for one more hot lap session. Well, white flag waving on this group. 73 there, Cole Wakeham, now second overall on hot laps. He got down to a 21.022. Checker flag soon to follow. Well, checker flag waving on USCS non-wing hot laps. The 73 of Cole Wakeham, fastest overall, a 20.634. So it's Wakeham, Ryan Burnell, Charles Davis Jr., 38. Says missing date. I believe that's Tyler Cato. And then 3F of Blake Bauer. Rounding out the top 5 for USCS. Chase Rodman, we got some high limit hot laps coming up.
We certainly do, and they're brought to you by the folks at Dirt Draft. And this year there is a new Dirt Draft app. Yes, they already had one, but they've upgraded it. They've made it even better. Make sure to download it in the Apple or the Google Play Store. Each event, you will have a $100,000 salary cap to spend on 5 drivers. Each driver has a different salary value based on past results. Draft your team of 5 drivers, compete against hundreds of other teams. And there is an official series-long leaderboard with High Limit Racing. New features, new games, new speed shop, new subscribers, and reactivating subscribers get a $20 gift card to Tyler Courtney's online store, shopsunshine.shop. You can be the 2026 High Limit Racing Fantasy Champion. That is Dirt Draft. So if you'd like to partake, make sure to head over to the App Store and download the new Dirt Draft app. The first hot lap session of 2026 for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing rolls out of the Speedway now. And the first driver to hit the racetrack, it's his High Limit Racing debut tonight from Bozeman, Montana. And the Rocket R Restaurant, Sherbolt Suspension, ART Enterprises, Don Valenzuela's Auto Body, number 3C, it's Cole Schroeder. Cole Schroeder in the number 3C. And rolling behind him from Sacramento, California, in the JKF Enterprises, Loyalty Builders, Aloha Travel, Chuck's Corvette, number 9F, Dustin Freitas. Dustin Freitas in the 9F. From Aromas, California, driving the MitcheryConstruction.com, Yuba Sutter Aviation, North County Plastering, Triple X Chassis, number 2X, it's Justin Sanders. Justin Sanders in the 2X. And one of our full-time high rollers makes his way into turn number 3 now. From Myerstown, Pennsylvania, the Warrior Buildings, BigRebid.com, Baps Paint, Livewire Customs, Fenton Marks Racing Development. Number 19, it's Brent Marks. Brent Marks in the 19. From Higginsville, Missouri, the Casey's, FVP, Andy's Frozen Custard, Impact Signs, Dittsville Transfer, Wilkerson Crane Rental. Number 21, it's Blackjack, Brian Brown. Brian Brown in the 21. From Charlotte, North Carolina, driving the Monster Energy, Oakley, PristineAuction.com. Number 84, that is Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs in the 84. Another full-time high roller comes off at turn number 4 now from Waco, Texas. In the Bush's Chicken, Two Worlds Equestrian, Kaiser Wheels, Outlaw Wing, Smith Titanium. Number 9, it's the Quickest Chicken, Chase Randall. Chase Randall in the number 9. And from Lincoln, California, the California Waterfowl, TC Guide Service, CVC Concrete, K1 Race Gear, number 83T. The driver is Tanner Carrick. Tanner Carrick in the 83T. Those are the drivers in the first Dirt Draft Hot Lap session of the night with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. They will get about 2 or 3 laps at speed. This is considered their practice session before we go right into qualifying. So practice and hot laps are interchangeable in dirt track racing. As the 8 or so drivers now get up to speed. And for the first time in 2026, we are green. With Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, we'll see who will be able to put down the fastest time, where we're sitting at as far as the times go. Remember that track record back in 2004 by Danny Lasowski, 13.714. We'll see how it looks if we're anywhere near that, or if the track is still a bit greasy. I'd have to imagine it's probably came in by now after 3 sessions of USCS sprint cars. And we are fully up to speed looking at Brent Marks in the bright yellow number 19. And there is former multi-time Chili Bowl prelim night winner Tanner Carrick in the 83T. First couple of lap times are appearing on our screen now. Fastest so far appears to be Brent Marks. It's a 17.513 for Marks, so definitely track needs a little bit of help here. 17.213 now by Marks as he goes faster on his second time by the line. And so with the track being a lot wetter than we were anticipating there, we'll probably give them a few more laps here during hot laps to get things underway. Tanner Carrick now the driver at the top of the board, a 17.180 for the 83T. Marks gets bumped back to second. Now Sanders goes to the top of the board. Marks now to the top of the board. First couple of drivers in the 16-second range at a 16.732. Sanders a 16.9, Carrick a 17.1, along with Brian Brown and Chase Randall. As the checkered flag is displayed on our first Dirt Draft Hot Lap session of the evening. So Dirt Draft Hot Lap session number 1 has concluded. It is Brent Marks at the top of the speed charts at a 16.732 second lap time. Brian Brown right behind him at a 16.875. Then Chase Randall a 16.936 and Justin Sanders a 16.947. Tanner Carrick in 5th, a 17.104. Ty Gibbs a 17.181. Dustin Freitas in 7th at a 17.430. And Cole Schroeder 17.475. The 8 cars that were on track in our first session. Session number 2 now making its way onto the racetrack. They're led on the Speedway by the defending series champion out of St. Helena, California, and the Tony Stewart Curb Agajanian Racing, CarQuest, Sugar Bee Apple, ArcZone.com, Swan Island Sheet Metal. Number 24, it's Rico Abreu. Rico Abreu in the 24. And a Rookie of the Year contender with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing from Jacksonville, Oregon, in the Jugo Superfoods, Pella, Avanti Windows and Doors, Big Spring Car Wash, Juniata Concrete, number 13. It is Tanner Holmes. Tanner Holmes in the 13. From Sikeston, Missouri, driving the MPE, Inland Rigging, Shurkin, Beelman Motorsports, King Racing Products. Number 73, that is Hunter Schurenberg. 100% Hunter Schurenberg in the 73. From Indianapolis, Indiana, driving the NOS Energy Drink, Elliott's Custom Trailers, Spire Motorsports, Brand Professional Agriculture, Gainbridge. Number 7 BC, it's Sunshine, Tyler Courtney. Tyler Courtney in the 7 BC. From Clovis, California, driving the Trex Decking, Weyerhaeuser, Autry Plumbing, Four Seas Construction, Myers Constructors. Number 14, it's Payday, Corey Day. Corey Day in the 14. And from St. Mary's, New South Wales, Australia, the Maxim Trucking, TK Concrete, Logan Contractor Supply, Rexco Equipment, Zip Bonds. Number 55, the Madman, Kerry Madsen. Kerry Madsen in the 55. From Templeton, California, the ShopCaleb.com, David Cry Engineering, Woodland Auto Display, the Pit Room. Number 3, that is Caleb Montgomery. Caleb Montgomery in car number 3. And making his 410 Sprint Car High Limit and Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track debut tonight in the Prather Racing LB Market Dowkey Trucking Lucas Oil Products, number 22. From Coos Bay, Oregon, it is Austin Sauce. Austin Sauce in the 22. Green lights come on. We are underway. Dirt Draft Hot Lap Session number 2. Saw Corey Day there briefly, the winner of this race 1 year ago. This year, of course, the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash is a 3-day event. Last year it was supposed to be 2 days. It got rained out or winded out, whatever you want to call it, on night 1. Only had 1 race here at Las Vegas last year. It was won by Corey Day. There is Tanner Holmes as he goes to the top of the board. First driver in the 15-second bracket, 15.964. Tanner Holmes at the top of the speed charts. Kerry Madsen right behind him at a 16.148. Then it's Caleb Montgomery in third, a 16.150. Hunter Schurenberg in fourth and Corey Day in fifth. A few more laps for these drivers. Abreu's off the pace briefly, now back up to speed. As Hunter Schurenberg teaming up here with JFM. Sounds like we're going to be seeing Schurenberg quite a bit here over the next couple of weeks with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Corey Day making his way through turns 3 and 4. Nobody has bested the lap by Tanner Holmes at a 15.964 in this session. Now Day does, as I say that, to a 15.847 as the checkered flag came out. So Corey Day is the fastest driver so far in Dirt Draft Hot Laps tonight. The lap time, a 15.847 seconds. Tanner Holmes in second, 15.964. Kerry Madsen in third, a 16.148. Then Caleb Montgomery fourth, 16.150. And Hunter Schurenberg rounds out the top 5. His lap time, 16.323. Tyler Courtney, Rico Abreu, Brett Marks, Brian Brown, and Chase Randall, the top 10 fastest drivers so far. Hot lap session number 3 now being rolled onto the racetrack. The first driver you see is the defending Rookie of the Year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. From Locust Grove, Oklahoma, the Casey Kane Racer, Mike Curb, Napa, Brumo's Collection, Ballard Products, Carver Corporation. Number 9, it's Dason Pursley. Dason Pursley in the number 9. And from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, the Michael Dutcher Motorsports, Lifestyle Homes, Big Rig Repair of Indiana, Avanti Industries, Parallax Group. Number 17 GP, Rookie of the Year contender, it's Hank Davis. Hank Davis in the 17 GP. From East Grand Forks, Minnesota, the Proceed, JW Repair, Ekman Dental Arts, Phil Thompson and Associates, number G5. The driver is Gage Polkerbeck. Gage Polkerbeck in the G5. And from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada, driving the Saratoga Motorsports Park, Shark Racing Engines, Cal Creek, Malahat Auto Wrecking, number 21P. That is Robbie Price. Robbie Price in the number 21P. And from Fort Collins, Colorado, the BG Automotive, Simpson, BR Motorsports, Schaefer's Oil, number 16, that is Austin Gossel. Austin Gossel in the number 16G. And from Minden, Nevada, the JST Motorsports, Smith Titanium, Mississippi Valley Transportation, Factory Cane, Maxima Racing Oils. Number 88, it's Tanner Thorson. Tanner Thorson in the number 88. Those are the drivers in session number 3. We did not see Joel Myers Jr., who was scheduled to be in this session. And so we'll wait to see if Joel Myers comes out later on. No issue, of course, in hot laps, but if that situation does come up during qualifying, there could be some ramifications if he does not make his spot during the qualifying order. Looking at the lap times, it looks like Gage Polkerbeck in this group is so far the fastest at 8th quick, as he is surpassed by Austin Gossel to a 16.577. Tanner Thorson goes to 3rd quick. Dason Pursley goes to 2nd quick. 15.948 for Pursley, and a 16.130 for Tanner Thorson. Gage Polkerbeck and Hank Davis both jump into the top 5. Pursley now to the top, 15.760. Good lap there for the Casey Kane Racing driver, and Pursley is now going to be the fastest so far in hot laps. 15.760 for car number 9. Corey Day 2nd, Tanner Thorson in 3rd, a 15.872. Gage Polkerbeck 4th, a 15.874. And Tanner Holmes completing the top 5, followed by Hank Davis, Kerry Madsen, Caleb Montgomery, Hunter Schoenberg, and Robbie Price. Top 10 fastest with 2 more groups of hot laps left to run. Another full-timer makes his way on the backstretch now. He is from Monrovia, Indiana, behind the wheel of the Skagit Speedway, Race Redeem Foundation, Hager Realty, Stancraft Jet Center, Angel of the Winds Casino. Number 26, it's Justin Peck. Justin Peck in the number 26. From Apollo, Pennsylvania, the Mositis Motorsports, Ducati of Pittsburgh, Hollywood Blasting Coating, Mav Motorsports. Number 42, Cy Lynch. Cy Lynch in the 42. From Quilcene, Washington, and the DGRD, Smith Titanium LRI, Stanton Racing Engines, Rod and Supply. Number 6, that is J.J. Hickel. J.J. Hickel in the number 6. And from Elk Grove, California, the All-Ball Your Alternative, HendrickCars.com, JVI Group, Finley Farms, Fulkins Brothers Trucking, FloRacing. Number 57, Young Money, Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson in the 57. From Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the All-Ball Your Alternative, Joel Pigeon Trucking, Hample Oil, CP Excavating, Raw Machinery. Number 10, that's Ryan Timms. Ryan Timms in the number 10. Should have at least 2 more cars by my count to hit the track for our 4th practice session of the night. As you look at Ryan Timms making his way off of turn number 4. And there is Joel Myers Jr. was supposed to be in that last group. He'll come out in session number 5. Joel from Santa Rosa, California. Behind the wheel of the Graham Rahal Performance, Dirt Dudes Excavating, All About Fire Protection, Brian Alexander Suspension, number 19H. And from Fresno, California, the Chili's, Spire Motorsports, Carmen Trucking, Ziegler Auto Group, Gainbridge. Number 77 is Hot Sauce, Giovanni Selzy. Gio Selzy in the 77. So it looks like we did miss a driver that was supposed to be in this session as well. Tyler Cato, which has been an interesting story today as he was signed in. He was supposed to be in this group with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. We did see him appear on the track, however, with the USCS sprint cars. And so not exactly sure what's going on there, as those are 2 completely different engine packages. You got to have a 360 to run the USCS, a 410 with high limit. And so we might not see Tyler Cato make his high limit racing debut here tonight. Green light about to come on for our 4th of 5 Dirt Draft Hot Lap sessions. Here we go. Justin Peck goes straight to the top of the board. A 15.756. He's now surpassed by Gio Selzy and Joel Myers Jr. Ryan Timms into the top 3. Kyle Larson goes to the top of 15.316. So now into the low 15-second bracket. Justin Peck back to the top of the board, 15.277. It's now Peck, Larson, Selzy, Lynch, and Hickel the top 5. Track shaping up very nicely here early on in the going. 2 divisions. Long race night ahead. And it appears they've got it in really good shape as the checkered comes out. It appears Justin Peck will stay at the top of the speed charts. The number 26 car turning a lap time of 15.277 seconds. Kyle Larson second, 15.316. Giovanni Selzy third, a 15.333. JJ Hickel fourth, a 15.395. And Ryan Timms in fifth at 15.441. Cy Lynch, Joel Myers Jr., Dason Persley, Corey Day, and Tanner Thorson, the Fast 10. And we are receiving word that groups 1 and 2 will come back onto the racetrack here. So groups 1 and 2 will come back out as, well, some of them were 2 seconds off the pace of what we're seeing right now. So we want to have those guys have a fair shot at the track they will more likely see when it comes to qualifying. Earlier on, the track was still a little bit wet, a little bit greasy, and so we want to get groups 1 and 2 back out there so they have as fair of a shot as anybody else. Our next group and final group of drivers that have not hit the track so far, there is the Florida man, Danny Sams III, out of Northport, Florida, Global Link, Moxie Sports Advisors, GSR Racing, CSI Shocks, Impact Signs, Awnings, and Wraps, number 24D. And from Hanford, California, behind the wheel, the Netto Ag, Penny Newman Grain, Vanderpool Petroleum, Mechanics Choice. Number 88N, it's DJ Netto. DJ Netto in the 88N. From Tempe, Arizona, it's the SCR Machine, Johnson Built Concrete, number 34, of Sterling Kling. Sterling Kling in the 34. Making his way down the front straightaway now from Alice Springs, Northern Territory, Australia. The American Rock and Rent, Tarleton & Son Toyota Racing, Durst Incorporated, number 21. That is James McFadden. James McFadden in the 21. And from Clute, Texas, the Falcons Brother Trucking, Power Plus, Bryant Paver Motorsports, STC, Monty Farms, number 87, Aaron Reitzel. Aaron Reitzel in the 87. From Altoona, Iowa, the Country Builders Construction, Ochako West, Tucker Trucking, Moss Brothers Powder Coating. Number 88, the big unit, Austin McCarl. Austin McCarl in the number 88. And final driver in this session comes to us out of Lubbock, Texas. Behind the wheel, the Horizon Whiskey, Nice Crete and Landis, PhilPools.com, High Performance Lubricants, RB Ranch. Number 5, it's Brenham Crouch. Brenham Crouch in the number 5. Those are the drivers in our 5th hot lap session of the night. After this hot lap session, as I mentioned earlier, we will see groups 1 and 2 back on the speedway. When those drivers were on the track, it was 2 seconds slower. And it just shows you how much the track can change here in a 10-minute span. Green lights come on, we're underway as you get a good look at the new paint job on the 87 of Aaron Reitzel. A lot of people have him picked out as maybe the guy that beat Rico Abreu in the championship for 2026 with Interstate Batteries Highland Racing. Aaron Reitzel quickly up in the 2nd spot on the timing sheets. Danny Sams goes to 5th quick. Brenham Crouch goes straight to the top of the board. A 15.176 for the CJB Motorsports car. And now Reitzel, the first and only driver in 14-second range, 14.964. He's now followed closely by Crouch, McCarl, and Sams. DJ Netto up into 5th. With McFadden in the 6th position, the rest of the drivers outside the top 10 in this group. And so with that, our new driver at the top of the boards is the number 87 of Aaron Reitzel. A lap time of 14.964 seconds. Danny Sams in 2nd at 15.051. Brenham Crouch a 15.061. Then Austin McCarl 15.111. And DJ Netto in 5th at a 15.243 second lap time. Those are your Fast Five. Then McFadden, Peck, Larson, Selzy, and J.J. Hickle currently inside of the top 10. As we mentioned, here comes the drivers that were in the first session of hot laps earlier on. They are coming back out due to the track changing a significant amount when they were out there earlier on. You see Brent Marks on your screen. Just to give you an example, Brent Marks ran a 16.7 in his earlier session. The track now underneath of the 15 seconds, so it's almost a 2-second difference there. And so want to give Brent Marks and the rest of these drivers out there a better opportunity to get a better look at the track before they go out there for their qualifying run. Marks is out there along with the 2X of Justin Sanders, the 84 Ty Gibbs, 21 Brian Brown will be back on the racetrack as well. Cole Schroeder in the 3C, Dustin Freitas in 9F, Tanner Carrick in the 83T, and Chase Randall in 9R should all be taking advantage of this second practice session, which is a rarity in dirt track racing, except for when we see a track have a lot of moisture in it early in the night. As there is Tanner Carrick making his way towards turn number 3. Tony Laporte, I know you're hanging out down in the infield, but I'll tell you, it takes some getting used to all these new paint schemes and all this new stuff going on, man. I'm trying my best to not mess any names up here.
Yeah, no kidding, Chase. There's a lot of variables. Even if you look at that car right there, the Bush's Chicken, number 9 of Chase Randall. Fundamentally the same car, but everybody updates their scheme most seasons. So, yeah, it's a little tough to stay on top of everybody. How about this car coming down the front straightaway? Brent Marks doing what he said he would never do and race a predominantly yellow machine. I love it. It looked really good last year. He stood in Whiskey Myers victory lane aboard a yellow number 19. So, yeah, it's one of the best parts of the new season, seeing what everybody and their graphic designer comes up with over the winter. I love the look of Brent Marks' yellow machine.
Yeah, you certainly cannot miss it out there on the Speedway as we are well underway with the second set for hot lap session number 1. Brian Brown goes to 4th, Quick and Tanner Carrick up into the 6th position. Chase Randall up to 6th now, and Brent Marks goes to the top of the board. And no surprise that Brent Marks will be fast here at Las Vegas. Texas Motor Speedway, a very similar layout here to the Vegas dirt track, and he has been lights out at that track in the past. So I'd have to imagine he's probably using a lot of the setup notes from Texas over here to Las Vegas, and he now sits at the top of the speed charts at a 14.699, has almost 2.5 tenths on the next guy, which is Chase Randall, a 14.939. Brian Brown third, 14.956, and then it was Reitzel 4th from the last group, and Justin Sanders is 5th at a 15.018. We will see session number 2 make its way back out here, and then we can get into Capital Custom Trailer qualifying. We'll explain more about how the qualifying procedure will work right after this next hot lap session. We appreciate each and every one of you for being here tonight in the grandstands. Many of you may be taking in your first ever look at a sprint car race. Hopefully you will enjoy yourself tonight with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Caleb Montgomery, car number 3, he's back out there on the track, along with the 73 of 100%, one of my favorite nicknames in all of racing, Hunter Schurenberg in the JFM number 73. You also got Corey Day back out there in the Weyerhaeuser number 14. Of course, he's going to be busy this weekend. He'll be doing double duty on Saturday in both the O'Reilly NASCAR machine and his sprint car as well. Tyler Courtney, 7BC, we're so happy to see him back on the racetrack after a very scary accident last year. Sidelined him from about July all the way until he was able to race again in February with ASCS down in Volusia. Tanner Holmes back out there, Rookie of the Year contender in 13. And Dustin Freitas in the 9. Another car you cannot miss out there is that Dustin Freitas machine, is a new paint job for him. Should see him again later on this year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. We go to the Placerville Speedway in Northern California. And Rico Abreu, the defending series champion, makes an appearance once again on the track in the CarQuest number 24. And the Madman, Kerry Madsen, final car. Actually, not the final car. We got Hank Davis also coming out here as well. But there is Kerry, a great addition, just such a well-known veteran of the sport. Going to be awesome to have the Madman here on tour with us all season long in that Vermeer Motorsports number 55. That car, of course, was with High Limit in 2024 with driver Chris Windham. Then they switched things up, went over to the Outlaws, and now they have made their way back over here to High Limit. Saw Hank Davis back on the track along with Dason Pursley. We've got the 22 back out there, Austin Sauce, 21P Robbie Price. So it looks like we will have groups 2 and 3 back out here on the track. Going to give a little bit of time for those guys in Group 1 to get back to the pit area, put some fuel in the car, and make a couple of adjustments before we send them out there for qualifying. Tony.
Chase, what a beautiful shot right there of the mountains as the sun sets here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Much more comfortable weekend than 1 year ago here. We just saw a shot of Robbie Price, the driver out of British Columbia, Canada. Keep an eye on teams like Robbie Price as well as Austin McCarl, that Country Builders red number 88. Guys like Robbie Price and Austin McCarl have both told me they've made the long hauls down here to Las Vegas. The series is going to Central Arizona next weekend. Their attendance with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, the rest of this southwestern-ish swing will depend on their on-track performance. So obviously every night they go out and they want to run well, they want to finish as high as they can up the running order, but depending on just how well they do will dictate if they stay out on the road with us and continue to race all the way through Amarillo and Dodge City, Kansas at the end of the month of March. So just one more fun thing to keep an eye on. Some of those teams that we don't see very often who've made the long haul out here, they're going to let their on-track performance decide how long they stay out on the road before they return home.
Yeah, I don't think they're the only ones either, Tony. I've talked to a couple of drivers and teams this year that kind of is the same situation with them. Brian Brown could be added to that list as well. So we'll be keeping an eye on Robbie Price along with Austin McCarl, Central Arizona, coming up next weekend. Then we go to Vado Speedway Park. That, of course, will be on Fox Sports 1 over in New Mexico. And then Route 66 Motor Speedway in Texas and Dodge City, Kansas to finish off this early swing. That should do it for hot laps here tonight, folks. And Corey Day will end up being the fastest overall at a 14.624 second lap time for the Jason Myers Racing number 14. Brett Marks second, Chase Randall third, Brian Brown fourth, and Aaron Reitzel in fifth, followed by Dason Pursley, Justin Sanders, Tanner Holmes, Rico Abreu, and Danny Sams, top 10 fastest drivers in our practice sessions here tonight at Las Vegas. New sponsor this year, you saw it bottom left of your screen for a moment, TI-22. They are the Speed Shot sponsor in 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Next up is qualifying, presented by Capital Renegade Custom Trailers and Coaches. They are the premier dealer for Renegade, Show Hauler, Newmar, and Intech trailers. See for yourself why more racers go to Capital for all their transport needs. If you're in the market for a toter, a motor coach, or a trailer, trust the people that are there in the pits with you and that support the sport. Check out their complete lineup at capitalrenegade.com. Also need to say hello to all of our FloRacing 24/7 viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Even more racing action. Stream FloRacing anytime in the Flow Sports app. That's going out to all of our 24/7 viewers and the folks on Prime Video watching. This is a race that is on Amazon Prime Video here tonight, and so I want to welcome all those viewers in as well. Thank you so much. We'll have a couple of races throughout the year sprinkled in there for our Prime Video viewers, and so that is another cool thing that we are doing in 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. With 37 cars signed to the pit area, fans, we will have 2 flights of qualifying. We'll take that 37 cars, we'll split it right down the middle, and the first of those 37, the first half, will qualify against each other. They will heat race against each other. The second half will run heat races 3 and 4, and they will qualify against each other as well. And we do this because we've already seen it tonight. The track changes so much in dirt track racing that you cannot qualify 37 cars all in the same flight, or else the guy that goes out first compared to the guy that goes out last is going to be at a huge disadvantage. And so to try and even things up, we split it into 2. So the first flight of qualifying, those drivers will be in heat races 1 and 2. The second flight will be in heat races 3 and 4. So keep that in mind as we go along, or maybe a brief pause between the first and second flight to clear the timing sheets, and then we get right back into it with the second group of cars. Qualifying will be 2 cars on the track at the same time, and they will go just 2 laps around the clock. Their best lap time is what will set them into their heat races later on. So just 2 laps and then right off the track, and we'll get the next 2 rolling as quickly as we possibly can. You can see there are scales down there in the infield, and as soon as the drivers pull off the racetrack, they will go across those Longacre official scales and make sure they meet the minimum weight requirement. Of course, that is a very important rule in sprint car racing. 1,425 pounds with the driver in the car, and they'll pull into the infield. They'll all stop down there, and then the next guy will keep going. It's a pretty seamless process here that we've got with high limit, especially at a track like the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. Big infield for everybody to park in, and that makes things a lot easier.
Well, and Chase, down here in the infield, you just talked about lots of space for drivers to come to a stop, and they'll all be held down here until the track is cleared and they get sent back up that exit ramp that turn 1 has kind of been turned into. Really cool thing for fans here in the grandstands to keep an eye on is the drivers will all park their cars down here in the infield just behind me over by that big water truck in turn 1, and then you'll see them one by one get up out of their cars and climb up on top of the roll cage to watch what other cars are doing to continue to see how the track changes. It's a fun experiment for them to learn more as the track changes.
Yeah, absolutely, Tony, as we now roll right into our first 2 cars qualifying now. From Higginsville, Missouri, here's the Casey's FVP, Andy's Frozen Custard, Impact Signs, Ditsville Transfer, Wilkerson Crane, row number 21, it's Blackjack Brian Brown. And from Myerstown, Pennsylvania, the Warrior Buildings, McGrew-Bid.com, Baps Paint, Livewire Customs, Fenton Marsh Racing Development, number 19, Brent Marks. Lap number 1 for Blackjack is going to be a 14.677, 14.677. Brent Marks to complete his opening lap. It will be to the top, 14.528, 14.528. Brian Brown, can he improve on lap number 2? The answer is yes, but not enough. A 14.675, 14.675. Brent Marks, lap number 2 will be slower, 14.556. His first lap, he'll stand on that one, 14.528. He is the best of 2 cars so far in Capital Custom Trailer qualifying. There you see Marks duck into the infield, head across the scales, and he'll hang out and watch the rest of the qualifying rundown as we continue on. Here comes our next qualifier. He's from Charlotte, North Carolina, driving the Monster Energy Oakley, pristineauction.com, number 84. This is Ty Gibbs. Ty Gibbs in the 84. And making his high-limit debut tonight from Bozeman, Montana, in the Rockin' R Restaurant, Sherbuilt Suspension, ART Enterprises, Don Valenzuela's Auto Body, number 3C, Cole Schroeder. Cole Schroeder in the 3C, Ty Gibbs in the 84. Lap 1 for Ty Gibbs is going to be second quick. It's a 14.586, 14.586. Cole Schroeder, his opening lap is going to be fourth quick, a 15.360, 15.360. Ty Gibbs, can he jump to the top spot? The answer is no, but he does go better. 14.568, 14.568 on lap number 2. And for Cole Schroeder, he's faster as well. 15.199, 15.199. Ty Gibbs second and Cole Schroeder fourth of the 4 cars that have qualified so far here tonight on night 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. Your next 2 qualifiers make their way trackside. The first one from Sacramento, California, in the JKF Enterprises, Loyalty Builders, Aloha Travel, Chuck Corvette, number 9F. Here is Dustin Freitas. And another number 9 car makes his way onto the racetrack from Waco, Texas, in the Bush's Chicken, Two Worlds Equestrian, Kaiser Wheels, Outlaw Wings, Smith Titanium, number 9R. Here is the quickest chicken, Chase Randall. Chase Randall, 9R, Dustin Freitas, 9F. Lap 1 for Freitas. It's going to be 5th quick. It's a 15.332. That car did not sound too good coming down the front straightaway. Lap 1 for Randall. He is 3rd quick, a 14.656, 14.656. Dustin Freitas is trying to limp this thing home. Lap 2, it will be better, a 15.276, 15.276. Chase Randall, lap number 2, is going to slow down. It's a 14.706. The first lap, he'll take that one at 14.656. He is 3rd quick. Meanwhile, Dustin Freitas, 6th quick of 6 cars so far. Two more drivers rolling trackside, both from the state of California. From Lincoln, rolling into turns 3 and 4 right now in the California Waterfowl, TC Guide Service, CVC Concrete, K1 Race Gear, number 83T, that is Tanner Carrick. And from Moromas, California, in the MidTreeConstruction.com, Yuba Sutter Aviation, North County Plastering, XXX Chassis, number 2X, Justin Sanders. Justin Sanders and Tanner Carrick on the clock. Lap 1 for Carrick, he'll go into the top 5. It's a 14.716, 14.716. Justin Sanders, his opening lap time will be third quick, 14.648, 14.648. Tanner Carrick, lap number 2, going to slow down to a 14.834. First lap faster, 14.716. And for Justin Sanders, his second lap is going to be to the top, 14.527, 14.527. Justin Sanders, now your new fast qualifier. From St. Mary's, New South Wales, Australia, the Maxim Trucking, TK Concrete, Logan Contractor Supply, Rexco Equipment, Zip Bonds. Number 55, this is the Madman, Kerry Madsen. And fastest driver overall in hot laps earlier on. He is from Clovis, California, the Trex Decking, Warehouser, Autry Plumbing's, Four Seas Construction, Myers Constructors. Number 14, it's Corey Day. Corey Day, 14, Kerry Madsen, 55. Madsen goes to the top, 14.402, 14.402 on lap 1 for Kerry Madsen. Lap 1 for Corey Day. He goes to the top of 14.309, 14.309. Madsen lap 2. He goes better, but not good enough. 14.350, 14.350. Second quick for Kerry Madsen. And Corey Day, lap number 2, is going to slow down. His first lap, though, is at the top of the speed charts. 14.309. Corey Day, now your new fast qualifier. From St. Helena, California, the Tony Stewart, Curve, Agajanian Racing, CarQuest, Sugar Beet Apple, Arxo.com, Swan Island Sheet Metal, number 24. Here is Rico Abreu. And from Indianapolis, Indiana, NOS Energy Drink, Elliot's Custom Trailer, Spire Motorsports, Brand Professional Agriculture, Gainbridge, number 7 BC. Here's Sunshine, Tyler Courtney. Lap 1 for Rico, third quick, 14.458, 14.458 for the Tony Stewart Racing, number 24. Lap 1 for Tyler Courtney. He will go 8th quick. It's a 14.664, 14.664. Rico, lap 2 will slow down to a 14.621. He is still in the 3rd position, so long as Tyler Courtney does not go better on lap number 2, which we'll find out right now. The answer is yes, he does go better, but stays 8th quick. 14.662, 14.662. 3rd quick for Abreu, and 8th quick for Courtney. Few more cars left to run here in our first flight of Capital Custom Trailer qualifying. Next up, one of the Rookie of the Year contenders is on the racetrack from Jacksonville, Oregon. The Jugo Superfoods, Pella, Avanti Windows and Doors, Big Spring Car Wash, Juniata Concrete, number 13. Here is Tanner Holmes. And from Templeton, California, the ShopCaleb.com, David Cry Engineering, Woodland Auto Display, the Pit Room. Number 3, this is Caleb Montgomery. Caleb Montgomery and Tanner Holmes on the racetrack. Tanner Holmes, 4th quick on lap number 1, 14.489, 14.489. Caleb Montgomery, lap number 1 for him is 8th quick. It's a 14.637, 14.637. Tanner Holmes, lap number 2 is going to be better, 14.481, but stays 4th quick, 14.481. Caleb Montgomery, lap number 2, he will slow down to a 14.747. He will stand on that first lap at 14.637. 8th for Montgomery and 4th for Tanner Holmes. Few more cars left to run in our first flight of Capital Custom Trailer qualifying. Looks to be about 4 more to be exact. Next up from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada, it's the Saratoga Motorsports Park. Shark Racing Engines, Cal Creek, Malahat Auto Wrecking, number 21P of Robbie Price. And joining him from Locust Grove, Oklahoma, the Casey Kane Racer, Mike Curb, Napa, Brumo's Collection, Ballard Products, Carver Corporation, number 9. Here is Dason Pursley. Lap 1 for Robbie Price is 13th quick. It's a 14.866, 14.866. Dason Pursley, his opening lap time is going to be 8th quick, a 14.585, 14.585. Robbie Price, lap number 2, he will slow down to a 14.920, And the first lap was better, 14.866. Dason Pursley, lap number 2, he will slow down just barely on lap 2. 14.594. First lap was faster, a 14.585. So Dason Pursley, 8th quick, and Robbie Price, 14th of the 16 qualifiers so far. These should be your final 2 qualifiers in Flight A of Capital Custom Trailer Qualifying. First up out of the 2 from Sikeston, Missouri in the MPE Inland Rigging Shirt Can, Bielman Motorsports, King Racing Products. Number 73, here is 100% Hunter Schurenberg. And another Rookie of the Year contender rolls onto the track now from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, the Michael Dutcher Motorsports, Lifestyle Homes, Big Rig Repair of Indiana, Avanti Industries, Parallax Group, number 17 GP, it's Hank Davis. Lap 1 for Schurenberg, 11th overall, a 14.657, 14657. Hank Davis' open lap is going to be 14th quick, a 14.700, 14.700. Schurenberg, lap number 2, up to 9th quick, a 14.632, 14.632. And Hank Davis the second time by. He will go up to 11th quick, a 14.649, 14.649. That was 11th for Hank Davis and 9th for Hunter Schurenberg. So Corey Day, the fastest overall in Flight A of qualifying, followed by Kerry Madsen, Rico Abreu, Tanner Holmes, and Justin Sanders. Day's lap time, a 14.309. As we now, it looks like we did have a car that did not qualify in the correct position, and that is Austin Sauce. Sauce on the racetrack, he's from Coos Bay, Oregon. The Prather Racing, LB Market, Dalkey Trucking, Lucas Oil Products, number 22. It is his 410 High Limit and Las Vegas Motor Speedway debut here tonight. Lap 1 for Austin Sauce is 19th quick. It's a 16.114, 16.114. And Sauce, he missed his spot in the timing order by quite a bit, so he will be penalized for that. Although he is at the bottom of the speed charts right now, so it may not affect him. He's better on lap 2, a 15.748, 15.748. Austin Sauce 19th, and that will officially do it for Flight A of Capital Custom Trailer Qualifying. Corey Day, Kerry Madsen, Rico Abreu, Tanner Holmes, and Justin Sanders, the top 5 fastest drivers. Then it was Brent Marks, Ty Gibbs, Dason Pursley, Hunter Schurenberg, and Caleb Montgomery. Top 10 fastest as we are waiting to see Austin Sauce make his way to the scales. And I believe we will be pushing cars off here. We're not going to have the guys in the infield go out of the track. We're going to do that all at the same time. So Flight A coming up here, or Flight B, excuse me, coming up here in just a moment. Here comes your first driver for Flight B of qualifying. He calls East Grand Forks, Minnesota home, and the Proceed, JW Repair, Ekman Dental Arts, Phil Thompson and Associates, number G5. This is Gage Polkerbeck. And for Fort Collins, Colorado, the BG Automotive, Simpson, BR Motorsports, Schaefer's Oil, number 16G, Austin Gossel. Austin Gossel, 16G, Gage Polkerbeck in the G5. Polkerbeck's first lap is a 14.976, 14.976. Austin Gossel in his Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track debut. Lap 1 is to the top, 14.901, 14.901. Polkerbeck is better on lap 2 and back to the top of the board, a 14.833, 14.833. Austin Gossel, lap 2, he goes back to the top, a 14.788, 14.788. Austin Gossel and Gage Polkerbeck, the 2 fastest drivers so far in Flight B of qualifying. Your next qualifier is from Minden, Nevada. It's the JST Motorsports, Smith Titanium, $1 Transportation, Factory Cane, Maxima Racing Oils, number 88. It's Tanner Thorson, and he is joined on the racetrack by Joel Myers Jr. from Santa Rosa, California, the Graham Rahal Performance, Dirt Dudes Excavating, All About Fire Protection, Brad Alexander Suspension, number 19H. Lap 1 for Thorson to the top, 14.710, 14.710. Joel Myers Jr.'s first lap is 4th quick. It's a 14.887, 14.887. Tanner Thorson, a little bit of a different line in turns 3 and 4, and it's going to work for him, a 14.551. Better on lap 2 for Thorson. And lap 2 for Joel Myers, he will slow down to a 14.939. He will take that first one at 14.887 second lap. So 4 cars into Flight B. It's Tanner Thorson currently showing the way in qualifying. As next up, it looks like it will be Cy Lynch making his way on the racetrack. Cy from Apollo, Pennsylvania, behind the wheel of the Mercedes Motorsports Ducati of Pittsburgh, Hollywood Blasting Coating Mav Motorsports number 42. And also on the track with them from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the All By Your Alternative, Joel Pigeon Trucking, Holt Hample Oil, CP Excavating, Raw Machinery number 10 of Ryan Timms. Ryan Timms in the 10, Cy Lynch in the 42. Lynch on lap 1, second quick. It's a 14.584. 14.584. Ryan Timms, lap number 1. He goes third quick. It's a 14.595. 14.595. Cy Lynch on lap number 2. He will improve. It is 0.003 off the top spot. 14.554. And Ryan Timms is better as well. It's a 14.586. 14.586. Third quick for Ryan Timms and second for Cy Lynch. So after 6 cars, it's Thorson, Lynch, Timms, Gossel, and Polkerbeck top 5. Next up here is a driver that was very fast earlier on during the hot lap session. He is from Monrovia, Indiana, the Skagit Speedway, Race Redeem Foundation, Hager Realty, Stancraft Jet Center, Angel of the Winds Casino. Number 26, that is Justin Peck. And from Quilcene, Washington, the DGRD, Smith Titanium LRI, Stanton Racing Engines, Rod and Supply number 6 of JJ Hickle. Lap 1 for Peck goes fourth quick. It's a 14.628, 14.628. JJ Hickle, his second, or make that his first lap, is going to be 8th quick, a 14.134. 14, make that 15.134. Peck on lap 2, he will slow down, a 14.702. He will stand on the first lap at 14.628. Hickle, lap number 2, he improves but stays 8th quick, a 14.939, 14.939 for JJ Hickle. He was 8th. Meanwhile, Justin Peck ended up in the 4th position so far. Next 2 qualifiers, slowly but surely making their way towards the track. And there is Giovanni Scelzi, hot sauce, out of Fresno, California, in the Chili's, Spire Motorsports, Carmen Trucking, Ziegler Auto Group, Gainbridge, number 77. And he is joined on the racetrack by the driver from Elk Grove, California, the All By Your Alternative, HinderCars.com, JVI Group, Finley Farms, Fulkins Brothers Trucking, FloRacing, number 57 of Young Money, Kyle Larson. Kyle Larson in the 57. Gio Scelzi in the 77. Lap 1 for Scelzi is 5th quick. It's a 14.707, 14.707. Kyle Larson's opening lap time is going to be to the top, 14.405, 14.405. Gio Scelzi, lap number 2, he's better up into the top 5 at 14.605, 14.605. Kyle Larson, lap number 2, he will slow down, but still at the top of the board at 14.440. Make that 14.444. First lap better, 14.405. Larson now fastest in Flight B of qualifying with a handful of cars left to run. Get an air show going on here over the top of qualifying from Nellis Air Force Base as we continue on. Next onto the racetrack from Alice Springs, Northern Territory, Australia, the American Rock and Red, Tarleton and Son, Toyota Racing, Durst Incorporated, number 21. It's James McFadden. And from Hanford, California, the Netto Ag, Penny Newman Grain, Vanderpool Petroleum, Mechanics Choice at number 88N of DJ Netto. Lap 1 for McFadden, he is 4th quick. It's a 14.564, 14.564. DJ Netto coming down the front straightaway. His first lap is going to be 12th quick, a 14.973, 14.973. McFadden, lap number 2, he'll slow down to a 14.653. First one better, 14.564. And here comes the 2-time NARC King of the West champion, DJ Netto. Lap 2 goes up to 11th quick, 14.933, 14.933. 11th for Netto and 4th for McFadden, with what looks to be about 5 or so cars left to go. Getting up to speed now from Altoona, Iowa. The Country Builders Construction, Ochiko West, Tucker Trucking, Moss Brothers Powder Coating number 88. Here is the big unit, Austin McCarl. And joining him from Tempe, Arizona, the SCR Machine, Johnson Built Concrete, number 34 of Sterling Kling. Sterling Kling in the 34, Austin McCarl in the 88. McCarl's opening lap is going to be 8th quick. It's a 14.661, 14.661, and Kling is off the pace in turn 4, and he will pull to the infield, and so he will not get a time in as McCarl will come across the line to finish up his lap, and it's going to be slower, 14.668. First lap better by 7 one-thousandths of a second at 14.661. So a problem for Sterling Kling. He will not get an official lap time recorded. Currently sitting 14th of 14 drivers. Just a few more left to run, and the guy that was the best qualifier on tour all of last year now hits the racetrack. Out of Clute, Texas, the Fulkins Brothers Trucking, Power Plus, Bryant Paver Motorsports, STC, Monty Farms. Number 87, here is Aaron Reitzel. And from Lubbock, Texas, Horizon Whiskey, Nice Crete and Landis, PhilPools.com, High Performance Lubricants, RB Ranch. Number 5, Brenham Crouch. Brenham Crouch in the 5, Aaron Reitzel in the 87. Lap 1 for Reitzel is 7th quick, the 14.615, 14.615. Brenham Crouch had a good lap earlier on during hot laps. Lap 1 for him is going to be 15th quick, a 14.986, 14.986. Reitzel's second lap is going to slow down to a 14.693. He will take the first one at 14.615. And for Brenham Crouch, lap 2 for him, he will slow down as well to a 15.086. First one better, 14.986. I believe we have one more car left to qualify here. And it is the Florida man, Danny Sams III. Final driver to qualify here tonight at Las Vegas. Danny Sams, obviously out of Northport, Florida. It's the Global Ling, Moxie Sports Advisors, GSR Racing, CSI Shocks, Impact Signs, Awnings, and Wraps, number 24D. Danny Sams making his way down the back straightaway. He was 15th here last year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Lap 1 for the Florida man is going to be 12th quick. It's a 14.835, 14.835. Sams did get a win last year along with 4 top 10 finishes to finish 13th in the 2025 point standings. Danny Sams' lap number 2 is better into the top 10. It's 10th quick, a 14.783, 14.783. And that will wrap things up for qualifying here tonight. Flight B, fastest qualifier, Kyle Larson at 14.405. But the overall fast qualifier here tonight in both groups, it's Corey Day, 14. Make that a 14, yes, 308. 14308. So Payday is at the top of the charts. First race of the 2026 season. Corey Day had a very good season over in Australia, of course. A couple of wins down there at the Perth Motorplex. And now his first USA start is off to a pretty good start, I would say. Quick time overall in 37 cars here for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. And there it is, right there. The entertainment capital of the world. We're a little far away from the entertainment capital of the world, but we're pretty close to entertaining everybody here. I mean, come on, this has been pretty good so far, and we are hoping that we see some more entertaining things later on in the show with the heat races, of course, the Dash, the B main, and what everybody came to see, of course, the A mains, which will be the nightcap here at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speed. We'll have more for you right after this break here on Flow.
This road trip.
Did someone say road trip?
I'm Mr. Dependable, and like Interstate Batteries, I'm outrageously dependable.
Where valve train technology and racing passion meet.
Capital Custom Trailers and Coaches. We are the #1 Renegade Toterhome dealer and the #1 Intech and Bravo Sprint Car Trailer dealer. No one sells more Toterhomes and Sprint Car Trailers than we do. Check out our complete lineup at capitalrenegade.com. If you're in the market for a Toterhome or a trailer, Trust the people that are in the pits with you and that support the sport.
Go harder, faster, stronger with Rod End Supply. Whether you are running industrial, farming equipment, or a race car, Rod End Supply has the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, and specialty products that will help you lead the field in performance. Our superior design means our rod ends last longer and perform better, giving you the edge on the track and saving you money. Contact Rod End Supply or order online today at rodendsupply.com. We don't just sell them, we race them. rodendsupply.com. Serving the racing community for over 30 years.
Please hold. This will only take 24.67 seconds. In this arena, there's no margin for error. Every component has one job. Perform when it counts. Precision, strength, consistency, maximum performance development.
Allgaier Performance is your one-stop shop for all your parts, tires, shocks, and fabrication needs. From drag strips to your local dirt track and asphalt tracks, Allgaier Performance can get what you need on track and into victory lane. Allgaier Performance is now the Midwest dealer for Longhorn chassis, complete with cars and genuine Longhorn parts and components. Stop by our locations in Springfield, Illinois, or Brownsburg, Indiana, or visit online at allgaierperformance.com.
We've got qualifying completed for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing with Corey Day topping the speed charts over a field of 36 cars. We are not quite done yet with qualifying, however, as the USCS non-wing 360s have to come out for a group qualifying session. Gary Thomas will be talking you through it. GT, it's been good so far for the USCS cars, and looking forward to seeing who'll come out on top here in qualifying.
Yeah, it's been a great track so far. We talked about all the work that the track prep crew put into it with Doug and Scott and Brad Sweet and everyone. So their hard work has paid off so far. The sun is down, so we should be in for a tip-top surface here tonight. Did have a little bit of a change from earlier. We were originally scheduled for 3 heat races. However, there were 2 cars that did not pull pills out there in the pit area, so it put us right at the 4 heat race format. So we'll now run 4 individual heat races, and I believe on our schedule, once we get to heat races, we're going to run 2 of our USCS heats, and they're going to do the dash draw down in front of the grandstands, followed by the 3rd and 4th non-wing heat races. So we'll keep everyone abreast of that. Again, as we said earlier, this format is a version of what they used to run with the All-Star Circuit of Champions, and also for the California fans that remember the old SCCT format where everyone qualifies amongst their heat race groups. So all these drivers will only be qualifying against those that are in their respective heat race. $5,000 to win tonight and $5,000 to win tomorrow here with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Should be awaiting our first, at least 3 or 4 cars we believe will be on the track at a time for this group qualifying. Tomorrow night we're going to hot lap and qualify together, so a little bit different procedure once we get to tomorrow. As we mentioned earlier, USCS combines both 410s and 360s into one division. If you have a 410 under the hood, you must utilize a restrictor to bring the horsepower down and be more in line with the 360s. Tonight and tomorrow, non-point events for USCS. The first point show will take place on March 28th at Thunderbolt Raceway in Tulare. April 10th, Watsonville Speedway. April 11th, Merced Speedway as our first cars get set to hit the Speedway. 22 over there, that's Brian Whitsley from Ventura, California, the trench shoring Porta Store, HP Enterprises XXX number 22. See 3 cars at least. We'll see if there is one more additional entry that comes out. Again, this is beginning qualifying for heat race number 1. The fastest qualifier in each of these heats will start in 5th position for their respective heat. 87P also out there from Oakley. That is Jacob Tuttle for Contra Costa Radiator Line X, American Racer Tire, Grandma and Grandpa. He is the reigning USCS champion. 1 win last year, 8 top 5 efforts to wrap up the title. Should be the 44, Brent Sexton, also out there from Lakeside, California, helped out by East County Electric Works, HRP, Antonelli's Deli, Keys Brothers, and Jeff Dale. So both Brent Sexton and Grant Sexton in competition here with us this evening. So we'll have 7 cars that make up heat race number 1, 7 for heat 2, 7 for Heat 3, and you guessed it, 7 for Heat Race number 4. 91H has made his way back out on the track as well. Of Lonnie Hochstetler from Chandler, Arizona, Mr. Honey, Schaefer Racing Oil, and Kurt Green. I believe the 8K was also out there of Kula Kaliinoi, originally out of Hawaii, now 47 years of age. And there's Ryan Timmons, Pleasant Hill driver, runner-up in the points last year as well on track. Ever Good Fine Foods, Timmons Auto Truck and RV, Redline Oil, and Improbe Drilling sponsoring Ryan Timmons. So we have plenty of cars out there for this first group qualifying session. Looks like that should be just about everybody for Heat Race number 1. '83C of Tanner Carrick is also in Heat Race number 1. Believe that might be him popping onto the track over there in turn 2, the darkly colored car. There's that Line X 87P of Jacob Tuttle, last season's Ultimate Sprint Car Series champ. Picked up a full-time ride in the Joe Hunt Magneto's Wingless Tour throughout Northern California, the championship-winning entry that Jake Morgan piloted last year. Jacob will be in that car for this season. And there is Tanner Carrick in that all-black 83. It says 83C on this list. Last week, Tanner brought out that all-dark car to Silver Dollar Speedway, won the dash, finished second in the main event to Austin Wood. There's Kula in the 8K. Island Demo, Larry Peterson, DPR Racing, all sponsoring the Hawaiian native. As we're green, first qualifying session. In first non-wing sprint car race here in several years, always a mainstay. Kayla Kelly Inouye is what Ron Lingard said. They gave me the pronunciation about 15 times out there. Super nice bunch. Again, we have 6 Hawaiian natives in action here tonight. 5 without the wing and 1 in the wing sprint car. That is Dustin Freitas. Ron Lingard's always my Hawaii pronunciation guide. There's a look at that 91H Lonnie Hochstetler making the drive over from Arizona. And it looks like Tanner Carrick got down to an 18.130. That's the fastest lap. Lonnie Hochstetler, 91H, 18.835. Jacob Tuttle in the 87P third, quick, 18.985. Ryan Timmons, Brian Whitley rounding out the top 5, 6 through 8. Brent Sexton, Kayla in the 8K, and then Jeff Dyer. There's a look at your fastest qualifier from that opening heat race group, Tanner Carrick. Multi-time Chili Bowl prelim winner in his career, did win a USCS race last season at Watsonville Speedway. Again, he was the runner-up at the Silver Cup in winged 360 competition last week in Chico to Austin Wood, who I believe is going to be here tomorrow night with the High Limit Racing. So Carrick narrowly edges out Hochstetler. Just like we saw the High Limit cars do, they'll pull to the infield and cross under the scales. And then we'll get set for the second qualifying group, which will be heat race number 2. Quick Change Liquid Energy offering up a $100 Fast Time Award for the overall fast qualifier. Heat race sponsors, Flying Walrus Enterprises. There's a beautiful shot on FloRacing, as Chase said, the entertainment capital of the world, all lit up. There's the sphere out there too, love that thing. Specialty Fasteners sponsoring heat race number 2, DRC Chassis, heat race number 3, and Rick's Gatework sponsoring heat race number 4. A-main tonight will be 25 laps of distance. Heat races will be 8 laps. Choose cone, double file restarts until 5 to go with USCS. Talked about it tomorrow night. It's going to be the combined hot laps and qualifying, with the best lap of 4 being the qualifying time, so a little bit different procedure. Oh, there's Nick Petruzzi checking in on Flo. What's up, my friend? 39D, Jeff Dyer. First car out for this next qualifying group. Dyer out of beautiful Yucca Valley, California, the Joe Boo Racing, Calsun Motorsports 39D. And 41, Rip Ricky Lewis, one of the favorites here this week out of Camarillo, California. Runner-up in Mojave Valley with CRA last month. Ricky aboard the physical medicine consultants, Morris Farms, R&R Fire Protection, DT Transport, 41. Number 3, Grant Sexton of Lakeside, California, 21-year-old pilot. Sexton Gatlin Racing, East County Electric Works, Antonelli's, Deli, and Keys Brothers among his sponsors. Saw Grant make his Wing 360 debut last November at Merced, hoping to see him a few times in California with the Wing on the car. And always one of the favorites without the Wing, the 17X is going to be Ryan Burnell out of Hollister. Burnell backed by Inland Rigging, Sure Can, MPE, NOS Energy, and Maxima Racing Oils. Swept the USCS portion of the NorCal Posse shootout at Placerville last year. 5S Racing Silva, residing in Henderson, Nevada. The Silva family sponsors wanted Triple X with 360 Chevy power. Finkenbinder Racing, the famed Finkenbinder Racing 3F of Blake Bauer, also out there from Brentwood. Bauer was the champion with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series 2 seasons ago. Always love having that Ted Finkenbinder 3F in action whenever possible. One of the notable sprint cars from the West Coast of years gone by. Again, getting ready here for qualifying in heat race number 2. Look at the overall dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, the big half mile. Such a culture shock. Last week we opened up at Silver Dollar Speedway in Chico, California, the tight bull ring. Then you get here to Las Vegas and it's like, wow, that track is big. 21P at Dalen Pereira will also be in this group as we go green. Looking there at the 41 of Ricky Lewis, navigating his way around this big half mile. He is the fastest car thus far, 18.145. A couple years ago, Ricky won over 20 main events across the country. 5S Racing Silva, another one of our Hawaiian natives, sawing at the wheel inside that yellow 5S machine. Ryan Burnell takes over the top spot, 17.826. Blake Bauer jumps up to second as well, 17.886. Well, that'll do it for qualifying. Heat race number 2. Your new fast qualifier is 17X Ryan Burnell, 17.826. Blake Bauer in the 3F qualified second in that heat, a 17.886. Ricky Lewis in the 41 third quick, 18.145. Dalen Pereira, 21P fourth quick. And then Racing Silva rounded out the top 5. No times for Jeff Dyer or Grant Sexton on our My Race Pass app. Those cars, again, will pull down to the infield, go across the scales, and we'll get set for heat race number 3 time trials. Do want to thank SG Composites, donating a carbon fiber wheel cover to Friday night's A-Main event fastest lap. Motor City Buick GMC out of Bakersfield, California, $1,000 to the highest finishing driver with American Racer on all 4 corners. Also an award from Hoosier Racing Tires, a brand new right rear to the highest finishing car on all 4 Hoosier tires. Sexton Protection, Friday A-Main event, $200 Hard Luck Award. And then Avante Windows and Doors, $1,000 to the highest finishing double duty driver. I think the only double duty guy here is Tanner Carrick. So easy money there for the Lincoln driver. So again, awaiting cars for heat race number 3 qualifying. Once we're done with the non-wing USCS time trial, it's going to be a little track tickle out there as our next group makes its way trackside. 39T, originally out of Sacramento, California, now residing in Wickenburg, Arizona. It's Troy DeGayton, Flow One Plumbing, the Miss DeGayton Performance Plus Race Engine, Next Gen Landscaping 39T.
Now, real quick, GT. Troy told me earlier you got to look at the visor there. That is a bedazzled name. DeGayton right there is all bedazzled with dice on it and stuff. It is legit.
Just for Vegas.
Just for Vegas.
That's too close to the Golden Knights, though. As a Sharks fan,
I know
we frown upon that stuff.
Yep, I hear you.
You're not a Sharks fan, though, are you? Are you a Red Wings guy or something?
No, Columbus Blue Jackets.
Columbus Blue Jackets.
You know, I got a soft spot for the Sharks.
Okay, you're an Ohio guy now, right?
Yeah.
Well, 47 fan favorite, Charging Charles Davis Jr. also in action with us here tonight and tomorrow. Chuck Davis out of Buckeye, Arizona, aboard the Central Arizona Raceway. MPE, the Race Shack, DMI, sponsored 47. 4 starts this year, 4 top 5s for Charles Davis Jr., one of the veterans of the game. One of those throwback racers is Charles Davis. Also in this group is going to be the 67X of Jamie Barnes out of Everett, Washington, former 2-time winner of the Dirt Cup at Skagit Speedway. Good to see Jamie here without the wing aboard the Axel and Kippy Walker Fast Lane Motorsports Walker Imagery 67H. And the famous Kittle Motorsports 18, piloted by David Gasper, the 18. The Art Clee Certified Construction, Valley Precision Products, Gasper Kittle. 410 DRC from Goleta, California. David heading back to Indiana to do some non-wing racing this year, right around 45 races total, he said, approximately 15 with USAC and 30 local shows around Indiana. Of course, back in the day, Danny Sheridan was always the famous guy in that Kittle Motorsports 18. Other cars in this group, 51, Brady Bacon out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. 73, Cole Wakeham from Simi Valley. And the 36 of Bob Newberry. There's a look at the 4-time USAC National Champion, the Macho Man, Brady Bacon. Driving for the Johnson family here tonight and tomorrow. Looking there at Charles Davis navigating his way around the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway, runner-ups at Paris and Central Arizona Raceway so far this year. Woodland Auto Display 73 of Cole Wakeham. Brady Bacon right now holds on to fast time in heat race number 3, 17.771. Joseph Lindgren tuned in as well. Dwarf car ace up in California as we finish off heat race number 3 qualifying. Well, the Macho Man, Brady Bacon, fast time in heat race number 3. The 51 goes 17.719, nearly 3/10 ahead of second place Charles Davis Jr., who went 18.038. David Gasper third, quick in the 18. His time was an 18.184. Cole Wakeham 73, 18.252, and Eddie Tafoya Jr. was also out there in the 51T, 18.357. Jamie Barnes, Troy DeGayton, and battling Bob Newberry. Rounds out the field in heat race number 3 time trial, so 1 more to go. Again, after USCS qualifies, it's going to be a little bit of a track tickle. Might be a chance to get up and stretch your legs, go buy some merchandise, all the fresh shirts and other memorabilia down there behind the grandstands here on opening weekend for High Limit Racing. Other sponsors to thank this weekend for USCS: Bear State Electric, J&W Ford, Sure Can, Flying Walrus, again, another one of them. A lot of people to thank. $5,000 to win each night for USCS. And your final group qualifying session hits the Speedway. 58 from Antelope Acres is Mark Henry, driving the Kenny Perkins owned car, sprint car driving experience. 58, 27-year-old driver is Mark Henry. 17F of Todd Pratt also with us. That was one of the cars that didn't pill draw earlier, which pushed us into this 4-heat race format after we thought it was going to be 3. Nonetheless, Pratt out of Henderson, Nevada, helped out by Solution-Based Trucking, Sexton Fire, JST Shocks, and Rebel Oil Company. 49 years old is Todd Pratt. And there's the one out of Santa Rosa for Lawson Rock and Oil, Sonoma Springs Brewing, Sonoma Paint Center. The one is Nate Shank. Nate Shank in the one. Of course, his dad, Terry Shank Jr., one of the very best to wheel a non-wing sprint car throughout Northern California over the years. '11 car out there is Tyler Cato. You heard Chase talk about him earlier. Was originally scheduled to run the high limit portion, but has the wing off now, so he'll go USCS racing. Cato out of Santa Rosa, California. Last season, Tyler ran full-time with the Sprint Car Challenge Tour. 50S of Rocky Silva, also on track. The Alberts Towing of Hawaii, Quicksilver Racing 50S is Rocky Silva. Should have the 22R of Roland Cabello also out there from Las Vegas, Nevada. Eddie Tafoya Jr. was scheduled to be in this qualifying session. We saw him in the last one. Green flag is out. Tyler Cato, the 11 down to a 19.360 as time start coming across the monitor. Checkered flag is going to wave. On that set, looks like only 4 of them crossed the loop on my race pass. We'll see what the official word is over there as the 22 comes to a stop. Roland Cabello. Tyler Cato, Nate Shank, Rocky Silva, Mark Henry getting times on our monitor. Again, 22R there of Roland Cabello, needing the assistance of the side-by-side. Cabello again out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Sponsors wanted. 49-year-old driver. Well, those cars head to the infield across the scales, and that will complete USCS time trials. Again, only 4 of them coming across our monitor on that group. They'll be back out for 4 individual heat races. Again, the plan right now is to run the first 2, then do the wheel draw, and then go into the 3rd and 4th heat races after that as we have the tiller out there on the track. Again, this will be about a quick 10 to 15-minute track tickle. Track prep crew going to go to work before we get set for opening ceremonies here at the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. Well, with that, we're going to do a quick break on FloRacing and be back with much more from the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway.
Is here watching this exciting racing that High Limit Racing produces. The intensity's high in the pit area.
You'll have that. That's racing with the best guys in the country.
Elbows up, and you know, whoever kind of runs the hardest can be the fastest.
gonna be a long drive.
Hi!
What?
Too much chaos in the cabin? I got you covered.
What is that?
A one-way ticket to the fast lane.
Did someone say fast lane?
Yeah!
You're wonderful.
Actually, I'm Mr. Dependable. And like interstate batteries, I'm outrageously dependable. Take it right here.
Sorry, I only turned left.
When disaster hits, insurance companies find a way to pay less. They minimize, they delay, and they underpay. Eclipse Claims Consulting fights back. We document every inch of damage, challenge low estimates, and negotiate aggressively so you get every dollar your policy promises.
And a nice look there at where I'm sure there's some fun things going on right there at Fremont Street here in Las Vegas. Probably a couple high rollers running around there. We've got 15 of them here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track on night number 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. We've got hot laps done. We've got qualifying done. Opening ceremonies coming up here very, very briefly. Tony Laporta, though, I'm looking at these qualifying results. I'm looking at these heat race lineups. We've got some drivers that needed a good start to their year doing just that. Tanner Holmes, Cy Lynch, both on the pole of their heat race. You've had a good qualifying effort as well for Kerry Madsen, a new high roller. Tanner Thorson, he is going to be in a good spot for a dash as well. And so a couple of these guys off to a really good start in qualifying.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about Cy Lynch, the driver from Apollo, Pennsylvania, in that Mercedes Lynch Racing, number 42. 1 year ago here on opening night of the 2025 season, 3 laps into hot laps, that pre-race practice session the drivers and teams get, Cy Lynch sticks a power plant. It goes kaboom, and the start of their inaugural national campaign gets off to just, the worst possible start. You look at the lineups for some of these other heat races. I believe it's heat number 4, brought to you by Rod End Supply. Giovanni Selzi is going to roll off second in that one. Sounds like they had an ignition box that needed to be swapped out. That's why we saw him going on and off track a lot during engine heat at the start of the evening. James McFadden back in the U.S. teaming up with Tarleton in that sharp black, number 21. McFadden's going to roll from the pole in heat race number 4. Dason Pursley coming out of the gate strong, kicking off Interstate Batteries High Limit 2026 with the Casey Kane Racing crew. Very young team over there. We're going to talk about them a lot more this season. It was a point of pride for Dason Pursley to talk about Ryan Boyd, Tate Williamson, Jared Martin, and himself. 4 very young guys teaming up with an experienced veteran in Casey Kane. Dason says, don't let our age fool you. We know that we don't know everything, but we're prepared to go in every night, work hard, and learn. So Dason Pursley rolling off from spot number 3 and DMI heat race number 2. Great start for that crew.
It certainly is, and I would love to get the average age for that Casey Kane Racing number 9 team. It can't be more than, I would say, 24 years old at the maximum when it comes to the average there. And so, yeah, as Tony mentioned, that'll be a car we talk about a lot. Of course, so many championships with Brad Sweet and now Dason Pursley, the guy taking over the reins in that Napa Auto Parts machine. 4 heat races coming up here in just a little bit for both of the USCS and the Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing Series as well. If this is your first time here to a dirt track racing event, which I'm sure there are a few of you here tonight, we appreciate you for being here. But also, we've got opening ceremonies come up here in just a bit. A little bit of track work going on right now. You can see all those trucks out there. They're helping widen the groove out a little bit, and that is exactly what they are attempting to do here so that we can have a couple lanes to work with here in these heat races. As that night goes on, just keep an eye on that track surface, folks. It's going to go from brown, kind of more of a gray color, and then towards the end, it's going to be extremely gray all the way across, and that's when you'll see a lot of passing. The cars start to slow down a little bit. The drivers have to really work the throttle and that steering wheel as well, maybe a little bit of that brake pedal as well. So if you're here for tonight for the first time, you are in for a treat, and you get 2 more nights after this as well. Each heat race later on will be 8 laps in distance, and each one of them has 10 cars in it, with the exception, actually only one of them has 10 cars. The others have 9 cars in the heat races, and the top 5 drivers in each heat will transfer to the feature event, with 2 of those drivers going to the dash. Will be the heat race winner, and the fastest qualifier to finish inside the top 5 will also go to the dash. And then you'll get to see the Roulette redraw wheel, which is a fun part of Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing that a lot of people look forward to. Some of the drivers don't look forward to it because, well, they don't have the luck, right? You got to have the luck on that roulette wheel. It's a little bit different than if you went to the roulette wheel down there on Fremont Street, but, you're hoping for a low number. On Fremont Street, you're hoping for any number that you're putting money on, of course, but we'll see more of that later on in the racing program, and we've got some other fun things planned for you as well. Of course, our Durst Dice rolling fan, Ian Husby, he is the dice rolling fan here tonight, and he will have a chance to walk away with $2,500 here just for buying a ticket to tonight's race online, Ian Husby will have a chance to walk away with $2,500 if the driver he rolls is able to win the feature here this evening. When we come back from this break here on FloRacing, it is going to be opening ceremonies time, and then we'll see competitive action for the first time in 2026 with Interstate Batteries. Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track, we are ready for opening ceremonies on night number 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. So for that, let's go downstairs to Tony Laporta.
Thanks very much, Chase. We are down here. It is night number 1 of 60-plus races for Interstate Batteries High Limit in 2026. But before we can officially begin the 2026 season, I'd like to welcome up Series co-owner Brad Sweet as he is prepared to present our 2025 Series champion, Rico Abreu, with his championship ring. Brad?
Yeah, this is pretty cool for me. I was able to win a couple championships, so I know how special these moments are. But Rico is a great ambassador for sprint car racing, and we're honored to have him as our Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing champion. So on behalf of all of us at High Limit Racing, Rico, congratulations, and here's your ring. I know you'll make us proud as our champion. So give it up for Rico Abreu.
So we're going to let Rico take some photos here. Rico Abreu in 48 races last season, racked up 13 wins, 25 top 5 finishes, and an astonishing 38 top 10s in 48 starts last season. His average starting position was 8.6 with an average finish of 6.73. Rico completed all 440 laps contested and dethroned the reigning high limit champion Brad Sweet by 49 points in the driver's title fight. Rico matched each night's angel donor donation to his charity of choice, Jackson Superhero. You can learn more by visiting jacksonsuperhero.com. Rico, 2025 high limit racing champion. We're getting ready to kick off your title defense here in 2026, but when you look at that, when you look at your championship trophy, when you look back on 13 wins here last year, what do you think about and smile the most?
I mean, it's just an honor to represent the series as a champion, and just put in the work to just get the team to an elite level, to compete for a championship and compete against the best teams in the world. So, I'm really looking forward to navigating that again this year and just take big strides from where we were last year and be really, really consistent with it all.
Ricky Warner, Zach Middlebrooks, Brady Forbrook move over with you to Tony Stewart Racing. Todd Devenich stays on over from their outlaw program that competed up until last season. Megan, your wife, Toby Balboa, is back from Australia. Tell me about the people who make up this team.
Yeah, I mean, that's the backbone of, these accomplishments that I've accumulated over the last 15 years. And it's just all built up and driven off of passion and determined people. I just love being around great people that believe in me, and I see that belief, from miles away and just try to steer myself towards it. So, it's just, we're here tonight. Today's a new day. These championships aren't won in one race. So we got to just continue to put ourselves in position and try to go on a run here where we win a bunch of races.
All right, last question before you kick off the title defense. What do you and Tony Stewart Racing have to do to be back-to-back high-limit champions?
Yeah, we just got to be consistent. We know the race wins will come, but it's the nights that we run 15th place and turn those 15th places into 10th place finishes and turn the 10ths into 5ths and the 5ths into 3rds and just stay consistent with runs like that. I'm really confident in my guys. They do an unbelievable job making me feel comfortable in the race car, and hopefully we can just put on a show for all you guys.
All right, you're the champion, at least for a few more minutes. Congratulations, brother.
Thank you.
That's Rico Abreu, ladies and gentlemen, your 2025 Interstate Batteries High Limit Champion. So he's going to pose here with the championship ring. He talked about his crew, Ricky Warner, Zach Middlebrooks, Brady Forbrook, Megan Abreu, Toby Balboa, and you can't forget about Gus. Todd Devenich stays on with TSR. And a pretty cool presentation with series co-owner Brad Sweet stepping up to present Rico with his 2025 championship ring. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to kick off opening ceremonies for night number 1 of the 2026 Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing season. At this time, I ask all of you who are in attendance, if you are able, to please rise as we welcome from Racers for Christ to lead us in tonight's invocation, Miss Lori Cutter.
Lord Jesus, we gather tonight at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track for the season opener of the Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing season, anticipating the first green flag of competition tonight. We thank you for blessing this series and for the partnerships of Interstate Batteries and Sugar Bee Apples. As we prepare to compete tonight, pour out your protection, Lord, over every driver in the cockpit, every crew member in the pits, and everyone across this facility. We place them in your mighty hands. Lord, we're grateful for the terrific crowd here tonight and those watching on FloRacing. Thank you for assembling this incredible field of drivers, staff, and such a passionate, loyal fan base. Bless them for their effort and meet their every need. We also pause to remember those serving in our armed forces, defending America's freedoms. Lord, place your divine protection over each and every one of them. For all these things we are grateful, and may everything be done tonight in your honor and your glory. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Thank you, Lori. Fans, we ask that you please remain standing as we honor America with tonight's national anthem. Las Vegas Motor Speedway, would you please welcome to perform tonight's national anthem, Sahara?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched, where so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Las Vegas Motor Speedway, how about it one more time for Sahara? Well, Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track, talk to me. Are you ready to go sprint car racing? That is what we're talking about. It's time to kick off 3 nights of racing here at LVMS. It's time to kick off the 2026 season, and that means it's time to get all charged up and go all in with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing.
Your winner tonight, Aaron Reichsel. Race leader on the turn number 4. Brett Marsh takes the top spot. Here is Brenham Crouch. Brenham Crouch in number 5. Here comes Sunshine through the middle. He takes the lead down the back straightaway. Tyler Cordy now to the race lead. Forcing a little bit too sideways. Pulls up next to Sweet. They're looking for a new race leader in turn number 3. Tanner Thorson around the bottom. Mine out on the turn 4. New leader at the line. Drag race to the line. Averill, look at him at the line.
The first of 4 Interstate Battery High Limit Racing Heat Races is about to begin. The first one is presented by TJ Forged Wheels. Here is the lineup for Heat Race number 1. On the pole from St. Helena, California, it's the Tony Stewart, Kerbagajanian Racing, CarQuest, Sugar Bee Apple, ArcZone.com, Swan Island Sheet Metal, number 24, Rico Abreu. And starting to his outside from Aromas, California, the MidTreeConstruction.com, Yuba Sutter Aviation, North County Plastering, Triple X Chassis, number 2X, Justin Sanders. Starting in the 3rd spot from Charlotte, North Carolina, the Monster Energy, Oakley, PristineAuction.com, number 84 is Ty Gibbs. And his outside, your fast time qualifier here tonight out of Clovis, California, the Trex Decking, Weyerhaeuser, Autry Plumbing, 4Cs Construction, Myers Constructors, number 14, it's Payday, Corey Day. Starting in 5th from Sikeston, Missouri, in the MPE, in Inland Rigging, Shurkin, Beelman Motorsports, King Racing Products, number 73, Hunter Schurenberg. And his outside from Sand Springs, Oklahoma, in the Michael Dutcher Motorsports, Lifestyle Homes, Big Rig Repair of Indiana, Avanti Industries, Parallax Group, number 17, GP, it's Hank Davis. Starting 7th, it's car number 7 from Indianapolis, Indiana, in the Lost Energy Drinks, Elliott's Custom Trailers, Spire Motorsports, Brand Professional Agriculture, Gamebridge, number 7, BC, Sunshine, Tyler Courtney. And his outside from Lincoln, California, the California Waterfowl, TC Guide Service, CBC Concrete, K1 Race Gear, 83T Tanner Carrick. And the final row on the inside in his High Limit Racing debut tonight out of Bozeman, Montana, the Rock and R Restaurant, Sherville Suspension, ART Enterprises, Don Valenzuela's Auto Body, number 3C of Cole Schroeder. And your final starter in this one, also in his High Limit Racing debut, he is from Coos Bay, Oregon, in the Prather Racing, LB Market, Downey Trucking, Lucas Oil Products, number 22, Austin Sauce. So 8 laps the distance in each of the heat races. The top 5 drivers will transfer to the feature event, with the winner of the heat race and the fastest qualifier to transfer going to the dash. That driver to watch for is Corey Day. With High Limit Racing, the 4 fastest drivers in qualifying are inverted to the 4th position in the starting grid. And so as long as Corey Day stays in the top 5, he will join the heat race winner in the dash. But here's another twist as well. If Corey Day can win the dash from the 4th, or win the heat race from the 4th starting position, he will automatically be on the pole of the dash later on. If Corey Day does fall out of that top 5 transfer, then the 2nd place finisher and the heat race winner then would go to the dash. So hopefully you have that memorized. I'll mention it a few more times as the night goes on. But GT, we like doing that. It makes that win, the heat race, obviously so important. And the driver that starts 4th, sure, he gets inverted, but he's got something to chase, a carrot to chase out there, going for that pole of the dash.
And it's funny, you guys did that a couple years ago now. Pretty much all of our series in California with NARC, SCCT at Placerville and Chico, we've all basically taken on this very same format when we utilize that ace in the hole. I know at Placerville we call it striking gold, and with SCCT it's taking the challenge, but
I like it.
Nonetheless, as you said, it gives that little carrot for those guys not to just ride around.
TJ Forge, the sponsor of this heat race, they only build forged aluminum wheels using proprietary tooling and exclusive manufacturing processes that clearly elevate their wheels above the competition. Product quality, product safety, and exceptional customer service is what we do. We lead where others follow. Don't settle for close enough. TJ Forge, Tony Laporta, down to you.
Chase, keep an eye on that Monster Energy number 84. That's driven by NASCAR star Ty Gibbs. Remember, he locked his way into his first ever 410 wing sprint car race here 1 year ago. Yeah, he did end up going for a nasty tumble at the start of the feature later that night, but Ty Gibbs has taken to dirt racing like a duck to water. Do you remember his performance back at the Chili Bowl Nationals this January? If he wasn't the high point man, he was one of the top point men on his qualifying night. Ty Gibbs continues to impress on the dirt.
Yeah, we'll see him quite a bit this year in the sprint car from what I've been told. And so that is exciting. Here we go to the chalk stripe in turn number 4. First heat race of the year is green. Justin Sanders, good start around the outside. He'll take the lead away from Rico Abreu. Corey Day to the inside of Rico. Rico around the outside. Oh, Ty Gibbs upside down big time in turn 2 into the catch fence, and he comes to a stop. And we see Ty Gibbs moving around in that Monster Energy number 84, and he is climbing out of the car now. So Ty Gibbs, 2 years in a row here at Las Vegas, getting upside down in an absolutely huge way. Tonight, climbing over the right rear tire of Corey Day and sending the 84 car up into the catch fence down there, right on the access road there, GT, where the cars pull onto the racetrack.
Yeah, and that's one of those moments, too, that if you've never seen a sprint car race and you're used to NASCAR, these are open-wheel cars, and you saw it there as he goes over the right rear, Chase.
Yeah, here's a replay here. Corey Day around the bottom. Car gets a little bit sideways, but Ty has a run to the outside, and two cars come together, and you can see he gets into the catch fence there and comes to a rest on his side. Here's a look from the drone outside of turn number 1. And man, Ty Gibbs, I'm sure you've seen the replay of his wreck here from last year, Gary. I mean, that was a rough one. This one is, I would say, equally as rough.
Yeah, and the other one was going into turn 3, if memory serves me correct. So, yeah, both ends of that back straightaway he's got in the last 2 years.
So Ty Gibbs, there's a slow-mo look at it there. The Monster Energy car absolutely destroyed. So Chad Boat and the boys are going to have some work to do if they want to get that car back onto the racetrack here tomorrow night or even later tonight. I would imagine probably just call it quits for today and come back tomorrow. Tony, what do you got for us?
Ty Gibbs up and out of an absolutely mangled Monster Energy Chad Boat Industries machine. Ty, first of all, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think Corey just got super loose in the slick there, and I got pointed where it was hooked up and just caught his right rear a little bit and dug the front end in. So, yeah, we're good. Just unfortunate, but we'll come back up tomorrow and go get him.
All right, Ty, glad you're okay. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
That's Ty Gibbs, and Adam's going to show you guys here. I mean, this thing took an absolute beating as it got upside down through here, through turn 2, but talk about it. Chase, they're planning to be back and ready to go tomorrow. Chad Boat Industries continues to grow its prowess here in the wing sprint car world. And Chad did tell me earlier this afternoon, sounds like you heard the same news, they're planning to work in as many sprint with Ty as his NASCAR schedule will allow. So no doubt, an inauspicious start here to his 26th part-time sprint car season.
And it's great to hear him say he's going to come back. And GT, I said this last year when he got into that big wreck on the opening lap of the feature, that this guy does not need to be out here doing this. I mean, these cars, we know that they are dangerous, of course, and the prime example right there, going for a high flyer like that. This guy does not need to be out here doing this. He has a big ride last year, a big ride this, first lap of the heat race, and he's already like, hey, we'll get it fixed up. We'll come back tomorrow. He's ready to roll.
His day job is Sundays, of course, as we know, but there's been several drivers that have come from NASCAR, not running just sprint cars, but also midgets and stuff, getting into the Chili Bowl that we see several drivers from the NASCAR ranks, and it's really cool to see them coming over to our side of the fence, I would say.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how he progresses, and, he made a couple of shows last year. We mentioned that race he made here last year, ended up 27th, of course, getting upside down there on that first lap of the feature. He did run 18th, however, later in the year in 2025 at the Texas Motor Speedway dirt track. Tonight, just the 8th career 410 start of Ty Gibbs' career. Coming off of a couple of good runs in the Cup Series, 2 top 5s in a row, I believe at Circuit of the Americas, and then last year at Phoenix. And so looking to continue on with the pavement side as far as the success goes there, but going to have a lot of work to do to fix that car up and come back here tomorrow for night 2 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. And that is a huge break for Rico Abreu, who had lost the lead there, GT, and lost a dash spot. He's going to get another chance because we did not get a lap in.
Yeah, we see that a lot where, sometimes you get a bad start and you get a break like that. That's not so lucky for one driver, but it is for the next. You see some fence repair going on over there as well.
Yeah, Ty Gibbs' car, the tail section, the rear bumper and the tail tank, kind of punched a hole over there. And I don't know if a hole's the right way to say it, but it kind of just got into that part of the fence there. And you see Brad Sweet continuing to do promoter duties down there as he is helping work to get that fence fixed up there. And so while they fix the fence over in turn number 2, we will take a quick break here on Flow. When we come back, we'll resume TJ Ford's heat race number 1 here in Las Vegas. The incident in turn number 2 has been cleaned up, and there you see what is left of Ty Gibbs' car as he gets into a heat race number 1 crash here on night number 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. The rest of the drivers now getting refired, as there is Corey Day, as he is in a prime position to make his first dash of the season. Just 2 years ago, Corey Day was a full-time high roller, of course, finished 6th in points in 2024, had a bunch of wins to go along with it. Ran a part-time schedule, of course, last year, and now this year will be a little bit more part-time with his NASCAR commitments. But he had an interview with Brian Walker with High Limit Racing the other night and said he's just, sprint car racing keeps him sane, I believe that was the quote that he gave. And Corey just really happy to be back behind the wheel of the 900 horsepower beast that is that Jason Myers Racing number 14 machine. So it's going to be a complete restart, and Rico Abreu on your screen, he'll be on the pole. Sanders did get a very good start around the outside. Unfortunately, it will be negated due to that red flag. And so that's going to obviously jumble the lineup up quite a bit, as Ty Gibbs was scheduled to start inside of row number 2. Should now be Corey Day and Hunter Schoenberg in that second row. Then Hank Davis and Tyler Courtney in row number 3, with Tanner Carrick, Cole Schroeder, and Austin Sauce the rest of the field. Austin Sauce, I'm not sure if this is already a nickname or not, but somebody did say it sounds a lot like Awesome Sauce. So if that's not a nickname already, it is today. Awesome Sauce, Austin Sauce. What do you think about that, Gary? You like that one?
I like it. That's one of your better nicknames.
Surely I didn't make that up. There's no, somebody had to have come up with that before me.
Yeah, interesting to see him. We saw him at our Speed Week race in Oregon last year, and I saw the name on the entry list, and I said, hey, I remember that guy.
Driving that Chuck Prather, number 22. Austin Sauce tonight, his 410 sprint car, his High Limit Racing, and his Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track debut. That is a pretty rare thing to happen, a triple whammy there of debuts. It's happened a few times in the 3 years of High Limit Racing. Coming to green, Rico Abreu. And then we've got Sanders to the outside. Can he replicate that last start? It looks like no, but still going to have a nice start alongside of Rico into turn 1. Rico will slide up the racetrack and move in front of Justin Sanders for the race lead. Corey Day sits in 3rd. 4th is Hunter Schoenberg. Great side-by-side battle between a Rookie of the Year contender and the 7BC of Tyler Courtney. Driver I was talking about a moment ago is Hank Davis. He's up into the 5th position. Move the 17 GP up. Here comes Schoenberg. He'll take a little strike there at Corey Day, takes over the 3rd spot briefly. Corey Day back to the inside, maintains that 3rd position. Up front, it is all about Rico. Track still has quite a bit of grip to it, so they're still running towards the middle portion of the racetrack. It is a little rough down there in turn 1. We've seen a couple of guys kind of fighting their race cars on that end of the racetrack. It's Rico, followed by Sanders, Day, Schoenberg, and Davis trying to make a little bit of distance between himself and Tyler Courtney in that battle for the final transfer spot. Sunshine tries to roll the bottom in turn number 4, going to lose touch with the 17 GP, and the Rookie of the Year contender is actually closing in now on Hunter Schoenberg for that 4th position. Hank Davis, who finished on the podium at this year's Chili Bowl Nationals in the 3rd position in his Rookie of the Year season, and he's looking pretty solid here in the opener at Las Vegas Motor Speedway's dirt track. Abreu's lead has extended to nearly a full straightaway over Justin Sanders. Track still very, very fast early on in the night. Corey Day, Schoenberg, and Davis currently sitting in those top 5 positions, with Abreu and Day looking to make their way into the dash. This time by will be the 2 to go signal. 2 laps left in the TJ Forge heat race. Hank Davis closed again, once again slightly on Schoenberg. Couldn't quite keep that distance closer, though, as he made a mistake off the 4th corner. Tyler Courtney about 8 car lengths behind the 17 GP, but he's running out of time. The white flag is up in the air and 1 to go as Abreu sees the back of the field in Austin Sauce. Abreu will not get to the slower cars. He'll come to the checkered flag this time by, and the defending series champion picks up right where he left off in Texas last year. He'll get the win in heat race number 1. Justin Sanders 2nd, Corey Day 3rd, 4th goes to Hunter Schoenberg, and 5th will be Hank Davis. So Rico Abreu is your heat race number 1 winner, and he will go to tonight's dash. Justin Sanders 2nd, Austin Sauce up in smoke down the front straightaway. Corey Day is 3rd. He will also be going to tonight's dash. 4th place, Hunter Schoenberg, and 5th place goes to Hank Davis.
Those 5 drivers will go straight to the A main tonight. The rest will take part in the Winter's Performance B main. That will be their final shot to make tonight's feature event. Hank Davis, Rookie of the Year contender, stops on the front straightaway. He transfers to the first feature event of the year.
A good start to the Race Routine Foundation Rookie of the Year contest, but Hank Davis a little muddy after that one. Hank, you took the green flag for this one in 6th. You knew you had to finish in the top 5 to lock your way into tonight's A main event, the first of the season. Do you guys do anything unique with the setup when you know you have to move forward and race your way in?
No, right there's just a little tough, a little narrow right now. So, I think really honestly just try to make clean laps at the end of the day. And yeah, no, I mean, our qualifying effort was kind of pitiful, but no, all was right in the world. I got my wife and my daughter here, and yeah, man, I can't ask for a whole lot more. Happy birthday to my wife, too.
Happy birthday indeed. Sand Springs, Oklahoma's Hank Davis teaming up with longtime USAC non-wing sprint car owner Michael Dutcher to put the wing on top and chase an Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing Championship. And remember, he's locked in that Race Routine Foundation Rookie of the Year fight with Tanner Holmes in the boot number 13.
And a great segue there, Tony, because Tanner Holmes is on the pole of our next heat race. Tanner is out of Jacksonville, Oregon. He drives the Jugo Superfoods, Pella Avanti Windows and Doors, Big Spring Car Wash, Juniata Concrete number 13. And to his outside, it's another yellow car out of Myerstown, Pennsylvania. The Warrior Buildings, BigRootBid.com, BAPS Paint, Livewire Customs, Fenton Marks Racing Development. Number 19, it's Brent Marks. Starting in the 3rd spot from Locust Grove, Oklahoma, driving the Casey Kane race with Mike Curb, Napa, Brumos Collection, Ballard Products, Carver Corporation, number 9, it's Jason Pursley. And his outside from St. Mary's, New South Wales, Australia, the Maxler Trucking, TK Concrete, Logan Contractor Supply, Rexco Equipment, Zip Bonds, number 55, Kerry Madsen. Starting in 5th from Templeton, California, the ShopCaleb.com, David Cry Engineering, Woodland Auto Display, the Pit Room, number 3, Caleb Montgomery. And his outside from Waco, Texas, driving the Bush's Chicken, Two Worlds Equestrian, Kaiser Wheels, Outlaw Wings, Smith Titanium, number 9R, the Quickest Chicken, Chase Randall. Starting 7th from Higginsville, Missouri, in the Casey's FVP, Andy's Frozen Custard, Impact Signs, Dittsville Transfer, Wilkerson Crane, Rebel number 21, of Blackjack, Brian Brown. And his outside, another 21 car. It's the 21P of Robbie Price. He's from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada. And the Saratoga Motorsports Park, Shark Racing Agents, Cow Creek, Malahat Auto Wrecking Entry. And your final starter from Sacramento, California, driving the JKF Enterprises, Loyalty Builders, Aloha Travel, Chuck's Corvette, number 9F, Dustin Freitas. That is the starting lineup for heat race number 2, presented by DMI Racing Components, which are built with the precision of skilled machinists and the common sense of winning racers. Located in the heart of central Pennsylvania, you can find us every week participating in the sport we love. You race, we race, let's race together. It's DMI Racing Components. So the guy to watch for in this one, the fast qualifier that could make the dash, is the number 55 of Kerry Madsen. As long as he stays in that top 5, the Madman will go to the dash with the heat race winner. And so Kerry going to be a great addition, a fantastic addition to the full-time field this year with Vermeer Motorsports, multi-time World of Outlaws winner, Kings Royal winner, Knoxville Raceway champion. The guy is a legend, and that's not even talking about all the stuff he's done in his native homeland of Australia, Tony.
And remember, he's teaming up with Vermeer Motorsports, as he has for quite some time now. Tony and Jen Vermeer fielded a car with High Limit Racing in the past. Chris Wyndham piloted that machine alongside his crew chief Clinton Boyle. So great to have the Vermeer Motorsports machine back here on track. And another little connection with that team to High Limit Racing, Ty Wolfgang, the young crew chief out of the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, turning the wrenches for Kerry Madsen on that 55. Ty Wolfgang had a short stint as Brad Sweet's crew chief at the start of last year. Brad Sweet vacated the number 49 Napa Auto Parts machine. That's the car to Kerry Madsen's inside, driven by the young Jason Pursley. That's just called connecting the dots down here in the infield, Chase.
First segues and now connecting the dots. Tony Laporta is hitting on all cylinders here tonight on night 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. It's Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. It is Tanner Holmes and Brent Marks at the front of the field. 13 and 19.
Dason Pursley, Kerry Madsen in row 2. That's 9 and 55. Caleb Montgomery and Chase Randall in row 3. That's 3 and 9R. Fourth row is the 21 of Brian Brown and the 21P of Robbie Price. And 9F Dustin Freitas at the tail end of the field. Ready to go green this time by in DMI Racing Components heat race number 2. Slowly but surely, the Rookie of the Year contender will lead him to the chalk stripe, and we are underway. It's a good start around the outside for the Myerstown Missile, and Brent Marks is going to have the race lead. He'll wire the cushion in turn number 2 and pulls away quickly from the 13 of from Tanner Holmes, excuse me. Dason Pursley, meanwhile, goes by Kerry Madsen for that 3rd position. Move Dason up into the 3rd position as Kerry Madsen pokes back to the inside. They go side by side down the front straightaway. Kerry Madsen back into 3rd into turn number 1. Back behind, you've got the 3 of Caleb Montgomery. He's made his way into a transfer spot, fighting with the number 9R Chase Randall and the 21P of Robbie Price. Caleb Montgomery up and into the 5th spot as he makes his way down the front stretch. Next car in his sights is the 9 of Dason Pursley. Up front, it is all about Brent Marks. A lot of question marks with his team heading into this year. An entirely new crew for Brent Marks in 2026, but so far, so good in DMI Racing Components heat race number 2. Tanner Holmes, Kerry Madsen, a little bit of a bump there in turn 2 for Pursley. That allows Caleb Montgomery to close in. Montgomery has pulled away from the 9R of Chase Randall and 21P of Robbie Price. No pressure out back for the 5th place car at this point in time. Robbie Price nearly clobbered the rear end of Chase Randall off of turn number 4 that time by. As Price runs down low in turn 1, Randall with a turn down maneuver off of turn number 2. 3 laps to go for Brent Marks. His lead over Tanner Holmes is up to a 2.5 seconds. And that's another about 2 seconds or so back to the 55 of Kerry Madsen. Here is the 2 to go signal for Brent Marks. Top 5 cars are all solidly in those positions as far as the transfers go, and they're all equidistant spread out from each other. Marks off the bottom of turn number 4. He is going to come to the white flag this time by. Brent Marks trying to prove that he is a championship contender, a championship threat with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. He's been in the top 5 in the points the last 2 years, but maybe this year's different. Off of turn number 4, he'll win the opening heat race of the season. Position number 2, Tanner Holmes. 3rd, Kerry Madsen. 4th, Dason Pursley, and 5th will be Caleb Montgomery. Track still with a lot of speed to it. Brent Marks gets the win by 2.1 seconds over Tanner Holmes. Marks will go to the dash along with Kerry Madsen in 3rd. 4th to Dason Pursley, and 5th will be the 3 of Caleb Montgomery. Those are your transfer cars. Chase Randall, Robbie Price, Brian Brown, and Dustin Freitas be your finishing order in the 2nd heat race of the night, as the ShopCaleb.com number 3 became a fan favorite last year with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. We'll stop on the front stretch to talk to Tony Laporta after a 5th place run.
Caleb Montgomery, if you're not following him on social media, you should be. He's got informational, educational, and entertaining content. That's Caleb Montgomery on social media. Hey, you got those Versace sunglasses on hand, because your night's future is looking bright.
I don't even know what to say to your commentary, Tony. It's absolutely second to none. And man, I missed you guys with Interstate High Limit. This is a really awesome series, and I'm just happy for the opportunity to come and race with you guys. But yeah, check out the Pit Room on Facebook and all the YouTube stuff. Just follow at Caleb Montgomery and just follow along for the journey, because I'm having a great time.
We're having a great time because you're having a great time. That is Caleb Montgomery, ShopCaleb.com. He is going to be dancing later on tonight in the first A main event of the 2026 season.
Caleb Montgomery, the only sprint car driver you'll see show up to the track wearing Birkenstocks, but that's just Caleb, man. That's his style as we roll into heat race number 3. This one presented by BR Motorsports. Here is the lineup in this one. On the pole from Apollo, Pennsylvania, it's the Mositis Motorsports, Ducati of Pittsburgh, Hollywood Blasting Coating, MAV Motorsports number 42. It's Cy Lynch, and his outside starting in the 2nd spot from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the All By Your Alternative, Joel Pigeon Trucking, Hampel Oil, CP Excavating, Raw Machinery number 10 of Ryan Tibbs. Starting in the 3rd spot from Clute, Texas, it's the Falcons Brothers Trucking, Power Plus, Brian Paver Motorsports, STC Monty Farms, number 87, Aaron Reitzel. Starting from 4th out of Elk Grove, California, driving the All By Your Alternative,
HendrickCars.com, JBI Group, Finley Farms, Fulkins Brothers Trucking, FloRacing, number 57 of Young Money, Kyle Larson. Starting in the 5th spot from Altoona, Iowa, driving the Country Builders Construction, Ochiko West, Tucker Trucking, Moss Brothers Powder Coating, number 88W, the big unit, Austin McCarl. And his outside from Fort Collins, Colorado, in the BG Automotive, Simpson, BR Motorsports, Schaefer's Oil, number 16G of Austin Gossel. Starting 7th from Santa Rosa, California, behind the wheel of the Graham Rahal Performance, Dirt Dudes Excavating, All About Fire Protection, Brad Alexander Suspension, number 19H, it's Joel Myers Jr. And starting to his outside in the 8th position from Quilcene, Washington, the DGRD, Smith Titanium LRI, Stanton Racing Engines, Rod and Supply, number 6 of JJ Hickel. And the final starter in this one is from Tempe, Arizona. It's the SCR Machine Johnson Built Concrete, number 34, driven by Sterling Kling.
Chase, here in this 3rd heat race, this one is a star-studded affair. We're going to let the cars fly by here as they make their way behind the HendrickCars.com pace truck, which is down the back straightaway to turn number 3. In this 3rd heat race of our evening, big fan of the lineup in this heat race I am, because I saw participants from teams in this heat race, 2 participants in teams competing in this 3rd heat race, rocking Colorado Rockies baseball hats, and that's a rare thing to see at a sprint car race. It's an even more rare thing to see because the Rockies are not very good, but I still love them. And one of the folks who was wearing one was the driver, the number 88, Austin McCarl. I said, I didn't know you were a Rockies fan. He said, I'm not. He's wearing it because his son's names are Cole and Ryder, CR. Are the letters on that Rockies hat. Austin McCarl, far away from home in Iowa, but he's rocking the Rockies hat for Cole and Ryder, and it was a member of Austin Gossel, the Fort Collins, Colorado driver, who also had a Rockies hat on. You just don't see those very often,
You don't
Chase.
see it very often where they line up in the same heat race row as well. What are the chances of that, as Tony's favorite baseball team is being well represented here in this one? As we come to the green, Cy Lynch alongside of Ryan Timms, we are underway. Nice and even into turn number 1. Cy Lynch up the racetrack, can't get there in time, and Ryan Timms will rock it away with the race lead down the back straightaway. Kyle Larson sizing up Aaron Reitzel for the 3rd position. Reitzel cuts him off into turn number 3, maintains that 3rd position, and down the front straightaway, he's got it. Kyle Larson sitting in 4th, then it is Austin McCarl. McCarl trying to pressure the Silva Motorsports number 57 as Reitzel makes a mistake off the corner, allows both Larson and McCarl to close back in down the back straightaway. Up front, it is all Ryan Timms pulling away from Cy Lynch. The race for 3rd, 4th, and 5th could get interesting here. Back behind, you got JJ Hickel making the move on Joel Myers Jr. Hickel slides up the racetrack, takes over the 7th spot from the 19H of Joel Myers Jr. Ryan Timms, 3 laps completed and 5 to go in this 3rd heat race, which is brought to you by the folks at BR Motorsports. Cy Lynch in 2nd. Aaron Reitzel has gotten away from the 57 of Kyle Larson. Larson has done the same, however, on the 88W of Austin McCarl. Halfway home in this heat race, we got a battle shaping up here for just outside of a transfer spot. It's Austin Gossel, it's JJ Hickel. They go side by side, wing to wing into turn number 1. Hickel with a slider on Gossel takes the spot away. Gossel crosses him up, they go side by side once again down the back straightaway. Austin Gossel tries to run the bottom, slips up the racetrack. Hickel trying to take advantage, can't do it. They nearly get together down the front straightaway. Austin Gossel maintains that position. Gossel hits a little bit of a rut that's been developing right there in the center of turns 1 and 2. He's got that 6th spot, which is 1 shy of a feature transfer. Up front, it is the defending Knoxville Nationals champion, Ryan Timms. This time by, he'll bring the all-by-year alternative number 10 to the white flag, 1 lap to go. Cy Lynch still a solid run here in 42. Coming down the backstretch for the final time in the Shane Liebig number 10 car. And Ryan Timms looks like he's in for another big year as he wins the 3rd heat race of the night here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway's dirt track. Cy Lynch 2nd, Aaron Reitzel 3rd, Kyle Larson 4th, and 5th will be Austin McCarl. Your results from BR Motorsports heat race number 3, Ryan Timms with the win, and he will go to tonight's dash. 2nd goes to Cy Lynch in 42, 3rd to 87, Aaron Reitzel, 4th to Kyle Larson in 57. He will also go to the dash tonight. And Austin McCarl, the final transfer in 5th. Austin Gossel, Joel Myers Jr., Sterling Kling. And JJ Hickel's transponder may not have been working. It says he was 9th. I believe he was actually 7th. So it should have been Gossel, Hickel, Myers, and then Kling rounding out the field. And so Ryan Timms is going to take the
Lead Big Motorsports number 10 back to the pit area and prepare to come onto the front stretch here in just a few moments and spin the roulette redraw wheel. Looks like no interview here in heat race number 3. Let's continue on as heat race number 4 now makes its way onto the racetrack, presented by Rod and Supply. On the pole from Alice Springs, Northern Territory, Australia, the American Rock and Rent, Tarleton & Son, Toyota Racing, Durst Incorporated, number 21, it's James McFadden. And to his outside from Fresno, California, the Chili's, Spire Motorsports, Carmen Trucking, Ziegler Auto Group, Gainbridge, number 77, Hot Sauce, Giovanni Selzy. Starting in third from Monrovia, Indiana, in the Skagit Speedway, Race Redeem Foundation, Hager Realty, Stancraft Jet Center, Angel of the Winds Casino, number 26, Justin Peck. To his outside from Minden, Nevada, in the JST Motorsports, Smith Titanium, Messina Transportation, Factory Kane, Maxima Racing Oils, number 88, Tanner Thorson. And to the inside of row number 5, or makes that row number 3, starting in 5th from Northport, Florida, in the Global Lake, Moxie Sports Advisors, GSR Racing, CSI Shocks, Impact Signs, Awnings, and Wraps, number 24D, it's Danny Sams III. To his outside from East Grand Forks, Minnesota, in the Proceed, JW Repair, Ekman Dental Arts, Phil Thompson and Associates, G5, Gage Polkerbeck. 4th row inside, 7th starter. He is from Hanford, California. It's the Netto Ag, Penny Newman Grain, Vanderpool Petroleum, Mechanics Choice Oil, number 88, and DJ Netto. And his outside, starting in 8th, from Lubbock, Texas, Horizon Whiskey, Nice Creek, Landis, PhilPools.com, High Performance Lubricants, RB Ranch, number 5, of Brenham Crouch. And the final starter was scheduled to be Tyler Cato, but he made the elusive series swap in the middle of the night as he signed in for High Limit, decided, hey, I'm actually going to run USCS. So we will have an 8-car field here in this one, not 9, 8 laps the distance, top 5 to the feature, with the winner and the fastest qualifier in this one, Tanner Thorson, car number 88. As long as he stays in the top 5, he will be going to the dash. And an interesting story, Tony Laporta, we talked about it on the High Limit Room podcast with Tanner Thorson. Last year, his crew chief, Stevie Smith, and father-in-law was crew chief via phone. But this weekend, he got out of the house, and he is actually here at the racetrack with Tanner Thorson to open up his season.
Yeah, Stevie Smith is here, and Tanner Thorson spoke with a little bit of pep in his step. Can you speak with pep in your step? I'm not sure if that's even physically possible, but Thorson's very happy about it. Stevie Smith, a race winner here with the World of Outlaws back in the 90s, and he's had a couple podium finishes here as well, running 2nd and 3rd several different times. So Tanner Thorson already in a great headspace after a strong run last year. We'll see if he can improve on that.
This heat race is presented by Rod and Supply. They have the assortment of rod ends, radius rods, bearings, and specialty products that will help you lead the field and perform at your maximum potential, whether you're running a go-kart, micro, mini sprint, midget, modified, late model sprint, or a tractor. Lights out on the HendrickCars.com pace truck. We're coming to the green this time by, looks like McFadden is going to use the rule in the High Limit Racing rulebook that he can change lanes as the pole sitter on the initial start, and so he will go to the top, putting Giovanni Selzy down to the bottom. Green flag this time by for the final heat race of the night for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. It's a nice even start up front, and Selzy might take advantage of that inside starting spot. He'll take the lead in turn number 2. Giovanni Selzy to the top spot, back behind. It's Justin Peck getting by Tanner Thorson in the race for the 3rd position. Thorson gets bumped back to 4th, then back behind him. It looks like it is the 24D, the Florida man, Danny Sams III. Danny Sams has gotten by Gage Polkerbeck and now into the final transfer spot, and he's now trying to track down the number 88 car of Tanner Thorson down the back straightaway. Gage Polkerbeck had his hands cranked left, cranked right, all over the place, and holds onto the race car. Polkerbeck continues on. He's running in the 7th position down the front straightaway. Danny Sams all over Tanner Thorson down the back straightaway. They race for that 4th spot. Giovanni Selzy, night number 2 in the Spire Motorsports Chili's number 77, is off to a rockin' start right now. It did not go well for the debut back at Talladega with the Outlaws last weekend. Finished 14th in their first feature, but he's looking to make the dash night 1 with High Limit. 4 laps to go. And that Chili's car is looking good around the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. He has pulled out to a 2-second lead over James McFadden. That lead may even be extended this time by, and indeed it is, to 2.6 seconds. Selzy just pulled 0.6 of a second on McFadden in 1 lap. Gio, 2 laps to go this time by. McFadden running in second, Peck in third. Fourth is Thorson, and fifth is Danny Sams, as Brenham Crouch has wrestled the 6th position away from Gage Polkerbeck and is trying to track down Danny Sams for a transfer position. 1 lap to go for Selzy. Giovanni to the cushion in turns number 1 and 2, gets through that little bit of a rough spot in that second corner. His lead the last time now up to 3 seconds. And Gio is going to dominate heat race number 4, him go to the dash. Second will be James McFadden. Third is going to be Justin Peck. Fourth, Tanner Thorson. And fifth will be Danny Sams III. How about that run in the heat race fans? He was flying. Giovanni Selzy gets the win, and he's going to tonight's dash. Second will be James McFadden. Third, Justin Peck. Fourth, Tanner Thorson. He is also going to tonight's dash. And Danny Sams finishes in the final transfer spot. Brenham Crouch, Gage Polkerbeck, and DJ Netto all heading to a B main later on in the racing program. Those drivers all heading back to the outer pit area. And mentioning that outer pit area, race fans, after the races are over tonight, you are all allowed to just go in the pit area, meet your favorite driver, get a picture with any of them as well. The pit area is free right after the races are over tonight. You can go down there and mix and mingle with all the drivers and the cars. Selzy, heat race winner and heat race number 4, going to stop down there and talk to Tony Laporta.
Giovanni Selzy starts second. Gets moved down to the inside, might not have been expecting that, but drives to a 3+ second margin of victory. 3+ seconds, that's about how long I like to wait in between bites of a big QP burger at Chili's. How good does your race car feel right now?
Yeah, it feels awesome. I feel like we've just been, we've only raced 2 times, but I feel like we've been a little bit off and don't really know why. But first off, happy birthday to my girlfriend. She's in the Midway. She's 18 years old, so finally good to go now. Not really, but yeah, thank you, Chili's. Thank you, Spire. This thing came together really quick. I'm proud of what we built so far.
Proud of what we built, and they're going to continue building. Giovanni Selzy teaming up with world-class crew chief Eric Pretzman at Spire Motorsports. Fans will recognize the name Spire Motorsports from their involvement in NASCAR as well as other levels of motorsports. They have dove head first into the world of dirt track sprint car racing here in 2026. Giovanni Selzy picks up the heat race victory to cap off our preliminary action. Well, at least our heat races here in Las Vegas. We're going to go to a quick commercial break live on FloRacing. When we come back, we're going to have more racing and the Roulette redraw wheel spin in just a few moments.
Is it all a fever dream? I'm burning gasoline.
And the Rico goes back to the high side. Get to the lead. Into the turn now. Look to the inside of turn 1.
Abram to the outside. Major contact.
BR Motorsports. Built for champions, feared by the competition. For over 30 years, the fastest racers on America's dirt tracks have trusted one name to keep them unbeatable. BR Motorsports. When you're chasing victory, you don't have time for excuses. You need same-day shipping, real tech support, and a crew that actually knows racing. Champions don't gamble. Champions choose. BR Motorsports.
DMI is a leading manufacturer of steering, suspension, and driveline components of the sprint car industry. The line of Bulldog quick change rears featured unmatched reliability, innovation, and strength. DMI T-Rex torsion bars are the choice of the sport's top professionals who demand consistency and performance. DMI Bulldog components are proudly made in the USA in our Lancaster, Pennsylvania manufacturing facility. Visit diversifiedracing.com to learn more about the complete line of DMI racing components and Bulldog quick change rears.
Well, welcome back to FloRacing's live coverage of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash here at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Ultimate Sprint Car Series up next for their heat races. We're going to run 2 heats for the non-wingers, and then we're going to have the high-limit wheel draw down there in front of the grandstands. Then they'll bring out heat races 3 and 4. Lineup for your opening 8-lap heat race looks like this. On the pole out of Ventura, the 22 is Brian Whitley. To the outside, Chandler, Arizona's Lonnie Hoschetler in the 91H. Jacob Tuttle, the champion last year of USCS out of Oakley. He starts inside row 2, the 87P. To the outside, the 29T is going to be Ryan Timmons, the runner-up last year out of Pleasant Hill. 83C Tanner Carrick, fastest qualified car in this one, inside row 3. To the outside, Lakeside, California's Brent Sexton. Final starter, one of our Hawaiian natives. The 8K is going to be Kula Kilinoi. Green flag is going to wave. 8 laps of distance will take the heat race winner. And the fastest transfer car into the redraw. Top 4 will transfer to each of these USCS heat races. Green is out. Brian Whitley jumps to the early lead. Whitley out of Ventura, California. That Trent Shoring entry, the 22. Jacob Tuttle trying to hit that bottom side off turn number 4 behind Lonnie Hoschetler. Opening lap led by Whitley over Hoschetler. There is Jacob Tuttle. Tanner Carrick again has to finish in the top 4 if he wants to make it into the redraw. He's got Ryan Timmons all over him. Into 3 and 4. Carrick swings wide. Now going to dive to the bottom. Try and make the pass of Jacob Tuttle. We got big time upside down in turn 4 through the fence. Red flag is going to wave. That was Kula in the 8K, one of them who goes through the fence in turn number 4. Red flag is out. Infield safety team quickly on the scene. That was a wild one off the 4th corner. Now we see Cooley's communicating with the official over there off the 4th turn. I believe Brent Sexton's the other one. The 44 and the 8K were the 2 that did not come across the loop that time. As we go red flag conditions here on lap number 2 in heat race number 1 for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Flying Walrus Enterprises, the sponsor of heat race number 1, adding in $100, purveyors of new and used ideas. There's a good drone shot over there in turn 4, out of the ballpark, through the fencing over there off the 4th corner here at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Helmet is off. 47-year-old driver is the wheelman, Kula Kilinoi. And driver popping out. Race fans, let him hear it. That's a great sight. Super nice guy. Talked to him in the pit area earlier before the races. Was looking to come out here and have some fun. Unfortunately, heat race number 1, not so much fun for him right now as he sits there and kind of debriefs. Going to catch a replay, it sounds like, coming up. Keep your eyes in turn 4. The final 2 cars come together. And it's a non-wing sprint car flip right there if I've ever seen one. Again, Sexton was the other car. Kula right through that fencing.
GT, man, it's great that Kula's able to get up and out of that race car. Fans, I think he deserves another big round of applause because that's a terrifying moment. But Gary, I think you know what I've got to be thinking down here. And if that's not proof that when you're at a sprint car race or a dirt track race or really any kind of motorsports event, you should never hang on the fence. Most tracks do a great job of not allowing fans to do that, but it doesn't matter whether you're a fan, a crew member, a car owner. There is just no good reason to stand on the fence. And as you can see, that car came all the way through the safety fence here. And that's just one more reason why folks should always take their own safety as seriously as possible and never, ever hang on the fence at a sprint car race.
I don't know if you know Ron Lingard, my buddy Tony from Petaluma Speedway. That's kind of his trademark, is telling people to get off the fence. And he always says it, and people always kind of look at him like he's crazy. And that's the post right there that Ron Lingard, I know you're tuned in, needs to put up on your Facebook every time.
Well, and GT, I mean, I don't remember if you were hanging out with us. Wow. I mean, that's just, like you said, that's a non-wing flip if there's ever been one. But we had yellow flag a high limit race at Tulare late last year because we had fans on the fence. And a lot of people were frustrated and upset. Why would you slow the race down for that? But it's that right there. So man, you don't want to preach, but geez, that's a great reminder why you should never hang on the fence at any kind of race like this, because you just don't know what can happen.
And I think at Tulare, those were even kids, weren't they, down there on that podium stage? So, yeah, if you're a parent, please get your kid back away from the fence. Whenever we talk about that, it's all for your safety. We want to see each and every one of them go home to their family tonight.
And you can just, I mean, the violence of that crash, GT. I mean, this is a state-of-the-art facility. We're here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track, of course, being built here around the same time as the NASCAR track came into play, of course. And, these guys did not waste $1 on safety and the fence here. Just goes to show you how hard he just hammered the wall over there, hammered the catch fence, and crazy, crazy view right there. That is just a crazy-looking picture that we're looking at right now on FloRacing.
I don't know if I've ever remember a car going through the fence. Of course, this track's been around a long time, but, watching the old TNN days when this track was on, I can't remember if a car's ever gone through the fence like that.
Well, and Chase and Gary, you guys both, I mean, we've all gone to wing races and non-wing races, and it's obvious. Everybody knows a wing sprint car just travels at a much higher rate of speed than a non-wing sprint car. But, this is that, debate, the discussion that people always have. Which one, is worse to crash? And some people fear the insanely high speeds of a wing car, but a lot of the drivers who've raced both will tell you, well, you've got that, some of them will call it a pillow on top of the roll cage to help slow you down and cushion the impact. I don't think pillow is a very accurate word for it, but it just goes to show you that these cars, whether they've got a wing on top or they don't, they're still moving very, very fast, and things can go sideways in such a hurry. I'm with you guys. I don't ever remember seeing a car just squeak through the fence like that. And Chase, you took the words right out of my mouth. This is a very, very professionally run and well-maintained facility. So, it's not like, this can happen anywhere, I think, is what this kind of incident shows. That's the point.
I mean, we saw the violence of Ty Gibbs' wreck earlier. I mean, it was almost he hit the tail tank on the catch fence just like Kellanoy did there. And obviously his car stayed in the track, but I mean, it just goes to show you how much more force his car went there. The non-wing stuff, man, as Tony just mentioned, the wrecks are usually just so much more violent, don't have much to cushion any type of impact. When you get upside down, it's cage, and cage only that you're hitting on the ground. So hopefully, we can get that fixed up over there and make repairs and get back underway, but it's certainly going to take a little bit of time here to get that all sorted out. Well, while they tend to the fence down there in turn number 4, we will take a break here on Flo. We'll have an update for you when we come back from this break.
Hi! What are you doing? Revving up this road trip.
Did someone say road trip?
I'm Mr. Dependable, and like Interstate Batteries, I'm outrageously dependable.
Established in 1983, FK Rod Ends has been the industry leader for both midget and micro racing. Family owned and operated, we take pride in our products and our name because we know you value yours. Visit our website, www.fkrodends.com, to find out how you can join our winning team. FK Rod Ends. To beat the best, you've got to use the best.
And the fence repair continuing here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track after Illinois went through the fence over there during USCS Heat Race number 1 here at the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. You're getting a look at that fence repair that is taking place, and all hands are on deck down there to try and get things patched back up. And I don't know if we have a replay ready or not, but if you did not see it and you're just joining us, it was quite the spectacle of what we just saw there from Illinois. What lap are we on, GT2? So we still got 6 laps to go. So we still have a lot of racing to get to. Of course, 3 more heats for USCS. We've got a B main for both USCS and High Limit, a dash for High Limit as well, and then 2 features. Here is the replay I was just talking about, presented by Comp Cams, and boom.
Man. Right through the wall.
And boom goes the dynamite right through the old catch fence down there. And so they are working hard as they can. They got all the MedStar officials down there. You've got High Limit Racing officials down there. I see Mike Hess down there trying to help out. There's even a driver down there. Is that Kyle Larson? Is that Larson either? Kyle Larson's down there checking things out. So
you said it, all hands on decks.
All hands are on deck, that is for sure.
What was that? Like a Interstate Batteries VIP hospitality that's over there in turn 4? They got a bird's eye view.
Oh,
of
they
that.
got a great view of whatever. Yeah.
I would have been running the opposite direction if that was coming towards me over there.
Yeah, that was wild. But luckily, everybody was okay. There is that.
Oh, and they got a rooftop as well.
Yeah.
Cool.
I'm sure that they will not forget that here tonight. They'll be telling their friends tomorrow.
That's like a Nashville rooftop bar, but they don't have that in Nashville. They don't see race cars coming towards them.
Exactly. Looks like they're backing away, GT. I think that we're going to be good to go here as you see what's left of Illinois' car. One of the many Hawaiians in the pit area.
Earlier we talked about all the Hawaiian natives are on one row, and that's all their rigs right there.
Okay.
All super nice people, exactly what you'd expect.
Illinois, I may have taken him once or twice on the Chili Bowl pool.
Did it get you good points?
I cannot remember.
As a former Chili Bowl pool champion.
I don't think that he was on my team the year that I won. I don't think he was. But I still took him.
You still took him?
At least once, you know,
Yeah.
so.
There's a few names I just kind of pop on there every year, and one year they're going to gain some points.
Yeah.
I figure.
Oh yeah, at least once. They're gonna have one good year coming. So looks like they've got it all fixed up, race fans. So that went a lot faster than maybe first thought of. What was that? 12 minutes, 10 minutes maybe?
Yeah, not bad. Somebody texted me. They said this is an old night at Tulare when they used to have to get the welder out and we'd be down for a half an hour. But yeah, crews did a great work. As you said, it was a collection of people down there helping.
Looks like FloRacing, Matthew Dillner down there on the scene, getting an interview with Illinois. I'm sure we'll be seeing that on the FloRacing social media pages here very, very soon. Matthew Dillner been very busy here today throughout the afternoon, and he'll be busy the next 4 days as he is the main guy over at the media day for Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, getting everything going for all the cool shots and the questions and the lighting and all the good stuff that we get from Media Day. All that stuff will be coming out here soon on the FloRacing broadcast.
Did you have to do the Media Day with the drivers earlier too, or was that just strictly the drivers, or do you guys have to go and...
Yeah, I think Tony and I will go in there on Sunday. We got a couple of things that we're going to record and get some stuff for the big screen for the fans here at the track and just make it a little bit, more informative when you show up to the racetrack maybe for the first time. And so Tony and I are going to be doing some fun things on Sunday for Media Day.
Okay.
We got cars fired back off. Ready to go.
Yeah, it didn't take too long at all as we resume heat race number 1. Again, is presented by Flying Walrus Enterprises, and heat 2 is Specialty Fasteners. Once the second heat race is done, they're going to go ahead and get that wheel out there in front of the grandstands again and do the high limit dash draw, and then we'll come back with heat races 3 and 4 for the non-wingers. Again, top 4 transfer out of all of the USCS heat races. The heat race winner and the fastest transfer car who finishes again in that top 4 will make the redraw later on. 22 car of Brian Whitley is the leader over the 91H of Lonnie Hoschetler. 87 Pete Tuttle is third. Carrick in that 4th and final transfer spot. He is the fastest qualifier in this heat race, although before that red flag, Ryan Timmons was putting the heat on him. 5 cars remain. Pace vehicle to the infield. 2 laps down and 6 to go in heat race number 1. Brian Whitley out of Ventura, California. The Trent Shoring, number 22, will set the pace. And we're back underway. Tanner Carrick looking to roll the high line, and that 83T car drives by Tuttle. Second place is around. That is Hostetler. And the yellow flag is going to wave again. Caution out on the restart for the 91H Alani Hostetler, who was running in the second position. Hostetler makes his way out of Chandler, Arizona, the Mr. Honey sponsored 91H. Take a look at a FloRacing replay. Kind of gets into the infield berm a little slightly and then just loses the handle on that sprint car and spins her around. Good infield shot there. You see them backing it in non-wing style. Backed her in just a little bit too much, however, to draw the caution as we stay on lap number 2. Again, tonight and tomorrow will be non-point events for USCS. Saturday will be just high limit with the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series racing over at the big track. First point race for this series will take place March 28th at Thunderbolt Raceway in Tulare alongside the NARC 410 Series. April 10th, Watsonville Speedway will be point race number 2. Looking for a restart. Tanner Carrick once again going to roll that 83 car up on the high line, trying to get by Jacob Tuttle. He'll do so. Now, if Tanner Carrick can win this heat race, that would put second place in this heat race into the redraw. Brian Whitley going to lead a lap number 3. Tanner Carrick, last year a USCS winner at Watsonville Speedway, has a run on him. He's going to take the lead down the back straightaway. Moves the pride of Lincoln, California. Tanner Carrick to the lead. Check out Jacob Tuttle driving in deep, gets tight. Tries to settle that car down as he pursues your runner-up now, Whitley. Wheel to wheel into turn number 1 move last year's USCS champion, Jacob Tuttle, up to the second spot. The Linex Customs, number 87P, now in second. That'll relegate Brian Whitley back to the third position. After them, it's Ryan Timmons. 5 down, 3 to go. Timmons now going to try and roll up on third running Whitley. Behind them, it's Hostetler. Off turn number 2, Timmons has a good run. Timmons, last year's USCS runner-up in the point stand, is going to let that thing eat on the higher portion of the speedway. And looks like he's going to take over the third spot. Timmons out of Pleasant Hill, California, in that ever good Fine Foods 29T. Back up front to your leader. That car caked with some of that Las Vegas clay. Down to the white flag for Tanner Carrick. Again, Carrick won a USCS race last year at Watsonville Speedway. They took a hard one at Placerville Speedway later on. Not a lot of non-wing sprint car starts for Tanner Carrick, but he's been pretty impressive in those starts up to this point, and he's going to pick up the win in heat race number 1. Should put Jacob Tuttle now in the redraw as well by way of his second place finish. Then Ryan Timmons, Brian Whitley, and Lonnie Hostetler. Well, heat race number 1 with USCS goes to the TC Guide Service, CVC Concrete, 83C of Tanner Carrick. Jacob Tuttle came home second, Ryan Timmons was third, Brian Whitley fourth, and Lonnie Hostetler in fifth. The 2 cars that were involved in the accident, Kellyoni and Brent Sexton, 6 and 7. Heat race number 2, again presented by Specialty Fasteners. Starting lineup looks like this on the pole out of Lakeside, California. We find the number 3 of Grant Sexton. To his outside from Brentwood, the 2024 USCS champion Blake Bauer in the 3F. Row 2 to the inside, one of our Hawaiian natives. It's Dalen Pereira, 21P. To the outside, another Hawaiian native now residing in Henderson, Nevada. The 5S is Rayson Silva. Third row to the inside, the fastest qualified car in this heat race out of Hollister. The 17X is Ryan Burnell. To the outside from Yucca Valley, California, 39D Jeff Dyer. Final starter in this one, in the 41 from Camarillo, it's Rippin' Ricky Lewis. So there you have it, 7 cars for 8 laps, heat race and number 2. Well, former final night winners of the Las Vegas non-wing show on NASCAR Weekend 2012 was the first year. That was Bud Kading who won that, and no Bud is tuned in on Flow. Brian Clausen, 2013, Austin Liggett in 14, Stevie Sussex, 2015, and then I think Chase talked about that 2016 race, the Thriller with Brian Clausen. I think it was Brady Bacon and Stevie Sussex that was involved in that tremendous battle for the win. 2017, Ryan Burnell. 2018, Brody Roa. And in 2019, the most recent one, Jake Swanson made a final lap pass to Charles Davis Jr. to pick up the victory. Again, those are the final night winners with the non-wing portion on NASCAR weekend. Lights out, pace vehicle will pull to the infield. Again, up next after this is going to be the high limit wheel down there in front of the grandstands. Grant Sexton, Blake Bauer, Dalen Pereira, Rayson Silva, Ryan Burnell, Jeff Dyer, and Ricky Lewis. We only have 6 cars making the call. Green flag off turn 4. Good start for the 3 of Grant Sexton. He'll jump out to the lead ahead of the 3F Blake Bauer. Again, Grant Sexton in that 3, the famed Sexton family coming out of the Lightning Sprints. They do non-wing racing. Again, moving up to some wing stuff as well for Grant. Ricky Lewis, 41, moving forward already. Lewis currently shown in position number 3, it looks like. Grant Sexton, number 3 transponder, not hitting the transponder loop. He is the leader, however, ahead of Bauer. That time by 2 laps down. Here comes Blake Bauer diving to the inside, trying to make something happen with your leader, Grant Sexton. Battle for the lead. Here comes Bauer. Good run in turn number 3. He'll pitch that thing sideways in perfect form, slide across the groove, go above the cushion, and he will take the lead on lap number 3. It's Blake Bauer, then Grant Sexton. However, ripping Ricky Lewis is going to take over that spot. He bounces through turn number 2. Sexton returns the favor. Ricky Lewis in at turn number 3, looking to make a big bomb to the inside. Ricky Lewis will slide across the groove, and he will take that spot. Lewis, a runner-up at Mojave Valley with CRA USAC last month. Very close second place finish that night. Battle is on for 3rd. Here comes Ryan Burnell, going to get to the inside of Grant Sexton. Move Burnell up a spot. Again, Burnell has to finish top 4 to make it in the redraw. 5 laps down, 3 to go. It's Bauer, then Lewis, Burnell, Sexton, Pereira, and Rayson Silva. There's a good look at that famed Ted Finkenbinder 3F. That machine's been around oh so long. Sprint cars, Silver Crown cars, midgets, you name it, they've done it over the years. However, Ricky Lewis is closing. 2 to go. Down the back straightaway. Does Lewis have a chance? The white flag is going to wave this time by. Lewis drives that thing deep on the inside. Kind of floats through the middle down to the white flag. Ryan Burnell closing on them as well. Into turn 1, Burnell made up a lot of ground. Final time down the back straightaway, however, for the Finkenbinder 3F Blake Bauer. Ricky Lewis going to drive it deep once again off turn number 4. Give the win to Blake Bauer over Ricky Lewis and Ryan Burnell. Grant Sexton, Dalen Pereira, and Rayson Silva. Well, heat race number 2 goes to Blake Bauer in the 3F, the 2024 Ultimate Sprint Car Series champion. Ricky Lewis in 2nd, Ryan Burnell 3rd, Grant Sexton 4th, 21P Dalen Pereira, Rayson Silva next in line. So that will do it for heat race number 2. Again, next up should be the... Before that, however, we are going to go to a quick break on FloRacing, come back with more from Las Vegas.
Hey everyone, welcome back to FloRacing's live coverage of night number 1 of the 2026 Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing season. We're here at the dirt track at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. We are down here ready for our first roulette redraw wheel of the 2026 season. A quick brief explanation for you. Quick and brief, those are the same words. What am I doing down here? Drivers have assembled who have qualified for tonight's FK Rod Ends Dash. These are the drivers who either won or raced their way in through our 4 heat races. They will come up in order of how they qualified. Because we have a split field, we will go heat race 1, 3, 2, and 4 with the winners first, and then go heat race 1, 3, 2, and 4 for the transfer cars. Drivers will come up in that order. They will take turns spinning this roulette redraw wheel. The wheel must go 1 time all the way around, and the number that it lands on will help determine where they start. The smaller the number, a 2, a 3, a 4, that gets you higher up the starting grid for tonight's FK Rod Ends Dash. The only catch is you don't know where you start until the 8th and final driver has spun. Before they can spin, they'll come up here between myself and the wheel, and they will answer the High Limit Racing hot seat question. We've got Sugar Bee here with us as well. You just never know what you'll see at Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing event. That bee is intimidating me. So let's get into tonight's roulette redraw wheel spin. We're gonna kick things off with our heat race winners, and that is going to begin with the defending series champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome up from St. Helena, California, Rico Abreu. Rico, what's poppin', man? All right, there we go. Our hot seat question comes to us from Hayden Flesh out of Rifle, Colorado. He wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity you took part in this offseason?
Oh, I don't know, probably the gym.
You got one at your shop now? You're going to Pit Fit all the time?
A couple times a day.
All right, we like it. Hey, let's spin the wheel and let's make some noise for Rico Abreu, your winner of TJ Forged Heat Race number 1. He's looking for a small number, and the 24 is the number on his car, and that is not going to be the number he wants to spin here in this roulette redraw wheel dash spin. BR Motorsports Heat Race number 3. He's the defending Knoxville Nationals champion. It's Ryan Timms. Flying Ryan, as some people call him, but not me. Hayden Flesh out of Rifle, Colorado wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity you took part in this past off season?
I got to go on a ski trip to Canada, so that was pretty fun.
You a big skier?
I try to be. Not very good. Pizza all the way down the hill.
Pizza and French fries. I get that reference. Let's make some noise for Flying Ryan Timms. Tim's trying to go lower than a number 24. So if Ryan Timms can get a 23 or smaller, he will go to the front of tonight's FK Rod Ends Dash field, but we have 6 more drivers still to go. That 00 is gonna give him the pole, guaranteed. 00 is the best you can possibly spin, and that gives Ryan Timms the pole position. Nobody will be able to beat that, so you do now know who the pole sitter is. DMI Heat Race number 2 winner out of Myerstown, Pennsylvania. Here he is, Brent Marks. Brent Marks, wow, what are you wearing?
This awesome medallion just for you.
Okay, I want to get way ahead of the rumors. I did not make that or even know it existed.
Well, this is the hot seat question tonight, so you want to know my favorite activity that I did over the offseason that didn't involve racing, and it was getting my guys to make this for you.
I was going to say, did someone get a 3D printer for Christmas?
It wasn't me, but both Robert and Graham have 3D printers, so they've been doing a lot of fun stuff over the winter.
Is that going to go on me?
Yeah, it's going to go on you. You have to work for the rest of the night.
We're going to have to lose this headset. Hold on. I'm going to throw it on in a minute. You ready to spin this wheel? All right, let's make some noise for Brent Marks here, folks. He cannot take over the pole position, as that was done already with a 00 thanks to Ryan Timms. Brent Marks showing up with gifts. I don't know how I feel about this. And Marks is going to stop on the number 4. That is good enough to put Brent Marks to the 2nd position so far through our spinners here tonight. Rod End Supply Heat Race number 4 winner. Let's make some noise for Giovanni Scelzi. Giovanni Scelzi hiding from his big brother Dominic, who has been spotted in the pit area. Giovanni, what was your favorite non-racing related activity you took part in this offseason?
Only one answer for me, and we're in the best state to do it, as gambling.
I heard you had a pretty good night here a couple nights ago. Congratulations on that. Good luck here on the wheel spin.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that's Giovanni Scelzi teaming up with Spire Motorsports to chase an Interstate Batteries High Limit Championship here in 2026. A 0-0 for Timms gives him the pole. A 4 for Brent Marks puts him second. Rico with a 24 sits third, and Scelzi's going to get it to stop on the 7. That is going to move him into the third position. Let's go now to our quickest transfer in cars out of the heat races. From TJ Forged, heat race number 1, this event's winner from 1 year ago. Let's make some noise for Payday, Corey Day. Oh, you just snubbed Sugar Bee. No high five for Sugar Bee. That's cold, brother. Hayden Flesh out of Rifle, Colorado wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity from this past offseason?
Well, I mean, it's kind of racing related, but going to Australia was a lot of fun. Just, exploring the city of Perth, and, that was my first time seeing a new country. So had a lot of fun with that, and yeah, these guys drew really low, so I'll probably get the 36 out of the way for the rest of us.
You got to ride in a helicopter in Perth, Western Australia. Big thanks to Gavin Migro. Here comes Corey Day on the Roulette redraw wheel spin. He thinks he's going to spin high. He gets good with Sugar Bee, gives the fist bump. Let's see what Payday, Corey Day, can get the Roulette redraw wheel to stop on. Oh, not so high after all. A number 9 for Clovis, California's Corey Day. That's good enough for 4th with 3 drivers still to go. Up next, BR Motorsports heat race number 3 transfer. He is the defending NASCAR Cup Series champion. He dabs up Sugar Bee. This is Kyle Larson. Owens got on a Corey Day hoodie, but Corey Day ignored Sugar Bee. You did not ignore Sugar Bee. That will probably pay dividends for you. Hayden Flesh at a Rifle, Colorado wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity this past offseason?
We went to Disney World actually a couple different times. So, yeah, I'd say Disney World. I always love going there. I'm a big Disney guy.
Big Disney adult, Kyle Larson. I bet you didn't know that. Let's make some noise for Kyle and Owen Larson here on the Roulette redraw wheel spin. Larson wants to go lower than a 4. That would give him the 2nd position ahead of Brent Marks. Let's see what Larson and Owen, his son, can get it to stop. And wow, a 34. Owen, I think you are fired from the wheel. 2 drivers left to go. DMI rear ends heat race number 2, quickest transfer in the number 55 for Vermeer Motorsports. This is Kerry Madsen. Kerry, glad to have you here with Interstate Batteries High Limit in 2026. Hayden Flesh wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity this past offseason?
I've done so much racing, I didn't know there was other activities that involve racing, but I would honestly have to say playing fetch or ball with my angry little Pomeranian puff, so that's always fun.
I like that. Hopefully you got on the guitar a little bit as well. Let's give that Roulette redraw wheel a spin. Kerry Madsen teaming up with Tony and Jen Vermeer to chase a High Limit Championship in 2026. It'll be awesome to have Kerry on the road all year long with us. Madsen's wheel is going to stop on a 13. That is not bad. That provisionally is 5th. With 1 driver left to spin. He's the quickest transfer out of Rod End Supply heat race number 4 out of Minden, Nevada, now living in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. It's Tanner Thorson. Tanner Thorson here with us in Las Vegas. Hayden Flesh wants to know, what was your favorite non-racing related activity this winter?
So the only thing that I did that wasn't racing was Shay, the baby, and I went to Colorado. So that's it.
I like that very much. Let's make some noise for Tanner Thorson. He picked up 2 feature victories in 2025. He's got his father-in-law and crew chief by proxy most of the year, Stevie Smith, in the pit area with them here tonight. Tanner Thorson, your final driver to spin, and that wheel is going to stop on the number 8. So, thanks to the 0-0, Ryan Timms out of Oklahoma City will lead the field to the green flag alongside Brent Marks starting in 2nd. 3rd place, Giovanni Scelzi with Tanner Thorson spinning an 8 to start in 4th. 5th will be Corey Day, 6th, Kerry Madsen, and your 4th and final row is rounded out by defending champion Rico Abreu in 7th, and Kyle Larson spinning a 34 to start in the 8th position. That is all from down here in the infield for the Roulette redraw wheel. You now know tonight's starting lineup up for the FK Rod Ends Dash.
All right, Tony, great job down there. And that wheel was given a lot of low numbers here tonight. And so Ryan Timms is going to be on the pole. That will be exciting to watch in that dash. We've got more USCS heat races coming up here in just a few moments. A couple laps by the water truck. Real quick to our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thanks for tuning in. For even more racing action, stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. That's right, we are live tonight on FloRacing 24/7 and Amazon Prime Video. GT, did you ever think that you were going to announce a race on Prime Video?
Never thought so, but I did have one of my friends at home say they're watching it, and it's working flawlessly.
Perfect. That's what we want to hear. I know I've seen a couple people actually tonight posted about Prime Video, and that is a very cool partnership that FloRacing is doing with them. I think it was Michael Rigsby actually posted a picture earlier. It was the high limit race right next to an NBA game.
Wow.
Right next to each other on the little menu. So that's pretty cool.
Never would have thought that. Never would have thought we'd see Michael Jordan at those NASCAR races all the time. So yeah, great crossover, that's for sure.
Looks like we've got non-wing cars heading back out, so 2 more heat races for them, and then getting into the second portion of tonight's race program.
So heat race number 3 is brought to you by DRC Chassis out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Starting lineup looks like this on the pole. Former 2-time winner of the Dirt Cup at Skagit Speedway, the veteran. Originally out of Everett, Washington, 67X is going to be Jamie Barnes. To the outside from Buckeye, Arizona, 47 is Charles Davis Jr. Row 2 to the inside out of Goleta, California. The 18 is David Gasper. 2 is outside starting from 4th. Simi Valley driver Cole Wakeham in the 73. Fastest qualified car in this heat race is inside row number 3 out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. The 51 is Brady Bacon. 2 is outside. The 39T now residing in Wickenburg, Arizona. 39T Troy DeGayton. Final starter out of Brentwood. It's Battlin' Bob Newberry in the 36. So same story here, 7 cars. If they all make the call for 8 laps of distance, heat race number 3 of 4 for USCS. Talk about some more of the upcoming races. April 11th over to Doug Lockwood's Merced Speedway. We know Doug is tuned in on FloRacing. April 18th, Thunderbolt Raceway. And then one I'm really excited for, May 1st and 2nd, Placerville Speedway. 2 nights of USCS non-wing, and then 2 nights of wing to 360 sprint car racing, which also doubles as Legends Weekend there in Old Hangtown. May 30th, Bakersfield Speedway at Kern County Raceway Park. June 27th, Ventura Raceway. You can check out the Ultimate Sprint Car Series on their Facebook page by searching Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Championship night later on this season, November 20th at Merced Speedway, part of the Chase Johnson Classic. 2 nights with the USAC National Midgets. This season, opening night there in Merced features the USCS non-wing sprints, and then the final night, wing to 360 sprint cars are the companion class to the USAC National Midgets. Again, as we talked about earlier, this series utilizes a combination of both 360s and 410s. Troy DeGayton having a uh-oh moment over there in turn 2. Look at him pointing back in the right direction. Got a 410, you got to run a sleeve on the injector, basically to choke down the power and bring it more in line with the 360s. Year number 3 for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Troy DeGayton in that 39, originally out of Sacramento, California, been down in Arizona the last few years. They run the sprint car and the midget down in that neck of the woods. He'll get the assistance and be pushed back off. In fact, they used to live on the exact same street that I've lived on for 20 years in Sacramento, 63rd Street. DeGayton back on his way. Did get word no B main will be needed for USCS, so once the heat races are complete, just an A main to come, and that will be the nightcap here in Las Vegas. $5,000 to win, 25 lap feature. Going to kind of buzz around the track for a little bit of moment. Saw the water truck out there doing some packing work as well. So the non-point special events for this series this year, of course, here in Vegas, and then also September 7th at Petaluma Speedway. That is on Labor Day, the day after the Vermeil Classic in Calistoga. So Calistoga would be September 5 and 6 with USAC CRA, and then September 7th USCS over at Petaluma. That's always a fun night of racing at the Sonoma-Marin County Fairgrounds. Rick Faith, Ron Lindgren, Margaret, Joseph, and the gang over there. Always love seeing them. Again, just trying to buzz in a little bit of that moisture over there off of turn number 2 that was applied down on this big half mile. And we'll get everybody doubled up. Looks like they're just about set to do so. So Jamie Barnes on the pole this one. Again, a 2-time winner of the Jim Raper Memorial Dirt Cup, 2008 and 2009 at Skagit Speedway. And that when he did that, he was the first local weekly driver to do so since 1992. So that was a huge deal for Jamie back when he got those wins on back-to-back years. Living down in Arizona now, so we don't get the chance to see him all that often. To his outside, the pride of Buckeye, Arizona. That's Charging Charles Davis Jr. David Gasper, Cole Wakeham, row 2, Brady Bacon, Troy DeGayton, and Bob Newberry, your starting lineup for 8 laps of distance. Looking for a nice even side-by-side start up front with Jamie Barnes and Charles Davis Jr. And at turn number 1, move the 67X for Axel and Kippy Walker. Jamie Barnes up to the lead. Charles Davis right there, as is David Gasper. And at turn number 3, Davis almost took a shot. Gasper going to swing that thing way wide. Going to take the long way around the Las Vegas dirt track. He makes it work. What a move there by David Gasper in that Kittle Gasper Motorsports 18. He is the leader. Charles Davis Jr. battles his way into the 2nd spot and has a run now on Gasper. Into turn 3, check out Chuck Davis. He'll go to the lead. Davis going to try and drift up. Gasper going to try to get back around him, however. Side by side at the line, give the lead to Charles Davis Jr. As we talked about it, Davis 4 starts this year, a couple of runner-ups, all in the top 5 so far. There's a look at the 51 Brady Bacon. Getting around Jamie Barnes. Bacon again just has to finish in the top 4, and he will be on to the redraw. At the line, 0.4 of a second is the gap for the blue 18. Check that for the yellow 47 of Charles Davis, then the blue 18, who's about to feel the heat from the white 51 of Brady Bacon. Driving for the Johnson family. He'll drive up in front of the 18, move the Macho Man to 2nd. Of course, that car famously driven by R.J. Johnson. Brady Bacon at the helm here tonight and tomorrow, and he's going to get a run on Charles Davis. Here comes the 4-time USAC National Sprint Car Champion. Brady Bacon trying to set up Davis. This time by, there'll be 3 to go. Nose to tail into turn number 1. Now Davis going to dive to the bottom. Brady Bacon has that thing wound up on the high side. Brady Bacon going to drive right around Charles Davis. Move the BG Lubricants 51 up to the top spot. 6 laps down, drifts a little bit wide. Davis going to try and get a run on him now. And at turn 1, Charles Davis might not be done yet. He'll drift a little bit too much through the middle, however. Great run for Bacon. He'll gap him down the back straightaway. Cole Wakeham, 73, getting by Jamie Barnes. Move him up into position number 4. White flag is out. Final tour of velocity, as Chick Christner would say, for the Macho Man, Brady Bacon, down the back straightaway. Just about a 1-second advantage over Charles Davis. This time by, he'll accept the checkered flag, give the win to the Macho Man, Brady Bacon. Charles Davis Jr. crosses the stripe in 2nd. David Gasper 3rd. Cole Wakeham, and then Jamie Barnes. So the pride of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, the 51 of Brady Bacon wins heat race number 3. Brady, an ASCS national winner earlier this year at Volusia. Charles Davis Jr. came home 2nd. David Gasper was 3rd. Cole Wakeham 4th. Jamie Barnes in 5th. Bob Newberry and Troy DeGayton, with Bacon winning that heat race, should put Charging Charles Davis into the redraw as well by way of his 2nd place finish. Moving on to the final USCS heat race up next, presented by RGW Inc. That is Rick's Gateworks. On the pole from Las Vegas, Nevada, the 17F is Todd Pratt. To the outside, one of our Hawaii travelers, 50S Rocky Silva. Row 2 to the inside of the Roseman, the 58 is going to be Mark Henry. To his outside from Las Vegas, Nevada, Roland Cabello, 22R. Fastest qualified car in this heat race, again, starts inside row 3, 51T is Eddie Tafoya. To the outside from Santa Rosa, the 1 is Nate Schenk. Final starter in the 11 is going to be Tyler Cato. Get some more of these non-wing facts. Charles Davis Jr. was the 93 Rookie of the Year with the original California Racing Association. Been at this game a long, long time. Again, talked about some of those special awards come tomorrow night. Motor City Buick GMC $1,000 to the highest finishing driver with American Racer on all 4 corners. Hoosier Tires adding in a brand new right rear tire to the highest driver on all 4 corner Hoosier Tires. Avanti Windows and Doors $1,000 to the highest finishing double duty driver, which will be Tanner Carrick. Winners last season with this series, Ryan Burnell and Ricky Lewis led the way with 4 victories apiece. Dason Pursley picked up a couple of wins, both of those at the Turkey Night Grand Prix. Jake Andreotti, Tanner Carrick, Jacob Tuttle, Brody Fusen, Kayla Montgomery, and David Gasper winners with USCS last year. Congrats goes out to Jake Andreotti. Saw he is the new driver here with Keller Motorsports in California. Look forward to seeing what Jake can do there with Brent and Mike Keller and the gang in the Golden State. Lineup is set. Pace vehicle to the infield. Todd Pratt, Rocky Silva, Mark Henry, Roland Cabello, Eddie Tafoya Jr., Nate Shank, and Tyler Cato. And Cato in that Chris Stiles 11 car towards the rear. Green is out. Todd Pratt, 17F, got a good start from the inside of the Speedway. Eddie Tafoya Jr., 51T, trying to battle his way forward. Into turn number 3. Looks like Tafoya will make that pass. He's going to come after the leader now. Check out the 51 there. Eddie Tafoya Jr. will lead a lap number 1 over Rocky Silva. Nate Shank battling right there as well. Down the back straightaway, Shank will make the pass there into 3rd. Got a car right in front of us, going to slow to a stop, however, and that is going to draw the caution. Yellow flag is going to wave here with 1 lap complete. 58 car possibly of Mark Henry. And it is the 58. I like my wings on these things, easier to see. Nonetheless, Mark Henry out of Antelope Acres, 27-year-old driver in the Kenny Perkins Special. And Eddie Tafoya Jr., what a start he got, goes right to the top spot here with 1 lap down. Tafoya, a 3rd place finisher with USAC CRA at Mojave Valley on February 28th. Todd Pratt looks like he's going to restart 2nd. His transponder was not picked up last time by. Nate Shank in 3rd, and Rocky Silva. 51T at Tafoya out of Chino Hills, California, helped out by Specialty Fasteners, BR Motorsports, King Racing Products, and DRC Chassis. Lights out, single file restart coming your way with the 51T. Eddie Tafoya bringing us back. Tyler Cato making the pass in the number 11 car. He'll move into 4th spot. Ahead of him, Nate Shank all over Todd Pratt. Eddie Tafoya Jr. opening up a big lead already, keeping our eyes on that race for a 2nd. Pratt, Shank, and then Cato. Good run for Nate Shank through the middle. He'll drive right on by Todd Pratt. Move the Santa Rosa native up to 2nd. Tyler Cato looking to make a pass as well for position number 3. Last year, Cato, a full-time driver on the Sprint Car Challenge Tour campaign in California, got into this 11 car, made his 410 debut at Calistoga Speedway. What a track to make your 410 debut at, he said, as he tries to come after Pratt now for third. They'll go wheel to wheel in turn number 3. Cato upstairs. Will look to make the pass down the front straightaway. Looks like he'll do so. Move Cato up to third. Top 2 have pulled away massively from the rest of the field. We have a car in turn 4 going to go yellow way up there by the fence. Caution flag waves on lap number 4. Looks like 22R Roland Cabello. So caution flag waves right at the halfway point. Cabello residing in Las Vegas, Nevada, one of our 6 Hawaiian natives. Looks like he'll need the hook with extensive front end damage. Roland, 49 years of age. Sponsors wanted on his route. Now with 4 laps down, Eddie Tafoya Jr. is the leader. Nate Shank is up into second. Tyler Cato third. Should then be Pratt and Silva. Good bird's eye view there on the drone, towing away Roland. Again, big thank you to Bear State Electric, J&W Ford, SG Composites. Brent Keller says he is somewhere out there in the grandstands, owner of the 2K winged sprint car in California. Again, 4 laps down, 4 to go, right at the halfway point. Coming up next should be the High Limit Racing Dash. Definite rear end damage as well for Roland in that 22. Try and get these final 4 laps clicked off, caution free. Eddie Tafoya Jr. now going to try to fend off Nate Shank in the number 1. Rolling towards the restart zone. Eddie Tafoya Jr. mashes the loud pedal and we're back underway. Good restart there for Tafoya. Put several car lengths between himself and Shank. Then Cato, Pratt, and Silva. Five laps down and 3 to go. Tafoya's lead already up to nearly 1.5 seconds. That 51T hooked up in Holland here in heat race number 4. Lap number 6, 2 to go. Everyone evenly spaced around this half mile, the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Good tight shot there on the specialty fasteners. 51T of Eddie Tafoya Jr., although Nate Shank is reeling him in. This time by, white flag is going to wave. This track's so line sensitive, especially for these non-wing sprint cars. Get runs out of nowhere. Good run that time for your leader, Tafoya. He'll gap second running Nate Shank. This time by, checker flag is going to be unveiled from the starter stand. Give the victory to Eddie Tafoya Jr. Nate Shank finishes in the 2nd spot, and that should put him into the redraw as well. Tyler Cato, and then Todd Pratt and Rocky Silva. So congratulations to Eddie Tafoya Jr., 51T, the winner of heat race number 4 over Nate Shank, Tyler Cato, Todd Pratt, and Rocky Silva. Heat race competition is complete for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. They'll be back out later on tonight to finish off the program with their 25-lap feature. Next up is going to be the High Limit Racing Dash. I'll send it back to overstairs to my friend, Mr. Chase Rodman.
Thank you, Gary Thomas. Yes, the FK Rodden's Dash is next on the racing program. It will be a 7-lap dash, and the finishing order of that dash will determine the first 4 starting rows of tonight's feature event. Let's take a look at the starting lineup for tonight's dash. On the pole from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the all-by-year alternative, Joel Pigeon Trucking, Hample Oil, CP Excavating, Raw Machinery, number 10. It'll be Ryan Timms, and his outside from Myerstown, Pennsylvania, driving the Warrior Buildings, McGrewbid.com, Babs Paint, Livewire Customs, Fenton Marks Racing Development, number 19, it's Brent Marks. Starting in the 3rd spot from Fresno, California, the Chili's, Spire Motorsports, Carmen Trucking, Ziegler Auto Group, Gainbridge, number 77 of Hot Sauce, Giovanni Selzy. To his outside from Minden, Nevada, in the JST Motorsports, Smith Titanium, Messiah Transportation, Factory Cane, Maximo Racing Oils, number 88, it's Tanner Thorson. Starting from 5th out of Clovis, California, it's tonight's fast time qualifier, the Trex Decking Warehouser, Autry Plumbing, 4Cs Construction, Myers Constructors, number 14 of Corey Day. And his outside starting in 6th from St. Mary's, New South Wales, Australia, the Maxim Trucking, TK Concrete, Logan Contractor Supply, Rexco Equipment, Zip Bonds, number 55, Kerry Madsen. Starting 7th, it's the defending series champion. He is from St. Helena, California, the Tony Stewart, Kerbagajanian Racing, CarQuest, Sugar Bee Apple, ArcZone.com, Swan Island Sheet Metal, number 24 of Rico Abreu. And it was outside the final starter for this one from Elk Grove, California, and the all-by-year alternative, HendrickCars.com, JVI Group, Finley Farms, Fulkins Brothers Trucking, FloRacing, number 57, it's Young Money Kyle Larson. So 8 cars, they will go 7 laps around the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. And as I mentioned earlier, where they finish in this race is where they will start the feature for tonight's opener in 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Been a while since some of these guys have been on the racetrack due to the fence repair and a couple other things going on as well, so haven't seen them on the track. Ryan Timms going to be on the pole here next to Brent Marks. And the lights quickly out. HendrickCars.com pace truck into the infield. Not wasting any time. We're going green at the chalk stripe in turn number 4 with FK Rod-Ends. They are the dash sponsor once again for 2026. Here we go. Underway in the FK Rod-Ends dash. It'll be Ryan Timms with the jump into turn 1. Brent Marks a good run around the outside. Now to the inside, down the back straightaway. They go side by side. The Myerstown Missile takes the race lead into turn 3. Good start in this one for Brent Marks. Slides up the racetrack. Timms gets over the edge of the banking right there. Loses a little bit of ground. Tanner Thorson a good start in this one as well. He is trying to fend off Kyle Larson, and now on the back bumper of Giovanni Selzy. Thorson sitting in the 4th position. Then it is Larson, Corey Day. Or sorry, that's not Corey. That's Kerry Madsen, excuse me. Then Corey Day and Rico Abreu. Up front there, Ryan Timms got over the banking once again in turn number 4. Selzy goes by for that 2nd spot. Gio very good on the bottom in turn number 2. Timms back around the outside, gets a run. They go side by side to turn 3. Up front, don't worry about him. It's Brent Marks with a large lead over the Spire Motorsports number 77. Back behind, Kerry Madsen got by Kyle Larson. He'll make another move on him in turn number 1. Kerry Madsen up the racetrack. Very close call in turn 2. Kyle Larson back around the outside, but Madsen has 5th. Kerry Madsen up to 5th. Back up front, Gio is putting some distance between himself and Ryan Timms. Giovanni Selzy sitting in the 2nd spot. Then it is Timms, then it's Tanner Thorson. Kerry Madsen still going at it with Kyle Larson. Larson turns it down the hill, pulls up next to Madsen down the back straightaway. Kyle Larson now into the top 5. Larson moves up in the 5th as it looks like Madsen now gets over the edge of the banking. He'll go all the way to the back of the field. Madsen losing 3 spots in 1 lap as Corey Day and Rico Abreu both go by. This time by, it will be white flag waving. 1 lap to go, and Gio is closing back in on Brent Marks for the top spot. Selzy's car has been very good on the inside of the racetrack in turns 3 and 4, but he's going to run out of time. It looks like it will be Brent Marks starting on the pole, the first feature of the year. Selzy's going to make it close at the line, but Marks is going to hang on. Selzy 2nd, Timms in 3rd, Thorson 4th, and Kyle Larson in 5th. Boy, oh boy, is the track shaping up very, very nicely here. Late in the going. The Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash, it will be Brent Marks on the pole here tonight. Giovanni Selzy 2nd, Ryan Timms 3rd, Tanner Thorson 4th, and Kyle Larson in 5th, followed by Corey Day, Rico Abreu, and Kerry Madsen. Next up will be the B main presented by Winters Performance. Tony Laporta, if you can hear me, we were out on the racetrack quite a bit yesterday, and we saw it a few times there in that dash with guys going over the edge of the banking. What I mean by that is it shelves off a lot over there on both ends of the racetrack. So if you get out of the groove, it's almost like going from the 10 degrees of banking we talked about earlier to 0, and that really messes up these guys when they make that mistake.
Yeah, I noticed that we had a really close up front personal look of the outside of both turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And I noticed, like I'd never noticed before, Chase, how aggressive this place does shelf off. Reminds me a little bit of turns 3 and 4. Well, heck, both ends of Lucas Oil Speedway out in Wheatland, Missouri, where, yeah, if you drop that right rear tire to the top of the banking just a little bit too much, it will grab you. And we've seen that happen there in the past. So I can confidently say last year I was too busy bundled up and shivering to take notice of the unique parts of this racetrack. But this year, with better weather conditions, you get out, you kind of walk around, you notice a little bit more of it. And the shelf at the top of both ends of this racetrack is certainly noticeable, and it can reach out and grab these drivers. But that's just one of the things that makes chasing Interstate Batteries High Limit as difficult as it is. Different tracks, different towns, different places that you've got to get a handle on as a driver, as a crew chief. It is not easy to go out and chase a championship with High Limit in 2026.
Yeah, certainly. We saw Ryan Timms and Kerry Madsen both fall victim to the shelf over there in turns 3 and 4. We'll see if that comes into play later on as well. Here's the lineup for the B main, which will be 12 laps, top 4 to the feature. Ty Gibbs going to be on the pole if he does make the call. He's in the Monster Energy Oakley, pristineauction.com, number 84. And who's outside is Austin Gossel from Fort Collins, Colorado, in the BG Automotive Simpson Race Products, BR Motorsports Schaefer's Oil, number 16G. Starting in third from Indianapolis, Indiana, in the NOS Energy Drink, Elliott's Custom Trailers, Spire Motorsports, Brand Professional Agriculture, Gainbridge, number 7BC, that is Sunshine, Tyler Courtney. To his outside from Lubbock, Texas, in the Horizon Whiskey, Nice Crete and Landish, PhilPools.com, High Performance Lubricants, RB Ranch, number 5, Brenham Crouch. Starting from 5th on the inside of row 3 from Waco, Texas, in the Bush's Chicken, Two Worlds Equestrian, Kaiser Wheels, Outlaw Wings, Smith Titanium, number 9R, It's the Quickest Chicken, Chase Randall. To his outside from Quilcene, Washington, in the DGRD, Smith Titanium, LRI Stanton Racing Engines, Rod and Supply, number 6, JJ Hickle. Starting in 7th from Lincoln, California, it's the California Waterfowl, TC Guide Service, CBC Concrete, K1 Race Gear, number 83T Tanner Carrick. And his outside, he is from East Grand Forks, Minnesota. And the Proceed, JW Repair, Ekman Dental Arts, Phil Thompson and Associates, number G5, Gage Polkerbeck. Starting 9th from Cobble Hill, British Columbia, Canada, in the Saratoga Motorsports Park, Shark Racing Engines, Cow Creek, Malahat Auto Wrecking, number 21P, it's Robbie Price. And his outside, starting in the 10th spot, that will be Joel Myers Jr. from Santa Rosa, California, in the Graham Rahal Performance, Dirt Dudes Excavating, All About Fire Protection, Brad Alexander Suspension, number 19H. And starting in the 11th spot from Bozeman, Montana, driving the Rockin' R Restaurant, Sherville Suspension, ART Enterprises, Don Valenzuela's Auto Body, number 3C, Cole Schroeder. And his outside, starting 12th, it's DJ Netto from Hanford, California, the Netto Ag, Penny Newman Grain, Vanderpool Petroleum, Mechanics Choice Oil, number 88N. 7th row on the inside, that'll be Brian Brown from Higginsville, Missouri. The Casey's FVP, Andy's Frozen Custard, Impact Signs, Ditsville Transfer, Wilkerson Crane Rental, number 21. And his outside from Tempe, Arizona, that is Sterling Kling in the SCR Machine, Johnson Built Concrete entry. And the final 2 starters from Coos Bay, Oregon. Car number 22, it's Austin Sauce. In the Prather Racing, LB Market, Dalkey Trucking, Lucas Oil Products, number 22. And the final starter is from Sacramento, California. The JKF Enterprises, Loyalty Builders, Aloha Travel, Chuck's Corvette, number 9F, Dustin Freitas. 12 laps, the top 4 moving on to the feature. This is the last chance. If you do not make it out of this, you are done for the night and have to come back tomorrow. Winters Performance has been manufacturing speed parts for the racing industry for over 65 years. Many of the winningest sprint cars in history are equipped with Winters Quick Change rears and driveline composites. Visit wintersperformance.com today. They are the sponsor of the B Main. So Ty Gibbs does indeed not make the call, so that's going to be Austin Gossel and Tyler Courtney on the front row. Coming to the green, top 4 will transfer in. We're underway. A little bit of a wonky start there for your pole sitter. Austin Gossel going to fall back to 3rd as Tyler Courtney shoots out with the race lead down the back straightaway. 3 wide back in the field. Brian Brown
Looked like Gage Polkerbeck and Joel Myers Jr. racing for about the 8th position. Around the outside comes Tanner Carrick. He'll make his way by J.J. Hickle. Move Tanner Carrick up into the top 5. Needs one more spot if he wants to make the feature. And he's closing in on Austin Gossel off of turn number 2. Tanner Carrick, car number 83T, going to the top. Meanwhile, Gossel down low. Now Gossel misses the bottom. And around the outside comes Tanner Carrick. He'll take that transfer spot away. Tanner Carrick now up to 4th. Gossel fights back to the inside, slides up the racetrack. Doesn't get all the way to the top, but it's going to work out for him. Gossel takes 4th back away down the backstretch. Austin Gossel back into 4th, and he's going to run the middle once again in turn number 4. If he can keep that car pinned more down on the low side, might help him out a little bit more, as Tanner Carrick is all over him. Now Carrick to the outside, he'll take the spot away. Tanner Carrick up to 4th, and Brian Brown is trying to get in the picture as well. Brownie's sitting in 6th and 2 spots out of a transfer. To the outside comes Blackjack, trying to close in on Austin Gossel for the 5th spot down the front straightaway. Brian Brown plugs the right rear into the cushion as Austin Gossel gets through the rough stuff right there in turn number 2. A little bit of a interesting maneuver there from Gage Polkerbeck back behind. Got through the rough stuff and nearly lost the handle on the race car as Brian Brown drops the right rear over the edge of the banking in turn 4. J.J. Hickle closing in on him. Hickle going to point the car on the bottom, tries a slider, not going to get there in time. Brian Brown around the outside is running out of time. Brownie now with a move to the inside of Austin Gossel. Gossel going to fend off that challenge for now as they work down the front straightaway. 6 laps to go. We're halfway through this B-main, and Brian Brown now into the 5th spot. Brian Brown gets by Austin Gossel. Gossel crosses him back up, takes it back away down the back straightaway. Meanwhile, it is still Tyler Courtney with the race lead. Chase Randall sitting in 2nd. Brenham Crouch in 3rd. And Tanner Carrick has that 4th spot. But is it secured? Brian Brown trying to get by Austin Gossel. Gossel gets through the rough stuff in turn number 2. Brownie in his back pocket down the back straightaway. Here comes a slider for the 5th position. Brian Brown takes it away in turn number 4. Brian Brown up to 5th. Gossel back to the inside. He will not go away. Austin Gossel sitting in the 5th spot. J.J. Hickle trying to be a part of the big mix as well. And Brian Brown now around the outside. He'll take over 5th. Can he close in on Tanner Carrick with 2 laps to go this time by? Brownie now misses the bottom in turn 4. Gossel goes right back by. Austin Gossel now back into 5th, and this is allowing Tanner Carrick to pull away. White flag is waving the next time by for Tyler Courtney. He's got 2 laps to go. Brian Brown and Austin Gossel continue to go at it down the front straightaway. J.J. Hickle has a front row seat for that. He'll go to the outside trying to get by Gossel as well. Gossel holds him off down the back stretch. White flag is waving. 1 lap to go for Tyler Courtney. His lead 1.3 seconds over Chase Randall. And Brian Brown looks like he is going to run out of time if he wants to make the transfer. Off of turn number 4, Tyler Courtney will win the B-main. 2nd will go to Chase Randall. 3rd to Brenham Crouch. And 4th it will be Tanner Carrick holding on. And a problem for Austin Gossel, as that car is slow on the top of the racetrack in 3 and 4 before he gets to the checker. Your B-main transfers, the 7BC, Tyler Courtney, the 9R of Chase Randall, the 5 of Brenham Crouch, and the 83T, Tanner Carrick. Those will be your final 4 feature starters on night 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track. Everybody else is done for the night. To our viewers watching on FloRacing 24/7, thanks for tuning in. For even more racing action, stream FloRacing anytime in the Flo Sports app. We hope that you will indeed do that. But if you don't, we do appreciate you watching tonight on Flo 24/7 and Amazon Prime Video. Features are next on the racing program. Stay tuned for that, along with the Durst Dice Roll, which is coming up next here on FloRacing.
Hey everyone, welcome back to live coverage of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash here at the dirt track at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway. I've got Ian Husby right over here next to me. He is our Durst Dice Rolling fan of the night. But first, we're going to welcome in some of our friends from Sugar Bee. They're going to present him with a gift pack from Sugar Bee Apples. They have stepped up to present the weekend of racing here. So he's going to get that pretty awesome gift bag right there after he's done with the Durst Dice Roll here in just a second. Ian, thank you for being here. Where do you come from?
Washington State.
Oh, wow. Okay, so a good little trip down here to Las Vegas. Ian has been selected as our Durst Dice Rolling fan of the night by being a pre-sale ticket purchaser. Anybody who buys their tickets ahead of race day for an Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing event 2026 can win the chance to be the Durst Dice Rolling fan. We have got Savvy and Audrey here. They're going to hook Ian up with the Durst Dice. Girls, thank you very much. Do you know how this works?
Yes, I do.
All right, so he's going to roll these dice. Whatever number these two dice add up to is the starting position of tonight's Durst Dice Roll driver. If that driver wins, you and that driver are splitting $5,000. Do you have someone you are hoping to roll here tonight?
Hoping to roll Kyle.
Kyle Larson in that number 57. He'll start in the 5th position. Are you ready to go?
I'm ready.
Hey, Las Vegas Motor Speedway, let's give him some good luck and get nice and loud here. Get loud for Ian Husby. Here we go. Oh, right against the bleachers. We're going to see what the dice stop on. A 6 and a 1. That's 7th place starter and defending series champion, Rico Abreu. You ready to cheer for the 24?
Oh, I'm always ready to cheer for 24.
All right, go over there, grab that really nice gift bag from our friends at Sugar Bee Apples. And again, the 7th place starter, Rico Abreu, is tonight's Durst Dice Rolling driver. Should Rico score the victory, Ian Husby, our Durst Dice Rolling fan of the night, and Rico will split $5,000. Chase Rodman, back up to you.
That Sugar Bee down there, I'm telling you, Tony, that has been my favorite thing of this entire broadcast. That Sugar Bee needs to come with us to every single race because that is hilarious. Whoever's in that thing, you need a raise, whoever that is. You need a raise because you're doing a great job as the Sugar Bee. There's nobody in that thing. Gary, what am I talking about? That's a real bee, right, walking around. That's a real bee. What am I talking about? For all the kids out there, you know. Tooth Fairy and whatnot. But yeah, we're a couple minutes away from getting underway here for our features. The first feature of the night will be Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Following that will be the USCS Sprint Cars for 25 laps. Being told we are just about a minute away from the horn being sounded. And what that means is the drivers and teams, once that horn goes off in the pit area, they have 8 minutes to present their cars on the racetrack for the feature. If they do not get their cars there in time, they will be penalized before the race begins. So cleaning things up down there on the front straightaway, a couple last-minute track prep adjustments, and man, GT, I'll tell you that the track has shaped up super nicely here, and we talked about a lot of moisture being in early, of course, but sometimes you got to make the sacrifice for early tonight for the part where it all matters, of course, the feature to be the best.
It's pretty incredible, too, how much it widened up, especially over there in 3 and 4, as you talked about. It almost got to that where it shelves off over there, but we do see the tractors on the track trying to do a little bit of a tune-up before this feature, but some of that racing in the dash was pretty darn good, so hopefully this feature event is going to be even better.
I hope you are right. So it sounds like we are about to go on the horn, so that means it's time to meet the starting lineup for race number 1 of 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Trucking, Hample Oil, CP Excavating, Raw Machinery, number 10 of Ryan Timms. And the front row for tonight's feature, night number 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. Outside the first row, from Fresno, California, it's the Chili, Spire Motorsports, Carmen Trucking, Ziegler Auto Group, Gainbridge, number 77, Hot Sauce, Giovanni Selzy. And the pole sitter for race number 1 of 2026 is from Myerstown, Pennsylvania. He drives the Warrior Buildings, McGrewBid.com, Baps Paint, Livewire, Customs Fit, and Marks Racing Development. Number 19, it's Brent Marks. Those are your 24 drivers that are in the main event on night number 1 here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. this right here, Tony, you cannot win the championship, obviously, in night one, but you could really put yourself in terrible position if things do not go well on the first night out. And there's a lot of guys at the front of this field that we could talk about that could really put themselves in a really good position heading out of Vegas.
Man, you're not kidding, Chase, right? You know, it's just like the old adage, you can't win the race in the first corner, but you sure can lose it there. And you're definitely not going to win a championship on night number one, and you really probably won't lose it here either. But man, wouldn't it be a lot more enjoyable and a better view to start at the top of the mountain versus having to dig yourself out of a hole? That reminds me of a discussion I had earlier this afternoon with Tyler Courtney's crew, Jake Argo, the crew chief, and Ron Burley helping out Tyler Courtney. You know, those guys both talked about what it's going to take to be ready to go win a championship this year, and Ron talked about, he said, it's all about doing our jobs consistently every night, no matter what the job is, right? From daily maintenance to making sure all the adjustments that Jake Argo calls for. Everybody on that 7BC crew and everybody on all these teams have to do their job consistently night in and night out. That's surely what guys like Brad Sweet and Rico Abreu would tell you. It talks about having a good crew behind you and guys and girls that do their jobs consistently. So yeah, this will be very exciting. This is what's so cool about a young season. Nobody knows how it's going to go yet. Nobody knows how things are going to shake out yet, and we get to watch it and experience it night in and night out here. 60 plus races with Interstate Batteries High Limit, and the start of a season is always so exciting. Talk about crazy. I mean, Tyler Courtney, the driver and his team we're talking about, they just had to race their way into the A main event through the B. So anything can happen out here on the road with High Limit.
It certainly can, Tony, and I wanted to talk quickly about here Giovanni Scelzi. I mean, there was a lot of question marks here with this team going into this year. I mean, obviously we know they've got the best of the best stuff. They've got the best crew chief possibly of the last 10 years with Eric Prutzman. He knows exactly what's going on, but it's a brand new operation. I mean, they you know, knocked the dust off everything, or you know, they took all the plastic off everything at Talladega last week. They ran 14th. Sure, they were the hard charger, but it wasn't a top 10 like they were hoping for. And here tonight, I mean, it looks like a completely different deal. Second place start here in this one, and he was right there with Brent Marks prior to the checkered flag of that dash.
I love how you put that. It's not knocking the dust off that Spire Motorsports equipment. It's peeling the plastic off of it. And Giovanni was on the High Limit Room with you and I a couple of weeks ago, and he talked at length about how nice it's been. He and crew chief Eric Prutzman getting to build that program pretty much from the ground up. Eric Prutzman, a multi-time national championship winning crew chief with Brad Sweet at KC Kane Racing. But Eric Prutzman has a long history in the sport of sprint car racing, a longtime crew member at Tony Stewart Racing, and he got to study under some of the best over there at TSR in Brownsburg, Indiana. So yeah, Giovanni and Eric and the rest of the crew over there, they're really getting to play with house money a little bit here. Spire Motorsports is making big commitments all across the world in motorsports, and it's great to see them have stuff they are excited about going racing with. You're looking on screen right now at Tanner Holmes. He's one of our 2 Race Rudine Foundation Rookie of the Year contenders. And Tanner Holmes is just an exciting story, right? He's a young man out of Southern Oregon, and if you don't know about Tanner Holmes, well, I don't know, you need to get an internet connection is what I would say, because Tanner Holmes has absolutely revolutionized the world of dirt track racing with his own brand of content. When I say own brand, I mean his own brand, because he shoots the stuff, he edits the stuff, he posts the stuff. Tanner Holmes, very prominent in making sure the world knows about his racing, and it's worked to his advantage, right? He has made money through his YouTube account. He has made relationships with folks who want to come on board and sponsor his racing, and so for years he's been out there doing it on his own in the family car. He's gotten some rides with some really good teams. Tarleton has put him in the car. Remember, he filled in for Jacob Allen a couple of seasons ago doing the back half of, I think that was the 2022 World of Outlaws National Tour, but now he is ready to chase a National 410 Championship all on his own. Tom Book sees something he likes in Tanner Holmes. Driving ability aside, you obviously can see the marketability in a driver like Tanner Holmes. He does a great job promoting the sport. He has competed a lot with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing over the last 2 years. He's always run kind of his own schedule, make the big events, go where he can, go where he thinks he can win. This year, though, it will be exciting to see what the challenges of having to face a year-long schedule and not being able to go back home and reset and get your car back on a baseline. There are no days off when chasing a national championship. I'm excited to see how they do on track, but I'm really, Chase, excited to see what kind of content Tanner Holmes can put out. People should absolutely check him out on YouTube and his social media. Tanner does as good of a job as anybody else at growing the sport of sprint car racing.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it any better myself there, Tony. And GT, I wanted to bring you into this conversation as well here. Tanner Thorson going to start 4th in this one. There was a streak last year. I think he had 15 top 10 finishes in a row during points-paying events, but he got off to a really slow start. These sized racetracks right here are not exactly in the wheelhouse of Tanner Thorson, right? We saw him do so well on these 3/8, these quarters, these 1/3 mile racetracks, these 4/10, these half miles. Not exactly his forte, but he starts 4th in this one. We mentioned Stevie Smith is here on the grounds helping him out. He's a guy running a car that nobody else is running in the field, and so far so good. He's going to start 4th in this one and hopefully not get too far behind the 8 ball when it comes to trying to get in that top 5 in points.
Well, of course, you saw him in the karts way back in the day, and started in California in the wing sprint, went over to the midgets, but he was somebody I'm looking at this year where if he can just take another jump and become maybe a top 5 wing sprint car driver in the country, I think with that consistency that you talked about last year, I really do think he can do that this season and become a guy that you'd probably think is a top 5 wing sprint car driver.
I think that he definitely has the talent, that's for sure. You don't win a Chili Bowl unless you know what you're doing. As it looks like most of the 24 cars have made their way onto the racing surface, and here in just a moment, we'll get all the push trucks that we've got in behind those cars and get them fired off. One of those cars that will be fired off, of course, is the defending series champion and Durst Dice rolling driver tonight, Rico Abreu, who is sitting over there on the back straightaway, about ready to get going for his title defense in 2026, Tony.
You know, I don't think it's any extra pressure per se, so that looks like Ricky Warner making his way back into the infield, Rico's crew chief. Maybe a little bit of extra help in the form of a mud scraper. If you haven't been following along on FloRacing social media tonight, Tony Stewart, yes, that's right, the Tony Stewart is back in the Rico Abreu Tony Stewart Racing pit area, and Stewart is scraping mud off of his new driver's number 24. You see that sharp-looking CarQuest machine that Rico Abreu is sitting inside waiting to be fired off here as cars come to life. But yeah, Tony doesn't make it out to nearly as many dirt track and sprint car races, I'm sure, as he would like to. Very, very busy these days, continuing his career in the NHRA. But Tony's back there in the pits. He's watching over his new driver, and he's helping make sure that number 24 is a spotless and clean machine back there, helping scrape mud off that thing. I think that's so cool. That's the racer in Tony Stewart. No matter what it is, he's going to help his team compete at absolutely any level.
That is great to hear that he is here and helping those guys out as the 24-car field begins to come to life for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. It's night 1 of 2026 with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. Drivers Aligning side by side behind the HendrickCars.com pace truck, finding their proper starting spots. Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track. Welcome to the High Limit Room. We've got 24 high rollers, but only one is hitting the ultimate jackpot here tonight. It's time to double down. It's time to raise the stakes. And it is time to go all in with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. 4 wide broken off down the back straightaway. We'll go green, not this time by, but the next time for the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. It's going to be Brent Marks and Giovanni Scelzi on row number 1. Ryan Timms, Tanner Thorson, row 2. Kyle Larson and Corey Day in row number 3. Row 4 is Rico Abreu and Kerry Madsen. Justin Sanders and Cy Lynch in row number 5. Tanner Holmes and Aaron Reitzel, make that Tanner Holmes and James McFadden, excuse me, in row 6. Hunter Schoenberg and Aaron Reitzel in row 7. Dason Persley and Justin Peck in row 8. Hank Davis and Austin McCarl in row number 9. Kayla Montgomery, Danny Sams in row 10. And then from the B main, Tyler Courtney, Chase Randall, Brenham Crouch, and Tanner Carrick. Green flag this time by the chalk stripe in turn number 4. Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track. We got them racked. We got them stacked. And we've got the grandstands packed. Let's go racing off at turn number 4. We are green. First feature of 2026 is underway, and it's going to be Giovanni Scelzi with the early race lead. Goes around the outside of Brent Marks to have that spot. Side by side back behind for 5th between Ryan Timms and Kyle Larson. Timms up the racetrack, takes it away from Larson. Now they're both on the back bumper of Corey Day down the front straightaway. Meanwhile, change for second move. Tanner Thorson up to the runner-up position. Tanner Thorson is up to second, getting by Brent Marks down the back straightaway. Corey Day sits in 4th. Now Kyle Larson has gotten by the 10 of Ryan Timms as Giovanni Scelzi comes across the line to lead lap number 2. 23 to go as Marks is now back on the rear bumper of Tanner Thorson. Thorson runs the bottom, gets to the cushion on the exit of turn number 2. Big run out of Marks down the back straightaway. Marks looks to the inside. Here's a slider for the second spot. Move the Myerstown missile up to second. Tanner Thorson back to the inside. He'll take it back away across the line. Good race going on for the runner-up position. Meanwhile, Giovanni Scelzi trying to run away and hide. Corey Day is closing in on second and third. Corey Day on the back straightaway trying to track down Brent Marks and Tanner Thorson. Marks up the racetrack. Another slider for second. Tanner Thorson back to the inside. Once again, Thorson has a start-finish line. Tanner Thorson back into second. Meanwhile, this is allowing Corey Day to close in slightly for that battle for third. Brent Marks back by Tanner Thorson down the back straightaway. What a battle for second. Tanner Thorson back to the inside, slider on Brent Marks off at turn number 4. Marks crosses him up, takes it away at the start-finish line. Here comes Corey Day underneath of Tanner Thorson. They go side by side for third. Off at turn number 2, Corey Day's got third. Corey Day, the winner of last year's race here in Las Vegas, is now on the bottom step of the podium and closing in on Brent Marks. Meanwhile, your race leader, Giovanni Scelzi, a 3.2 second lead at the front of the field. Brent Marks looking to track him down as Scelzi now encounters the back of the field as he's with Tanner Carrick along with Brenham Crouch. That should impede the progress on the Chili's number 77 as Scelzi puts a slider on one of the lap cars. Corey Day going to work on Brent Marks. They get very close to the exit of turn number 2. Kyle Larson closing in on Tanner Thorson for 4th down the back straightaway. Marks now goes down low to protect from Corey Day. Day goes to the cushion. That's his happy place. He's all over Marks into turn number 1. Kyle Larson takes that spot away from Tanner Thorson. Once again, Day and Marks are very close off the second corner. Kyle Larson is closing in on your top 3. Giovanni Scelzi's gotten by Brenham Crouch. He's gotten by Tanner Carrick. 2 lap cars between himself and the 19 of Brent Marks. Corey Day around the bottom. Here comes Larson to the outside. They're going to go side by side for third down the back straightaway. Corey Day squeaks away just a little bit down the back stretch. Going into turn 3, Larson has the cushion wired. And around the outside comes the Silver Motorsports number 57. Tanner Thorson still inside the top 5. He's sitting right behind this battle for second as Kyle Larson's gotten by Corey Day and now working on Brent Marks down the back stretch. Marks
Marks goes down low, trying to get up by the slower car of Tanner Carrick. He will do just that in turn number 4. Slide to the racetrack. Here comes Kyle Larson to the inside. Larson takes second across the line. Kyle Larson now into second as we near the halfway point of this race. 12 laps in, this time by, and 13 to go for Giovanni Scelzi. And Kyle Larson needs to make up 2.2 seconds to get the win. Down the front straightaway, Corey Day and Brent Marks. They continue to go wing to wing into turn number 1. Corey Day going to take third away, but Brent Marks around the outside going to give him a fight. Cannot make the pass, though, down the backstretch. Kyle Larson's getting by a couple more of the slower cars. No lappers between Larson and Scelzi now. Gio to the top, runs the cushion in 1 and 2. Corey Day will not go away. He's still right there with Kyle Larson for second. Down the back straightaway. No lap cars between first, second, or third. And the lap cars are now side by side in front of Giovanni Scelzi. Scelzi that time by, he has 11 laps to go to get his second career high limit racing feature win as he's closing in on Danny Sams. Sams is on the bottom. Scelzi runs the middle, going to get to the cushion on the exit of turn number 4 as he's trying to get by the Florida man down the front straightaway. 10 laps to go that time by, and Larson now under a second behind him. Kyle Larson 9/10 of a second behind Scelzi, closing in more down the back straightaway. This time by, 9 laps to go. This race is far from over as Corey Day's trying to get in the mix as well. Kyle Larson to the inside, looking for a new race leader to turn number 1. Kyle Larson up the racetrack, they get very close. Scelzi hangs on the top spot. Giovanni Scelzi still has the race lead, but now he knows that Kyle Larson is right there with him. Larson tries to circle the bottom, pulls up next to Scelzi. Scelzi still has the race lead. Now Larson with a short slider into turn 1. Kyle Larson takes the lead in turn number 2. Giovanni Scelzi back to the inside. They go side by side down the back straightaway. Scelzi's going to make that Larson going to try and protect the bottom. He'll slide himself in turns 3 and 4. Gets up over the cushion a little bit right there. Scelzi's still right there. Here comes Corey Day. 3-car battle for the race lead shaping up here at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Corey Day to the inside of Scelzi. He'll take second down the back straightaway. Corey Day's got second and within 5 car lengths of Kyle Larson. Larson around the bottom. Corey Day on the top. This time by, there will be 7. Make that 6 laps to go at Las Vegas. Larson with heavy lap traffic right in front of him. Hunter Schoenberg, Danny Sams, and one other car are impeding the progress on the 57 car. Kyle Larson going to go to the bottom as he's got 1 car on his outside. That is Hunter Schoenberg, as it looks like he'll get by 2 cars in one fell swoop right there. Kyle Larson getting by Danny Sams and Hunter Schoenberg. Corey Day going to have to try and do the same. He'll get by Sams, but not able to get by Schoenberg. Corey Day is going to have 4 laps to go this time by to try and track down Kyle Larson. Day nearly tripped over the cushion in turn 3, but able to maintain the speed in that 14 car down the front stretch. Giovanni Scelzi sitting in 3rd, then it's Brent Marks, 4th belong. Make that 5th belongs to Tanner Thorson. He is in a spirited battle right now with Ryan Timms. This time by, 3 laps to go for Kyle Larson. His lap time is 16.3, meanwhile Corey Day is 16.2. Day took a 10th out of the race lead, and there's still a couple of lap cars up ahead for your race leader. Kyle Larson trying to run the bottom in turns number 3 and 4. Corey Day has the cushion wired off the 4th corner. We'll check the lap times this time. A 16.5 for Larson, a 16.5 for Day. Larson held up by Chase Randall. Here comes Corey Day down the back straightaway. Corey Day within 3 car lengths, and Scelzi's right there as well. Scelzi's not out of the picture. This time by, gonna be 2 laps to go at Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. Kyle Larson to the top in turn 1. Corey Day pulls up next to him, lets him know he's right there. The white flag is out, 1 lap to go. Down the back straightaway. Who's it going to be at the line? Kyle Larson at the bottom, Day to the outside. It's going to be a drag race to the line. It'll be Larson at the line. Kyle Larson wins the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. Corey Day 2nd, Giovanni Scelzi 3rd, Brent Marks 4th, and Tanner Thorson in 5th. A non-stop 25-lapper here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. How did you like that one, race fans? Ryan Timms finishes up in 6th, then Rico Abreu, Kerry Madsen, James McFadden, and Aaron Reitzel completing the top 10 here in this one. But Kyle Larson driving from the 5th position to get the win here tonight, beating Corey Day by 96 1/1000ths of a second at the line. As you make your way out the door, race fans, we hope you'll join us once again. We are here tomorrow night and Saturday night as well. You'll see more fantastic sprint car racing action just like you did right here tonight. Kyle Larson has cleared the scales and he's headed to Whiskey Myers victory lane. As the third closest finish in high limit racing history here tonight, Kyle Larson about to climb up top as a feature winner once again. With Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing, it'll be the 10th career high limit win. As he is set to jump up top, race fans, let him hear you. Your winner here tonight, Young Money Kyle Larson. Got all the kids up there, Cooper, Audrey, and Owen celebrating the win on night one of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash, and what a thriller that was. Through traffic, Corey Day coming on strong late, just showing up about a car length short at the line. Tony Laporta, will send it down to you.
Kyle Larson just snuck up on me. That was crazy. Kind of like how you snuck up on this field here tonight. Started 5th. It took you a while, though. I don't think you got to the lead until probably inside the last 9 or 8 laps of that race. First of all, green, 25 laps. Is it hard to keep your focus in a race that fast?
It felt like we were going longer than 25 there. I kept looking at the flag stand because I could, feel some pressure from behind. The lapper in front of me, he was kind of changing his mind a couple different times, and I followed him and knew I choked up my momentum. So, yeah, like I said, I was just counting the laps down. But, thankfully it worked out. I saw a nose coming 2 to go, and then again on the white flag. So I figured if it was Gio or Corey, they were building a run up top or something behind me through 3 and 4. So, but I also didn't want to give up that distance into 3 because they could have slid me. So, yeah, I just thought the safest thing was to just stay committed to what I was doing. But great car, cool to get back in victory lane with high limit. And thanks to the fans for sticking it out. It's been a long night, with all the reds and whatnot and fence repairs. So, yeah, thank you guys for coming, and look forward to seeing the crowd get bigger and bigger throughout the weekend.
Yeah, this is a cool weekend for Interstate Batteries High Limit, getting to team up and race on a few NASCAR weekends here in 2026. You're busy. You got a pretty stressful day job driving that Cup car. Just picked up the Cup Championship last year. You're second in the NASCAR Cup Series. Why make the time to come back and do this? You got a crammed schedule. I know you love this stuff. What's the best part about coming out here and doing this on such a busy weekend?
Well, yeah, there's a lot of reasons why I love to race and stay busy on the weekends like this. But number one, I just love to race, and especially love racing sprint cars, getting to race with Paul and Trevor, and we got Willie Croft here, Jason Finley, and two, get to race with all of our great partners. I don't get to race a ton, like all these others do, but it's fun when I get to. So, yeah, thanks to InderCars.com, Finley Farms, Alba, Durst, FloRacing. This is my first race here this year, so Roto-Rooter, Glenn Stiers, everybody who helps out on this thing. It's a lot of fun, like I mentioned. So, yeah, cool to start off the week with a win. We got, 4 more races to run this weekend for me, so hopefully we can keep it up.
All right, so we've got a little bit of an addition, the Angel Donor Program here in 2026 with High Limit Racing. The total goes from $1,000 to $1,500 that our Angel Donor is putting up, and it's eligible for all full-time drivers plus yourself, and should that guy Brad Sweet want to come out of retirement and run a car. So you've picked up win number 1 here tonight. You get to send $1,500 to any charity of your choice, and we've also had a $250 donation come to us in the form of David Barnes from Columbia City, Indiana. So where are you sending all that money after your victory here tonight?
Yeah, no, it's awesome to hear there's more money going out for that this year. So last year I stuck with the Sherry Strong Foundation with Sherry Pollux, and I plan to do the same this year. So hopefully we can win a lot of races and donate a lot of money to them.
Night number 1 of Interstate Batteries High Limit goes to Young Money, Kyle Larson. He's going to get the Chasm Safety Win sticker as well. The Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash goes to Elk Grove, California's Kyle Larson here on night number 1 of the season. He will debrief behind the race car. Before we catch up with second and third place finishers, let's go back upstairs to Chase Rodman.
Yes, the Contingency Award winners here tonight. Tony Rodden Supply Hard Charger did go to Kyle Larson. A 5-way tie for that award here tonight. The 5th to 1st place for Larson will net him that award. Also, the Race Redeem Foundation Rookie of the Race went to Tanner Holmes. He finished 16th place, and that earned him that award. How about the Jake's Golf Cart's fastest lap? That went to Giovanni Selzy. Lap number 2, he ran a 15.390, which gave him that award. And real quick, before we send it back down to Tony, did want to mention, I said it briefly, but Tony, that was the 3rd closest finish in high limit racing history, behind the 12 1,000ths of a second between Brad Sweet and McFadden, and the 63 1,000ths of a second at Butler between McFadden and Sweet once again. So some history being made here tonight.
The 3rd closest finish in Interstate Batteries high limit racing history. I know you'd rather be on the other side of that one. Can you tell when it's that close? And more importantly, did you think you got Kyle at the line?
No, I didn't think I got him. I really didn't think it was that close. I thought, we had already crossed the line, and then I peeled below him there. But, yeah, that's cool. Like you said, wish you would have been on the other side of it. But, yeah, thanks to my guys. It's always cool to come to the first race of the year and have a fast car and have a good run. So, yeah, thanks to Trek Stecking and Burco Building Materials, Warehouser, Four Seas Construction, Myers Constructors, Sander Engineering, all our partners, SenCal, Autry Plumbing. Yeah, it's going to be a fun year for me doing some full-time NASCAR stuff, and then still get to, come back and race with you guys and, my team that I've raced with for many years. So, yeah, a lot of fun.
You talked about it full-time here in 2026, the NASCAR O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, racing on Saturdays, trying to make your way up to the NASCAR Cup Series. I got to ask, same kind of question for Kyle. How busy does this make your weekends when High Limit and NASCAR team up?
Yeah, it's busy, but, I think him and I both love it the same amount. It's always fun when, I can come back and race my sprint car. It's, my first love, as I like to say, and something I still enjoy very, very much, and still have a lot of things I want to accomplish in a sprint car. So, yeah, it's awesome when they're, racing on the same property during the weekend, and, I can do a little bit of both.
That is Clovis, California's Corey Day. He started this race in the 6th position, and he runs 2nd, narrowly behind Kyle Larson. Corey Day won this race 1 year ago. He runs 2nd here tonight. The driver who started in the 2nd position ends up in 3rd, but absolutely put on a show. Giovanni Selzy in this Chili's sponsored Spire Motorsports machine. I know you're not where you want to be on the front straightaway, but a performance like that has to make you feel good.
Yeah, it does. Hats off to my guys. I know it's been a long 6 months or so from when they started to build this deal from scratch, and Eric, Cole, and Mike have done a phenomenal job. It's cool to, I didn't do any of the work. I just kind of sat in Iowa and got updates on it, but they did a phenomenal job getting everything ready. To have no stupid failures just in the first 2 nights is a feat in itself, I feel like. So, when you have seasoned teams that are out here for a long time, kind of those dumb things happen. But knock on wood, it's been smooth sailing so far. So thank you, Chili's. Thank you, Spire, Gainbridge, Carmen Trucking. There's a lot of effort that went into building this thing, so I'm very proud of it.
Giovanni Selzy, 2nd to 3rd here tonight. It was fun to watch you. Best of luck rest of the weekend.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Giovanni Selzy, and there has, in fact, been a Dominic Selzy sighting on the grounds here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway Dirt Track. We will keep you abreast of all updates on that matter, as it is a critical one. I'm sure folks back home can understand. Great first night here with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. And Chase, you said it, making history down here with an incredibly close finish between Kyle Larson and Corey Day. And Chase, I know you've been biting your tongue waiting to bring up the fact it's an all-California front stretch down here. That's round 1 to you. We'll see what the rest of the season looks like.
Yeah, maybe one day this year we'll get an all-Colorado podium finisher. That would be pretty impressive if it happened. Here's a look at the race recap as to what happened in this one. There was a lot. It was a 25-lap non-stopper, no cautions, no nothing. It was hard to even watch some of the battles back throughout the top 10 and the rest of the field with what was going on inside the top 5. Tanner Thorson, him and Brent Marks passed each other 22 times for second, and finally Marks was able to take command of that position as Thorson would slip back and finish 5th. Still a really solid finish for him in the season opener. Marks would run 4th. Both good runs for those two, and it looked like Marks maybe had the car to beat, but here comes Larson, here comes Corey Day, the two teammates when it comes to the NASCAR side of things with HendrickCars.com. They started making their way forward. trying to slice through lap traffic and all kinds of other stuff. Larson goes by for second right there and begins his pursuit of the Chili's 77. Makes the move right here. Selzy keeps the foot in the throttle, barely squeaks around the outside and maintains the lead. And then right here comes the short slider. We knew it was coming. Kyle knew the race was winding down, makes the move. Selzy able to cross him back up, but Kyle tried to block him down the backstretch and ran it down low and did not allow Gio to get up next to him. And then Corey Day came calling. We knew that once he got to second, this race was far from over, and he comes this close to winning here tonight at Las Vegas. 96 1/1000ths of a second was the finish as Larson collects his 10th career high limit racing victory. Larson, Day, Selzy, Marks, and Thorson, the top 5 finishers tonight. Ryan Timms, Rico Abreu, Kerry Madsen, James McFadden, and Aaron Reitzel in the top 10. The rest of the field, Justin Sanders, Jason Persley, Justin Peck, Austin McCarl, and Cy Lynch, the top 15. Then Tanner Holmes, Tyler Courtney, Hank Davis, Chase Randall, Danny Sams, Hunter Schoenberg, Brenham Crouch, Caleb Montgomery, and Tanner Carrick. Here is a look at the upcoming schedule with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. We've got Las Vegas for the next 2 nights after today, and hopefully it all lives up to the hype of this one. Of course, 3 nights next week at Central Arizona Raceway. March 24th, you can view that race on Fox Sports 1 at the Vado Raceway Park. It's the Roto-Rooter Midweek Series opener, and then we head to Texas at Route 66, and we go to Kansas at Dodge City Raceway Park. Lakeside for a night, along with Lucas Oil Speedway for the Diamond Classic. Eagle Raceway, another one of the Roto-Rooter Midweek Series editions, along with Arrowhead down in Oklahoma. And then we head back to Texas Motor Speedway. That is also on NASCAR weekend. So if any of you folks are planning on being there, make sure to hit up High Limit Racing while you are there for the Stockyard Stampede. Well, it looks like we've got our ticket QR code updated with the new logo on there with Interstate Batteries High Limit Racing. If you would like to get some tickets to a High Limit Racing event, you could scan that QR code on your screen, take you right to the landing page to get some tickets to any of those events we mentioned a moment ago or some down the line. Remember, we have 63 more races to run this year, and we would love to see you at least one of them, if not all of them. That would be incredible. But that's it for High Limit Racing here tonight. Next up is the USCS Sprint Cars and their 25-lap feature event. So for the call of that, let's go over to Gary Thomas.
Thank you very much, Chase Rodman. As you said, the 25-lap nightcap here on night 1 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. Starting lineup for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series looks like this. On the pole out of Buckeye, Arizona, we find the 47. It's Charging Charles Davis Jr. And to the outside from Chino Hills, California, 51T is Eddie Tafoya Jr. Row 2, it's the Macho Man, Brady Bacon, in a Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, racing for the Johnson family in the 51 here tonight and tomorrow. To his outside from Lincoln, the 83C is Tanner Carrick. Third row to the inside out of Hollister, we find the 17X, it's Ryan Burnell. And on the outside from Santa Rosa, the 1 is Nate Schenk. Row 4 to the inside, your defending champion with the USCS 87P from Oakley, Jacob Tuttle. And on the outside, the only other champion with this series, the 3F, is Blake Bauer from Brentwood. Fifth row, he'll be fun to watch on the inside. It's Rippin' Ricky Lewis out of Camarillo in the 41. And it was outside last year's runner-up from Pleasant Hill, 29T, Ryan Timmons. Row 6 out of Goleta, the 18 is David Gasper. To his outside in the 11, it's going to be Tyler Cato out of Santa Rosa. Seventh row to the inside, 22, Brian Whitley. He'll be flanked by the number 3 out of Lakeside, Grant Sexton. Eighth row to the inside, the 73 is going to be Cole Wakeham from Simi Valley. And on the outside, starting in 16th from Las Vegas, Nevada, the 17F is Todd Pratt. Ninth row on the inside from Chandler, Arizona, 91H Lonnie Hoschetler. To the outside, originally of Hawaii, the 21P Dalen Pereira. Row 10 on the inside, another driver originally hailing out of Washington, now residing in Arizona, 67X is Jamie Barnes. To the outside, another one of our Hawaiian natives, 50S Rocky Silva. Row 11 is the 5S of Erasing Silva out of Henderson, Nevada, originally out of Hawaii. To the outside from Brentwood, 36 Battling Bob Newberry. Row 12, 22R Roland Cabello. To the outside, 39T is Troy DeGayton. Final row on the inside out of Roseman, the 58 Mark Henry, and 39D out of Yucca Valley, that is Jeff Dyer. So we'll see exactly who makes the call for this one. We know we had a few scratches that allowed us not to run the semi-main. Again, 25 laps, $5,000 to win both nights here at the dirt track at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Bear State Electric, Quick Change Liquid Energy, J&W Ford, SG Composites, RGW, SureCan, among the many sponsors to thank for this series. Especially the Fasteners, DRC, the Flying Walrus, Portastore, as well. Again, USCS returns to action tomorrow night, as well as the companion class for high limit racing. Tomorrow, however, it'll just be hot laps and qualifying combined. Fast as their 4 laps will be their official lineup for the heat races. Charles Davis Jr. on the pole. This one, talked about it all night, how consistent he has been in limited starts so far this year. 4 appearances on the West Coast with 4 top 5 finishes. And just like that, lights out, 25 laps of non-wing sprint car racing with USCS coming your way. Charles Davis Jr. and Eddie Tafoya Jr. going to lead us down to the green flag. And we're underway. Charles Davis Jr. rolls that bottom line. However, looks like Brady Bacon shot out of a cannon. And the 51 driving around the outside. Here comes Davis right back to the bottom. However, who is going to lead lap number 1? Another driver making a big move down low. That was Tafoya. It's Davis, then Bacon and Tafoya. Big run for Brady Bacon around the outside, trying to drive by Charles Davis, who gets a better run down low. He'll maintain the point for the time being. Lap number 2 going to be clicked off this time by Eddie Tafoya Jr. rolling up on your top 2. Tafoya in that 51T down low. Davis to the middle and Bacon upstairs. Close racing up front between your top 3. Move Tafoya Jr. up to second, and we have a car sideways at turn 2. That's going to draw the yellow. Another car gets into him. Nowhere to go. And that's going to draw the yellow on lap number 2. So again, a couple cars caught up down there in the second corner. Kind of a chain reaction deal. I believe one of them is the 91H over there. Lonnie Haas-Chetler. Now, good close racing those first couple laps. Let's take a look at a Comp Cans replay from the drone. Yeah, one of those cars having a big time moment over there and then gets contacted by one of the cars final running. Brady Bacon on our screen is listed as a leader. However, Charles Davis Jr. is out front right now. Good 3-car battle those first 2 laps with Bacon, Charles Davis, and Eddie Tafoya. Andy Forsberg still tuned in there in Auburn, California. And tonight and tomorrow, non-point races for the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. They'll get their point season underway on March 28th at the Thunderbolt Raceway. Competing alongside the NARC 410 Sprint Car Series. That event can be seen live on FloRacing. Just got word it's going to be a 20-lap main event tonight instead of 25. Thank you to Melissa Perkins, the president of the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Thunderbolt Raceway, May 28th. Watsonville Speedway, April 10. Merced Speedway, April 11. The first 3 point races for USCS. Accident scene all cleaned up. It looks like the Central Arizona Raceway, 47 to Charles Davis Jr. will lead us back to the green flag over Bacon and Tafoya. Then Ryan Burnell and Ricky Lewis. Charles Davis upstairs. Oh, Brady Bacon hit a big bump in turn number 2. He'll lose a spot. Looks like Burnell moving forward. Eddie Tafoya Jr. looking to challenge Charles Davis down low. Off turn number 4, new leader. It's Eddie Tafoya. Charles Davis and then Ryan Burnell starting to come to life. Burnell again swept both nights of the NorCal Posse shootout last year with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series among his 4 victories. He's all over Charles Davis Jr. Behind them, Bacon, Ricky Lewis, Tanner Carrick. Carrick has a run on Lewis down low. Into 1 and 2, there's Blake Bauer, the 3F. He's running in position number 7. Bauer all over Tanner Carrick. Off at turn number 4, Ryan Burnell wound up on the outside. Looking to get around Charles Davis Jr. Ryan Burnell, always one of the favorites out here on the West Coast when it comes to sprint car racing, winged or non-winged. That may allow Eddie Tafoya Jr. to pull away, however, down to lap number 6. Davis going to float through the middle. That's all Ryan Burnell needs. He'll drive by for the 2nd spot. Good run down low, however, for Davis. He's getting all that moisture down there on the bottom side, getting excellent runs. Entering turn number 3. Off of turn number 4, Brady Bacon closing back up on your top 2. Bacon again kind of caught a hole over there in the 2nd corner about 5 laps ago. Now has everything gathered back in. He's back to 3rd. Last time by, Eddie Tafoya's lead 1.8 seconds. Burnell 2nd, Brady Bacon with a run on the high line though. Lead 1.5 seconds. Check out the Macho Man. He's up into 2nd. Brady Bacon again running that Johnson family 51 here at the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. He'll now try to track down your leader, Eddie Tafoya. We'll check it at the line. The gap 1.2 seconds. Bacon trips up a little bit on the cushion. Here comes Burnell slicing back to his inside. Movely into the rigging. 17X of Burnell back to 2nd. Bacon right back up to the top. And again, you got to hand it to the track prep crew. This track has raced fantastic in both main events here this evening. 0.8 of a second is the lead. 2 lap cars ahead of Tafoya. He'll get by one of them. Bacon, though, going to mash that thing upstairs. Tafoya kind of boxed in down low. Coming to lap number 11. Tafoya led it, but Bacon not far behind. And 1 and 2, Tafoya on the bottom. Brady Bacon around the outside is your new leader on lap number 11. Still a couple of lap cars ahead of him. Tafoya will now jump up top. Corey Day made a lot of speed around that high side in 3 and 4. Now your top 3 have moved up there. Tanner Carrick, Ricky Lewis also closing on your top 3. Car slowing in turn 1 in yellow is going to wave. That might be Jacob Tuttle. Caution out on lap number 12. And it is the Line X 87P of last year's USCS champion, Jacob Tuttle. So caution waves with 8 laps to go. Tuttle will pull that car down into the hot pit located on the infield. Well, good racing so far. These first 12 laps, you got a top, a bottom, and a middle. Brady Bacon is the leader in the 51 over Eddie Tafoya Jr. Ryan Burnell, Charles Davis, and Ricky Lewis, the top 5.
GT, how awesome are non-wing sprint cars, brother?
I love them. I remember you were the USAC national voice, and you really enjoyed them back in the day, and man, I love these things.
I miss non-wing sprint car racing every single day, man, and you talked about the track prep crew here, getting some help from our friends at NARC, not just with you and the folks here in the infield, but the track prep crew doing a great job. This track is starting to widen out. No doubt the wing cars help that out a little bit as Tuttle might be able to slap that right rear on and get back down and away. But to see Charles Davis Jr. searching around and finding out what it is he's got to do, Tuttle is going to get back out on the track. Man, this is just so cool to see on a big track like this, widening out every single race they put on it. These non-wing cars are so much fun to watch.
And you know, Tony, I'm a California guy, obviously, so we like our bull rings and stuff, but there's just something about a sprint car race, winged or non-wing, on a half mile. When it's good, it's just pure racing.
Yeah, I agree. I'm more of a short track fan myself, but when it's right, it's right. You know what I mean? So Brady Bacon hit that bump down there in 2 on the restart. I didn't think he'd be able to get back in the seat. Now he's leading this thing.
Yeah, you said it. Pretty incredible stuff there for Brady Bacon, as he is going to lead us back to the green with 12 laps down and 8 to go. Tafoya, Burnell, Davis, and Lewis in tow. Love restarts with non-wing sprint cars as well. Eddie Tafoya dives to the bottom. Brady Bacon rolls the high line. Ryan Burnell's going to drive by Tafoya. Into turn 3, Burnell going to stay upstairs. Tafoya on the bottom, followed by Davis and then Ricky Lewis. Battle is on for second. Tafoya and Burnell. Better run upstairs, and here comes Lewis in the 41. Going to look to challenge Tafoya now into 3 and 4. This time by 14 laps down for the Macho Man. At the line, 0.6 of a second is the gap. Can Burnell reel him in? Ricky Lewis up into P3, followed by Tafoya and Charles Davis. This time by 5 to go for the BG Lubricants, number 51 of Brady Bacon. Good run there for Tanner Carrick on your screen. The 83C going to get under Charles Davis. Battle for 5th. Bacon has now opened up his advantage to nearly 2 seconds over Burnell. Ricky Lewis, and then good stuff between Tafoya and Tanner Carrick. Carrick on the bottom will make the pass. Move the Lincoln driver up into 4th. Behind them, darn near 3 wide with David Gasper, the meat in the sandwich. Gasper drifts up a little bit wide ahead of him. Davis going to get under Tafoya. Through 1 and 2, Tafoya tried to get back by Charles Davis. Davis gets back to his inside. David Gasper not done yet. He'll again try to thread the middle. 18 laps down and 2 to go. 2-second lead for Brady Bacon over Burnell. Ricky Lewis not far behind Burnell for second, although slips up a little bit down the back straightaway. This time my white flag is going to wave for Brady Bacon. The 4-time USAC National Sprint Car Champion. ASCS National winner with the wing earlier this year at Volusia. Rolls the high line into turn number 3 and off of a turn number 4. Give the victory to the Macho Man, Brady Bacon in the 51. Second place is going to go to Ryan Burnell, then Ricky Lewis 3rd, Tanner Carrick 4th, and Charles Davis Jr. in position number 5. Well, there you have it. As always, impressive stuff from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma's Brady Bacon, picking up the win with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series here tonight. Got the victory by 2 seconds over Ryan Burnell, Ricky Lewis, Tanner Carrick, Charles Davis Jr., Eddie Tafoya, David Gasper, Blake Bauer, Brian Whitley, and Ryan Timmons, your unofficial top 10 finishers. Night 1 of 2 here with USCS. Tony Laporta, kind enough to do the post-race interview down there on the front straightaway with Brady Bacon here momentarily. Again, as always, the pit area is open for all you great race fans. If you're heading out, drive safe, and hopefully we'll see you back here tomorrow night for night 2 of the Sugar Bee Blackjack Bash. And there's your winner pulling down there into the infield. Used to see an R.J. Johnson aboard this car, but for the Johnson family this week, it is Brady Bacon. Again, the world's strongest announcer, Tony Laporta, down there will have the interview as Brady Bacon, the Macho Man, climbs out of the 51 as your winner with the Ultimate Sprint Car Series. Let him hear it. The Macho Man gets it done.
Gary Thomas, I don't know where you come up with some of these things you say every once in a while. I'm not the world's strongest announcer, but with the Macho Man pose right there, Brady Bacon is the world's strongest non-wing sprint car driver here tonight at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. He gets the job done after starting in the 3rd position. $5,000 to his credit. I saw you in the pits, and I called you a wing guy because I was giving you grief for not bringing the wing car out here. But you're still a non-wing guy, always gonna be at heart. How much fun is it to wheel one of these things around a track that starts to widen out the way it did tonight?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was pretty technical. I hit a couple big holes out there. I hit a couple times, but yeah, I just didn't really know how the race was gonna play out, where the track was gonna move, and it actually moved around a couple times. And fortunately, we just had a good enough car to just ring around the top and keep our momentum up, and the traffic was in our way up there. So thanks to Ricky Johnson. He's not actually here tonight, so I want to say hi to him. He's recovering at home, but sent his guys, and we've won every race that we've finished with this car. So we won the Western World last year, and here tonight, and hopefully we can do it again tomorrow. Just thank him for letting me come out here and have some fun and make a little money.
I know you were scared not running the wing car. You might not get a chance to talk to me, but you did it anyway. Now, come on. Are we going to throw the wing on top of it for tomorrow night and do a real double duty?
Hey, I got my suit and bag, so someone give me a call. I don't think we can get it on this one, but I'll sure drive something else if the offer comes.
Yeah, I guess you need a couple posts up there to put a wing up there. Hey, congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your winner, Brady Bacon. Good racing, Gary, down here with the non-wing sprint cars. Always fun to watch them slide, search, and make their way around. Good stuff from the 4-time USAC national champion, Brady Bacon, with the victory here tonight.
Thank you very much, as always, Tony Laporta with the trackside interviews. There's an awesome shot on FloRacing and that pretty cool trophy for USCS as Brady Bacon gets it done. And Chase Rodman, 2 fantastic main events right there to cap off the night at Las Vegas. Hopefully tomorrow night is just as good.
Yeah, if we can replicate what we saw here today, it's going to be an excellent night of racing here tomorrow, and then hopefully do it all over again on Saturday as well. But what a way to kick off the year here with High Limit Racing. Interstate Batteries, High Limit Racing, that is. We hope you enjoyed the show on Flow. We hope you enjoyed the show here in person. And if you were here in person, we really hope to see you back here tomorrow night, because after what you saw here today, why in the world would you not be back here after all the craziness that we saw? The Sugar Bee, you got to come back for at least the Sugar Bee. We got tires flying around in the infield. We got 4-wide salutes, and we've got photo finishes all for you right here at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway dirt track. If you're in the area, you watch tonight on Flow, get yourself a ticket beer tomorrow. We'll see you there.